Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Community of February 8th, 2022. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abby Koga. Councilmember Abby Koga. Here. Councilmember Kamei. Here. Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless a member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. As a reminder, the purpose of the consent calendar is for the council to efficiently and quickly consider a high volume of routine or administrative business items with one motion. Although council members may remove items, it is generally not intended for the council to have a lengthy substantive discussion on consent calendar items. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 4.3, the legislative agenda.
Okay, we will do that. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I also wanted to pull 4.3.
Very good. Thank you. See no additional hands. So we will take item 4.3 separately. So we'll move to public comment for the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on any item on the consent calendar other than 4.3, this is the opportunity to raise your hand. So click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. We only have one speaker, so we'll allocate 3 minutes. Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to comment on item 4.1 and 4.3. 4.1 is your minutes approval. There's been a fair amount of discussion in the community. Do you hear me?
We can hear you, but I think it looks like from my perspective,
things are all things are weird on the screen for some reason, but you can hear me.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. 4.1 is the minutes approval. There has been a fair amount of conversation in the community about the SRO's program discussion, and that there was a lot of deliberation that covered points that didn't wind up in the motion itself. So I just wanted to point that out. And then on the legislative priorities, item 4.3, I've got to bring up the item in the transportation section. Item 2 says support increased state funding of transportation improvements with regional or subregional benefits for all modes of transportation. This appears to emphasize vehicle transportation, and I and others feel that that's the wrong emphasis at this point. Item 1 talks about active transportation and transit, and that's where we feel that the emphasis ought to be. And so the suggestion is to drop item 2 altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bruce, since you've spoken on item 4.3, when we return to 4.3 for public comment, you will not be able to speak on the item. So just to make sure everyone is clear on that.
Fair enough.
The next speaker is, no worries. The next speaker is Sean Rowley.
Hello there. I was hoping to speak on the 555 West Millfield Road residential project. Is now the right time to speak on that?
Mr. Rowley, this is not the correct time. That will be later in the agenda. This is
Okay.
consent calendar first.
I do apologize. Sorry about that.
No worries. Next speaker is Daniel Shane. And again, this is for the consent calendar, not for 555 West Middlefield. Daniel Shane, did you wish to speak on the consent calendar? I don't believe so. So we will see no additional public comment. We will return to the council for consideration on the balance of the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So council was sent a list of additional possible items by the nonprofit advocacy organization Canopy. And I was going to suggest including those as well. I would also be amenable to taking out the item that Bruce England spoke to that focuses mostly on autos as opposed to active transportation and mass transit.
So Vice Mayor, just to be clear, first we're going to dispense with the balance of the consent calendar.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and move the balance of the consent calendar, including item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing and continuing virtual meetings of the City Council committees, boards, and commissions pursuant to AB 361 and making required findings to be read in title only, further reading waived. So this is for the balance of the consent calendar, excluding item 4.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So we have a motion made by Councilmember Abikoga and seconded by Councilmember Matichak for the balance of the consent calendar. So that is excluding 4.3. Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the city clerk to conduct the vote by roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga,
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak,
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei,
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber,
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks,
Yes.
and Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So now we will return to item 4.3. I will open it up for public comment again. So again, this is item 4.3, the legislative platform for advocacy in 2022. This is not for 555 West Middlefield. Would any member of the public like to speak on this consent calendar item, which has been pulled? Daniel Shane.
I'm sorry, does this have to do with 555 West Middlefield?
No, not this item.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No worries. So again, this is not for 555. This is for the legislative platform for 2022. Humberto Nava.
I'm sorry, that was for a different item.
Okay, no worries. Paying Lee for 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out the mute option. Hi, City Council. I'm so happy. Wait, can you hear me? Okay, fantastic. Yes, it's paying she, her. I'm so glad that this got pulled off. I think it's super exciting for the city to develop its legislative platform this year. I really, really want to emphasize, I think this is a great opportunity to elevate urban greening issues and strengthen the city's strategic priorities, especially around sustainability, livability, quality of life, and pushing forth nature-based solutions. I think this could look like supporting and monitoring legislation and funding, including and integrating language around urban forestry, biodiversity. And I would really love to see us be able to take advantage of these state, regional, nationwide opportunities around job growth, workforce training, specifically in relation to everything under the umbrella of urban greening. And I would like to really push forth forestry goals, job growth and workforce training around arboriculture. And yeah, I really hope this is considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands for public comment, we will return to the council for deliberation. A motion is in order. Councilmember Matichak.
So sorry, I also pulled it because I had a one-word tweak I wanted to make. And I appreciate having the letters and numbers now for easy reference. So on G2, which is about water quality and water supply, I wanted us to stay focused on the Bay Area as opposed to all of California. So I would change number 2 to just say at the end, sustainable water supply for the Bay Area.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember?
You know, I didn't have a chance to really study all of the suggestions that the Vice Mayor referenced since that came in kind of late and we had lots of stuff happening here at the last minute. So maybe you could go over the changes you're interested in.
That sounds reasonable. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, yeah. So I did not collaborate with paying ahead of time, but these suggestions are, oh gosh, let's see if I can get them up. Sorry, I'm struggling with one screen. They're right in line with what she brought up. So the recommendations from Canopy are for C, housing and community development. Canopy recommends supporting legislation and funding to enable the city to implement community forestry and urban greening programs, develop nature-filled neighborhoods, and support the city's goal of livability and quality of life. For E, economic development, Canopy recommends support for legislation and funding to enable workforce training and job growth in arboriculture and urban forestry and to help meet the city's goal of economic vitality. Canopy also recommends adding to number 2, schools and tree-lined streets around retail areas to support vitality and increase traffic and length of stay, as well as other needs. F, for environmental, climate change, and sustainability, Canopy recommends amending number 5 to read support funding related to expanding the tree canopy for carbon sequestration, cleaner air, heat island reduction, and many other environmental benefits as a nature-based climate solution. G, water quality and water supply. Canopy recommends support for legislation and funding to enable the city to implement urban greening and green infrastructure projects that improve water quality, protect creeks and waterways, reduce stormwater runoffs, and decrease the flow of polluted water into the bay. H, natural hazard. Canopy recommends support for legislation and funding to enable the city to implement urban greening programs to mitigate the effects of extreme heat and wildfire smoke and safeguard residents' health. I, Recreation and Parks, Canopy recommends adding urban forests to number 1. And K, Transportation and Public Works, Canopy welcomes the addition of number 17, which I won't read. So I'm sorry that those are so long, but I was hoping that we could just add them in addition to Councilmember Matichek's
So, Vice Mayor, you are frozen. I think what I'll do is I'll come back to you. City Manager McCarthy, did you want to speak to, I heard the Canopy recommendations verbatim. I don't think there were any additional recommendations proposed outside of that beyond the recommendation from Councilmember Matichak, just so everyone is on the same page. City Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor Hicks. So as noted, this request just came in a couple hours ago, so staff has not had time to assess it. But having said that, I would ask that council let staff look at how these would align with the council priorities, and they do seem at first glance to be aligned, but much like you all gave direction last time to kind of go back and look at the suggestions, and then we brought it back now. If you are okay with giving staff the ability to assess their suggestions and then go ahead and incorporate those that do align with our sustainability priority and our other goals, I would ask that at least gives us staff some time to look at it. They also mentioned numerous legislative items that we have not had time to look at nor assess, and we've spent the last couple of months working on this, so I think that would just be helpful to staff. But it does seem like it seems doable, but I just want to make sure that everything aligns.
Okay, I'm sorry I disappeared. I don't know if I'm still on the floor or not.
I think what we heard were verbatim the recommendations submitted by Canopy. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Just that I wanted to add them more or less. They're, maybe lengthier and maybe need some review. So I would like any staff recommendations. And it sounds like the city manager was giving recommendations about how to incorporate them, which I did not hear.
Okay, well, we'll review it once everyone has had an opportunity to comment. Councilmember Lieber?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I was prepared to go ahead and make a motion. I know that Councilmember Matichak has a hand up. I would prefer to keep G2 scoped to water supply, reliability and sustainability for California, because as we know, there are environmental issues that impact Mountain View that are outside of our geographic boundaries, and that we would need to comment on. We've had a long time presence in terms of Bosca and many other issues, the Delta issues and the Bay issues. And those do end up accruing to Mountain View in the end, but they are much wider than Mountain View. And we have taken a very ambitious environmental and sustainable stance in terms of Mountain View. And I think that we should stay open to a wider scope of issues on water reliability and sustainability. So I'd like to urge that we keep that particular item wider and allow staff to make determinations on what fits with our adopted goals. And then I'd be happy to make a motion when the time is right.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So I was going to comment on the item from Canopy, and as Vice Mayor Hicks was reading it, I heard the word traffic, and I thought, wait, we don't want to increase traffic. And so I'd ask staff to just wordsmith that, because I don't think that's really what canopy meant. To me, increased traffic means vehicles. I think they mean pedestrian traffic. So we might need to tweak that one a little bit. But I can provide more details on why I was suggesting on water quality to limit that to the Bay Area. And I was trying to find an easy way to tweak this one as opposed to rewriting it. If it was changed to monitor rather than support, I could live with it as is. My concern is the delta tunnels that have been proposed and the impact on the environment, the delta. And that mostly benefits Southern California. And so that was my concern about saying we support reliable and sustainable water supply for California. So I thought, well, an easy fix was to change it to the Bay Area. Another easy fix is to change it to monitor. So I'm open to tweaking it, but that was my thinking behind it.
Thank you very much. And just, I guess, a quick question for staff as a practical matter, because I know we discussed this during the study session, or I think it was the study session on this item. In practice, any proposal to take a formal position on any legislative idea or state regulatory measure would first be evaluated by staff and the mayor. And in other words, the legislative platform provides some guardrails and guidelines, but we're not likely to take a position on a bill, for instance, that has that is clearly not beneficial for the city of Mountain View. Can staff sort of comment on that process one more time?
Yes, Mayor, that is accurate. So we take the first pass at it. We have our legislative intergovernmental affairs staff, Christina Gilmore. I also review it, and then I also discuss with the mayor and often with the vice mayor as well. So there are definitely guardrails.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps we could, I could suggest another amendment here that we support the enhancement of a reliable and sustainable water supply for California that maintains or increases bay quality.
I think we're at a point where we might want a formal motion.
Okay, great. I'll go to that then and move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing, sorry, I was on the wrong one. I move that we adopt the legislative program to guide the city's regional, state, and federal legislative advocacy efforts for 2022. And second, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy A16, representing the city on regional boards and other bodies, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and that we incorporate the suggestions coming forward from Canopy and ask that staff find a way to fit those in and that they come to our next review of the platform.
Can you read into the record one more time your recommendation regarding the water quality item?
I'm suggesting that we make G2 support the enhancement of a reliable and sustainable water supply for California that protects and enhances bay quality.
Enhances bay quality. And then for the canopy recommendations, city manager, procedurally, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, Mayor, I'm comfortable with that. I would note that we weren't planning on coming back again on the 22nd for approval of this. So if council is comfortable with staff incorporating canopy suggestions where appropriate, and obviously looking at that other typo, I think, about the traffic. If you're comfortable with that, we would just incorporate those into the platform.
Okay, so it would be subject to staff discretion. Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Lieber. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I would second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I'm okay tweaking this one, but can we make it a little bit broader and just say that protects and enhances the environment rather than just the Delta water, because we don't really know what's coming around.
Yes, I would be more than happy to accept that amendment.
Great, thank you.
Okay, then a motion by Councilmember Lieber, seconded by Vice Mayor Hicks, that incorporates the canopy recommendation subject to staff review and discretion to incorporate if it's consistent with the balance of the platform and what we're trying to achieve as a city, and then the amendment to, I think it was G2, water quality. So retain California, but include the additional language that protects and enhances the environment. Any additional comments or questions? If not, then I'll ask the city clerk to begin the vote.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
The amended motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We will now move to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. I am not seeing members of the public raise their hand, so we will close non-agenda public comment. Yes, sorry. I saw a hand and it was withdrawn, so we will close public comment and move on to item 6.1, residential development project at 555 West Middlefield Road. Would any council members like to make disclosures? I'll start. I will disclose that I met with the applicant and visited the project site with residents in the area. Councilmember Showalter.
I too met with the applicant, and I talked to several residents over Zoom.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I too met with the applicant as well as residents in the neighborhood and visited the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I also met with the applicant and visited the site multiple times and met with residents.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. I met with the applicant as well as the residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
I met with the applicant and I've met with residents at 555 West Middlefield, as well as residents in the surrounding area. And I've been to the property on my own and with residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I met with the applicant by Zoom and received several phone calls from them. I also met with residents by Zoom and visited the site several times.
Thank you very much. Project planner Diana Pencholi will present the item, and then we will have a presentation from Joe Kirchhofer, VP of Development for Avalon Bay. And we also have many members of staff and from the applicant team available to answer questions. So I'll turn it over to Diana to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Diana Pancholi, Senior Planner with the City's Planning Division. The item in front of you tonight is a multifamily residential infill development proposal at 555 West Middlefield. The 14.5-acre project site is located onto the south of Middlefield Road and comprises nearly the entire block between West Middlefield Road, Moffett Boulevard, Cypress Point Drive, and Freeway 85. The site is currently developed with 402 apartment units, carports, and other residential amenities, and has a general plan land use designation of medium density residential and zoning designation of P, planned community. The surrounding land uses include Moffett Plaza Shopping Center, Moffett Mobile Home Park to the west, and several residential developments to the north and to the south. The project is also close to the Mountain View Transit Center and downtown. A little bit background of the project. The project review began back in 2015 when City Council authorized the staff resources for a gatekeeper request for general plan and zoning amendment. Following the gatekeeper authorization, applicants submitted informal project plans, which were reviewed at early study sessions with EPC and City Council in 2017. Based on City Council and EPC direction and community input and further work with staff and DRC, the applicant has revised the project substantially. Revised project plans were presented to EPC and Council in late 2021. City Council provided overall support for the project with support for reduced project density up to 50 dwelling units per acre, wider sidewalks along Moffett Boulevard, and preservation of existing trees. The development proposal as it stands in front of you tonight includes a general plan amendment to allow addition of 323 new units in 3 new buildings, underground parking garages, new amenities building in Block A, and associated amenities. The proposed unit mix consists of studios, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. The project has 3 street frontages along Middlefield Road, Moffett Boulevard, and Cypress Point Drive. And the main vehicular entrance to the underground parking garages is through Middlefield Road and Cypress Point Drive. As I stated earlier, the updated project proposal presented to the City Council in early 2021 includes significant revisions. And the key project features include addition of 323 new units, 1.34-acre parkland dedication plus some park fee, 48 affordable units as part of the project. The project does preserve 402 existing units on site with no displacement proposed. All the parking will be provided underground with very limited surface parking. The project also includes a pedestrian and bicycle connection connecting Middlefield Road to the proposed park. Project applicant has voluntarily proposed to contribute a community benefit of $1.97 million. The landscape plans do include 75% native planting using the North Bay Shore plant palette. And applicant has also proposed voluntary rent reduction during construction. The project design has gone through several iterations and significant changes. 2017 project design was very industrial looking buildings. Staff has worked with the applicant and the DRC to bring out changes to the project design to make it look more residential with specific strategies to fit in the area and reduce the overall appearance of the building and fit into the surrounding neighborhood. The project is also proposing model parking ratios and 100% unbundled parking. Project includes a robust TDM plan in order to meet 10% trip reduction. And all the parking, as I stated earlier, will be provided in below-grade parking garages with some surface parking. Landscape plan for this particular project has been of key importance, and applicant has worked diligently with staff to revise their landscape plan in order to incorporate community input and staff input and council direction. As proposed, the project is proposing approximately 3.25 acre of common usable open area and a 1.34 acre park opening on Cypress Point Drive. Based on the previous input, the revisions to the plan includes, the heritage tree removals that were proposed have been reduced from 117 to now only 57 heritage trees proposed to be removed. A total of 190 new trees are proposed to be planted using 75% native planting. Some existing trees will be transplanted as well. And the project applicant will meet the tree replacement at 2:1 replacement ratio, and is also proposing to plant bigger size trees compared to 24-inch box. They'll be proposing 36-inch box at certain locations where it's permissible. And the applicant has revised the plans in order to meet city's goals for biodiversity. It should be noted that, after the EPC meeting, staff has received a lot of public input on a specific alternative to explore revisions to the project design to save 3 existing redwood trees near Block A building as shown on this slide here. The specific trees are located above the proposed underground parking garage, and revising the garage design to preserve these 3 trees would require a significant redesign and the loss of large number of parking spaces, approximately 80 to 100. This would be a significant project change and is unprecedented since most projects are required to comply with the city's model parking standards. The reduction in parking may also result in further changes that would require additional environmental assessment and updating a few technical studies such as the MTA report. This change could also result in on-street parking spillover onto Cypress Point Drive. This issue has been a persistent community concern from the Cypress Point Drive residents, and the parking proposed by the project has sought to address this issue. Therefore, staff is not recommending this change at this time. Again, the project applicant has made considerable efforts to save healthy trees on site and achieve the canopy goals and the biodiversity goals of the city. Moving on, in order to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, a draft environmental impact report was prepared for the project. The draft environmental impact report includes project mitigation measures that will reduce most of the project potential environmental impacts to less than significant, with an exception of a significant air quality impact due to higher concentrations of PM 2.5 in project cumulative conditions to on-site receptors. It should be noted that during the air quality analysis, the city consultant includes conservative assumptions, such as the on-site receptors will be outside 24/7 during the construction time, which is not reasonable, but that's the basic practice that we use for air quality modeling. It should also be noted that a similar impact has not been identified in the past projects in the city, because very recently in late 2019, BAPMET changed their requirements for air quality modeling to include fugitive dust in addition to exhaust PM 2.5 when doing the air quality modeling. Fugitive dust can be a result of soil movement during construction. And because these were not studied in the past projects, this has not been identified as an impact. Staff has consulted with our air quality experts and our environmental consultants, which have confirmed that these kind of impacts are not uncommon for similar infill development projects in other jurisdictions as well. Following the significant environmental impact identification, the staff is proposing adoption of a statement of overriding consideration by the City Council at the time of final EIR certification, and finds that the project benefits outweigh the environmental impact identified. These findings have been included in the findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration attached to the staff report. The mitigation measures have been identified and included as a condition of approval in the project as well, along with the mitigation and monitoring plan. It should be noted that in addition to the mitigation measures identified, the applicant has voluntarily offered some of these accommodations as listed on the slide here, in order to address construction-related concerns. These include relocation to another Avalon Bay property, free hospitality suites on site, notification to new residents regarding construction schedule and the impacts and available benefits, and also reimbursement for purchasing air filters. The project has gone through various rounds of review, including City Council and EPC study sessions in 2017 and 2021. The project has also gone through various rounds of review by the Development Review Committee, which recommended approval for the project in October 2021. The applicant has also done extensive community outreach, including 15 meetings between 2017 and 2021. The project was also reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission, which recommended approval in September 2021. At January 5th, 2022, the EPC considered the project at a public hearing and recommended City Council to approve the project as per the resolutions attached. I would like to, at this point of time, staff would like to summarize that this is a infill development project, adding much of the needed housing without causing displacement. It is conveniently located near the transit and includes a robust TDM program to reduce the trips coming to the site and from the site. It also includes a public park, which is a requirement as noted in the city's parks plan. So EPC recommends the City Council adopt a resolution approving the proposed project with the associated map and certifying the environmental impact report. Staff would like to mention at this point of time that based on the recent developments, staff is recommending that the council acknowledge the voluntary offers proposed by the applicant to address the construction-related concerns, and it should be added as a condition of approval, modifying the motion number 3 for the planned community permit. This concludes staff presentation. Staff and our environmental consulting team is present here tonight for any of your questions. And I would like to remind once again, the applicant, Avalon Bay, is present here tonight as well and has a brief presentation for the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. So we will now proceed to the applicant presentation. Joe, go ahead when you're ready.
All right. Just get this up here. So can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's try that again. How about now?
We can see it.
Okay.
I don't know if you want it. There's the presentation. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Joe Kirchhoffer with Avalon Bay Communities. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this evening. And thank you to staff for all their work on this application over the past 6 years. We are very excited to be here today asking for your approval of this project. Avalon Bay is a long-term property owner in Mountain View, and our philosophy is to build for the long term. We plan to own this property for decades, and our goal, as with all of the new development work that we do, is to make a lasting improvement to the communities that we serve. And with this project, we can do just that. This is exactly the type of thoughtful, transit-oriented infill residential development that the City of Mountain View has prioritized in your long-range planning efforts. This project will make better use of underutilized areas on a site that is already zoned for residential. This space is now devoted to parking cars. We are going to move those cars underground and use this space to provide homes. The project provides 323 new homes to the City of Mountain View, including 48 new affordable units. This is a large number of homes, and it's not easy to find space for that scale of a project in Mountain View without having to tear something else down. We do that, and not only that, but 48 affordable units is the size of an average sized 100% affordable housing development. So this is a meaningful increase in the city's affordable housing stock as well. And I'd like to note that it does not require any public subsidy to provide these 48 homes. The affordable units are spread throughout the residential buildings on every floor. They will be delivered at the same time as the rest of the new homes. And many of them are large family-sized homes. 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom affordable units are a specific priority for the city's housing department. Also, one of the primary focuses of this project from the beginning has been to make sure that there's no displacement of current rent-controlled residents. Everyone that lives at this property will be able to stay. and the project won't displace any housing, any businesses, or any retail space. In order to do this, we've had to develop a phasing plan to make sure the property can be operational and livable at each stage of the development. We've also need to make sure that the property is safe during each phase of construction. So we're implementing all available mitigation measures to minimize any disruptions to the residents on site. AvalonBay serves as its own general contractor, and we will have our own staff managing the site. This lets us implement a robust communication program throughout the construction process to keep residents and neighbors informed and in touch with our staff. And not only are we not displacing anyone on site, but we've worked with the city to ensure that there's a process to fairly compensate existing residents for any disruptions that may happen during construction. We've committed to participate in a new program developed by the Rental Housing Committee. As part of this program, we will tailor rent reductions to each home based both on the loss of services on the site and the home's proximity to construction activity. And we will also provide a rent reduction so that each home can buy a high quality HEPA air filter. We'll also provide hospitality suites and vacant units far from construction on site. These can be used for free by residents who need a quiet place during daytime work hours. If people still want to move away, we will waive lease cancellation fees for folks whose leases predate the start of construction. And for those who have a documented medical condition that makes them concerned about staying, we will offer to relocate them and their current lease to a comparable apartment at another AvalonBay property in the area. So we're adding new housing, we're adding new affordable housing, we're retaining the city's precious rent-controlled housing stock, and we're protecting the residents that live in it. As I said before, it's exactly the kind of development that the Mountain View community has wanted to prioritize. But the project does all the little things right too. The project will provide parkland for a new 1.3 acre public park to the city of Mountain View. This is usable new parkland. At this size and scale, that's extremely rare in new Mountain View development projects. We'll improve connectivity for pedestrians and bikes as well, both within our site with a new pedestrian pathway that connects Middlefield to Cypress Point, and in the wider area. We've coordinated with VTA and the city on Moffett Boulevard, and we are going to build a new separated bike lane, a new bus boarding island, and a widened sidewalk. This will help facilitate non-automobile focused commute patterns along Moffett and help us take the first step in realizing the future of that key thoroughfare. The project's architectural design has been adjusted based on feedback from DRC, EPC, and the council. The architectural style has changed dramatically from the initial proposal, as Diana pointed out. It's now more contextual and appropriate to the existing forested character of the neighborhood. And we've made major massing modifications at the request of the folks on Cypress Point Drive. We've reduced large chunks of the building mass along the southern edge of the property from 4 to 3 stories. You see that here, and then here in the same area again. This project has also gone to great lengths to maintain the neighborhood's forested character that I mentioned a moment ago, and to promote an ecologically successful environment on the site for the coming decades. We've designed the buildings to retain the largest and healthiest stanza trees on site with a priority for native and beneficial species. There are unfortunately, inevitably some trees that could not be designed around. Of those, we'll transplant 40 mature trees to other locations on site. This not only preserves those trees, it also gives our newly landscaped areas some mature canopy on day one. We've also committed that our new plantings will be over 75% native species. We'll follow the Audubon Society's recommendation that all landscape lighting will be at warmer color temperatures. And we've taken an especially close look at the area between Building C and Highway 85 to prioritize retaining existing native trees where possible and to plant new fast-growing natives to complete a harmonious design that will be successful over the long term. While we're discussing trees, I do want to note, we saw the letter from Canopy come in on Friday afternoon in the council packet, and we are able to commit to implement all of their proposed requirements as well. This project has been in the works for some time, and we've had the opportunity to respond to and incorporate a lot of the feedback that we've heard from the community, from city staff, and from DRC, EPC, and council. And this project, this process has made the project better in a variety of ways, many of which I've just mentioned. We also want to note that the project's general plan designation has been reduced in response to feedback from council last year. That reduction has reduced the project's density by 6 units, and those have been reduced from the Building C frontage, the area that I just showed on the previous few slides. And finally, the project will also make a voluntary community benefit contribution of nearly $2 million, which will help the city fund neighborhood improvements that go beyond our property lines. In closing, this project is a model infill transit-oriented development. It protects existing rent-controlled homes and the residents that live in them, and it adds new housing stock, including 48 affordable homes in an area that's appropriate for residential development. Now I would like to ask the council to approve this project so we can add these much needed new homes to the Mountain View community. And we thank you very much for your consideration. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So we will now provide an opportunity for members of the council to ask questions, then take public comment, and then return to council for deliberation. Does any member of the council have questions? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Hi, yes, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I know that there were plans for remodeling the existing units, and I'm wondering about and I know residents have been concerned that they would get remodels that would include improving the windows to, for example, double pane. And I'm wondering what the schedule for the remodeling of the existing units is going to be, whether some of them will be remodeled. You know, I mean, it's a long construction timeline. So where will those remodels fall along the construction timeline?
So, council member, I think the applicant can respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, RT. Yeah. So and this was in the Q&A response as well. There's sort of three strands or three efforts to kind of continually update the buildings that are on site today. The first is the one that's included in this development packet. We'd been asked as part of the process to ensure that the new buildings and the old buildings had some sort of aesthetic consistency. And so we've proposed as part of this packet upgrades to the exteriors, including paint colors that would coordinate and new exterior materials as well that would coordinate with the new materials on the new buildings. So that would happen towards the end of the development process that's proposed. The second process that's going on is ongoing. And we've, for the last few years, we purchased this property in 2013. For the last few years, we've been going through one by one to update and renovate apartment interiors. And those are generally being done as folks move out, just to avoid the disruption of going in and, replacing a kitchen when someone lives there. But that effort is ongoing. That is going to continue. That would include full repairs to any windows, doors, building systems, air conditioning. So anything that would be damaged or not working properly, if we didn't respond to it and fix it as part of a resident, notice and say, hey, my air conditioner is not working properly. If it's not fixed during that process, it would be fixed during the one by one renovations. And then finally, we, as part of a long-term capital plan, over time, we would also at some point are going to need to replace roofs, replace siding, and then do a full window replacement with, sort of brand new vinyl windows. That is a much more invasive process. And that is something that we don't have a specific schedule for it yet, but it's going to require, its own permitting process and also its own sort of site logistics process to make sure we're, moving people around, making sure we have space for parking, for staging, et cetera. So that we would not propose to have overlap with the construction process.
So the overall window repairs will happen after the construction is over, is the current timeline. Is that what I understand?
Repairs can happen tomorrow. We have our own on-site maintenance staff, and if there's anything that's not working, that's broken, we would love to hear about it. And those repairs can happen right away. A full window replacement of every window in every building is going to is a bigger undertaking and is something that can't be scheduled right now.
Okay. Yes, sorry, I think I stated that wrong. So anybody can call for repairs for leaks or broken air conditioner at any time, but the full renovation is going to happen after the full, all three phases of construction are complete. Okay. I assume that people, if they are getting money for air filters, HEPA filters, they could also, if they prefer, get filtering curtains or blinds. I know some people prefer those because the filtering curtains allow you to open your windows. I don't know how well they work, but I assume you would be flexible on what kind of filtration system the person wanted to purchase.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason. It would be, relatively easy for us to go out and buy 402 air filters and just hand them out. But in our experience with situations like this, it works better for our residents to give them some choice over what methodology and what equipment they'd like to choose. I'm not familiar with the curtains, but we'd be happy to happy for folks to choose to spend money on that rather than a filter or both or something like that. I think we would be happy to provide information on here. This is the right kind of filter, or this is the right model. Here's the link to where to buy it. But let folks make up their own mind because as I said, in our experience, folks want to have some choice over the different types of things that are available.
Now, you also say you're going to allow people with medical conditions to move to other Avalon properties in the area. Would you also allow people over a certain age to not have to submit medical paperwork?
I don't think we're looking for extensive medical paperwork, just something that, that limits this. We do, and the rationale for this is, this property has 402 homes. In any given year, there are, probably 100 or more people moving away. Just that's the natural state of apartments in Mountain View. And so, if there are folks who are legitimately concerned, absolutely, we want to make sure we take care of them. And frankly, we want to retain them as our customers. But, starting to extend that to just everyone who moves out, becomes a slippery slope pretty quickly. I haven't considered the age question, but, I think that's, it's not unreasonable. So yeah, I think that's probably something we can incorporate if it's written reasonably.
Okay, and then lastly, I noticed in the presentation that you're unbundling the parking. Normally when that's done, there's a certain reduction in number of spaces. Is that something that will go along with the unbundling?
So our parking proposal has stayed consistent, right? Hasn't been reduced, and we are at the model parking standard ratio right now. So I don't know if staff, if you want to comment on that as well, but.
Yeah, the amount of parking reduction that is being proposed is not going to change because it's going to be unbundled parking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Hi, I have two basic questions. One, I'd like to hear more about the information program you plan to have about construction activities that would generate the contaminant of concern, the PM 2.5. I think that's really an important issue moving forward, is making sure that people know when they need to be careful and run their filters.
Sure. So I'll just go ahead and start. City staff, you can kick me if I'm stepping on a line. So just to back up a half step, we do the communication program with our residents and with neighbors, frankly, is a part of every project we do. We have our own general contractor, and we are, unlike some of the, some other developers that sort of have there's an entitlement and then it's sold to someone else and then it's built by someone else. Charlie, Coke, and I, who are the folks managing this project, will stay involved through construction. We have our own in-house construction team with our own employees that manage everything. And so it allows us to control that communication and make sure it's happening between, in a normal project, it would just be with neighbors, but in a situation like this with our own residents. So we're planning to have, and we don't have the dates fully worked out yet, but something like, 6 months before construction start, and then 1 month before construction start, reach out to everyone and say, here, this is what's going to happen. This is what to expect. This is when things will start to happen and what it will look like. And I think when we meet with residents, part of that presentation and part of that information should be, obviously information about, here are the rent reductions that we're proposing. here's the one about the air filter, and this is what you should be looking for when you purchase one. And then I think also, exactly what you said, information about what they should expect, what has been identified in the EIR, and then how that, how they should take some precautions during their daily lives to make sure that they're not impacted negatively.
Well, another thing that I'm concerned about is, this is going to be a long construction project, and there are going to be, different phases and there are going to be different activities during each phase. And, there'll be days, for instance, when you're doing a lot of digging, and that, of course, will be more of a problem. And then maybe you're not going to dig maybe you're only going to dig for a week, and then you're not going to dig for 6 weeks. So I'm really interested that the community is aware, the project community is aware of these changes as the project progresses, so that they can be more protective of themselves. So, so not just that there's a meeting, at the beginning of the year or twice a year, but that, there would be, regular
the ongoing piece of it.
Yeah.
No, and I neglected to point that out. So in those meetings early on, we would say, here's the general schedule, and here's, for example, here's the 3 or 4 months when we'll be excavating the garage. That's when it would be the, as far as, dust from excavation, that would be the heaviest time for the dust. And then you'd expect this, and give them a general schedule. But then we also, at those meetings and from, already the neighborhood and community outreach we've done, we've generated a pretty strong email list. We, asked people to sign up and say, are you interested in receiving construction communications, and then have, a regular, like a monthly or every few weeks, send out notifications of here's what's going on, here's what to expect in the next 3 weeks, in the next month. Any updates, and then also notifications of things like, hey, we're going to start excavation on, the 15th of the month. Or, the other common one is there's going to be a construction pour, and a construction pour requires a whole lot of trucks to come all in the same 4-hour period. So, if it's going to be on this street, there's going to be traffic. So expect that from 8 a.m. to noon or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
So those sorts of things would be in those regular communications that we would send out.
Well, I think that's really important, and keeping up with that. And then I also think it's important for residents to reach out to you if they're seeing something that isn't to their liking and they want fixed. They should complain as quickly as possible, or let you know. Maybe notify is a better word than complain.
well, hopefully it's notify and not complain. If we're doing our job right on the front end.
Yeah. Okay.
It should be, hey, FYI, this is going on.
Another subject that I'm really interested in is, you've done a good job, I think, of reducing the number of trees that need to be removed, but there's still trees that need to be removed, and everybody's sad about that, particularly the redwood trees. And I think I, for one, would feel a lot better about it if I knew that the wood from those trees was going to something useful. I know, I see a lot of trees removed around Mountain View, and they just mulch them. I think that would be horrible to have these redwood trees just mulch. So I would really like you to investigate using these trees as much as possible. I know that in Santa Cruz, there are companies that where they have more redwoods than we do that do this kind of work. And, some of the trees can be evaluated for how valuable they are for lumber. They might be able to be used for artwork, used in the park for benches, that kind of thing. And it would make, it would be a good, just a good opportunity to use sustainable materials on site.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's, we don't have any specific plans for that, but as we design these buildings, it's, it's the most local resource we have, right? So we can absolutely try to incorporate those elements and work with local, local mills and local lumber experts that can help us make that happen.
Okay, I can give you a few contacts. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for the applicant and then a question for staff as well. If approved and things move forward, would the residents there have an independent phone number, email, way of contacting with any concerns or questions about construction? That is not just go to the office and talk to the office about it.
Yeah, so we have, I mean, obviously we have the on-site property management office. We'll have an on-site Avalon Bay construction office, and anytime work is happening, we'll have our own on-site construction staff there. But we'll also have, so there'll be a contact phone number, also a contact email for folks that have concerns. And then there's usually a separate 24-hour number. So if you know, something overnight that's an emergency, there's a 24-hour construction hotline as well that we provide.
Okay. And I would just like to add that this is also our standard requirement for the developer to have a disturbance coordinator and their information published on all the street frontages along the construction fence, so that everyone has that information, and also include that information clearly in the construction notices to be sent out to all the residents and neighbors within 750-foot radius before demolition and before beginning the construction as well.
Okay, and that segues very well into my next question. The individuals who live across the street, would they also have access to that information flow and et cetera?
Yes, yeah. The meetings ahead of time, we'd have it's probably separate meetings because it's different issues, but have a wider neighborhood meeting, and then that notification email list would be on-site as well as off-site.
Okay, and it sounded from your comments tonight, and it's my understanding that the money that residents would receive towards air filters would be separate and apart from the money that they would receive as a rent rebate with you working in conjunction with the Rental Housing Board. It sounded in the staff report that those would possibly be commingled, or that the air filters would come out of their rent reduction, but those are completely separate issues. Is that correct?
Maybe I can address that. Those are separate issues. The staff report was drafted before the applicant proposed to offer the reimbursement for air filters. So the staff report is only limited to the voluntary rent reduction in order to, accommodate whatever disturbances caused to and inconvenience caused to the on-site residents during construction.
Okay, great. And then I was trying to understand some of the information in the staff report about the potential for health concerns related to particulate matter, exhaust, et cetera. And so it seemed that the ratings that we were given were based on a 24-hour exposure and a 24-hour outdoor exposure next to the machinery. And it seemed that many of the contacts that I got from the residents were extrapolating that to mean what it would be like inside their home. And so can you parse that out for us a little bit?
So that is correct. As I mentioned in our staff presentation, the air quality modeling practice includes very conservative assumptions, which assumes that people are actually, the sensitive receptors are actually outside the building envelope 24/7. The building envelope actually helps incredibly in reducing the amount of concentrations that go inside the building and in the indoor air quality. On top of that, certain strategies such as, avoiding outdoor activities during construction can also help, because for particularly for PM 2.5 concentrations, usually we have seen that the concentration levels drop significantly within 1 hour of ending the activity, the construction activity. That actually raises the concentration levels in the air. And other strategies such as using indoor air filters. I think I included it as part of the staff responses. Using an indoor air filter with MERV 13 rating can actually reduce the indoor PM 2.5 concentration by 75%. So that is a significant strategy that can be used by people in order to reduce the impacts from the construction impacts actually.
Okay. And is the applicant planning to cover any type of monitoring device for inside a sampling of the homes or anything like that? I know that I have an indoor purple air monitor, so I can see what's going on with my indoor air quality.
I think if individuals would like to do that, people can do it on their own. That is not a required condition of approval for the project or a state mandated requirement.
Okay. And would the applicant be the one who's responsible for providing the health information to the residents?
That's correct.
Okay. And do we have an ability to say that that should also include disparate impact for children?
RT Janney, I'm not sure if we can ask for that.
Councilmember Lieber, I think we're going to have to look at the impacts as we've assessed in the study, and we can disclose any impacts that arise. And if I think we'll have to look and see if there are disparate impacts for children, but if there are, we can disclose them.
Okay, I'm very much interested in seeing that we include whatever information on that we can find, because I know that children's lung tissue is much different than that of adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abeykoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So as some of you may know, I sit on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. So this is PM 2.5 is very familiar to me. We've actually been discussing it for several years now, and I'll share more during comments. But my questions mostly are around the air quality issue. I actually went and I sent the staff report and the agenda item to staff at BACMed and asked them for their thoughts. And they came back and, they said that if the applicant follows all the mitigation measures, there's not a lot more we can ask or do, but they did bring up the air filtration equipment or filters, and suggested that we could make it a condition of approval. But they did say that those filters should be put in before construction begins. I also learned, I guess later, when I visited the site, that the windows are single, most of them are the ones I saw were single pane, and I know Vice Mayor brought this up, but for me, seeing these conditions and then the potential impacts, I guess I want to ask the applicant, would you be willing to do the improvements on the existing units first before new construction begins, as my air district staff recommends?
So we're absolutely providing, not providing filters, providing the rent rebate for filters. That would happen. I mean, we would make sure that there's time for, before any construction begins, folks can go out and buy that filter and have it in their home. So if that's what you're asking, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking, I know you brought up the giving the tenants choice. I think you can still probably do that, but I just want to guarantee that they're done. So I guess I'm asking you if you would be willing to put them in before you start the new construction. And if there are single pane windows, I mean, that is a concern as well for me in terms of not just air quality, but I mean, the other issue that hasn't really been discussed here, but to me is important because I've lived through practically 4 years of construction of 2 major projects across the street from me, is the noise. And it gets pretty unbearable. So that's why I feel that the windows, the soundproof windows are pretty important for the existing tenants. So I guess what I'm asking is, would you be willing to do the renovations on the existing units before you start new construction?
So we can't go through and do every window, full window replacement, which is, opening holes in walls, tearing out a big chunk of siding at minimum. We don't, I mean, that's a, at least 12-month long process to go through the entire property, probably more like 24, along with a long permitting process as well. So we don't have the opportunity to do that full project before construction starts.
The other item, I have similar concerns as Councilmember Lieber with children. I know the Vice Mayor brought up what about accommodations for seniors if anybody wants to relocate? And I was thinking that, what about families with young children? So how can you be more flexible with the, the conditions? You mentioned medical conditions and written documentation on that, but I think there's more to beyond that. Seniors, kids, a lot of different other conditions that I think we need to take into consideration of. So are you willing to be more flexible with, anyone who wants to relocate for some reasonable reason?
I think this is where, I think it's going to need to be reasonable. It's going to need to be a number that can reasonably be managed and not turn into something that is everybody that wants to move can just move for any reason. But yeah, if the council wants to make, I'd look as far as sort of expanding this from medical to sort of more demographic concerns. I think it's up to the council to kind of let us know what the priority is, and we can respond.
I just think that, and I'm sorry, this is more commentary, but sometimes you don't really know what the effects are going to be until you start to get into the situation. And, folks who might think they can handle the noise and the dust and everything else realize they can't. And so I guess that's what I'm asking for, is some flexibility and understanding that you can't always predict what you don't know what you're going to get. So you can't predict that. So can you be, accommodating to those who just, realize a month or two afterwards that maybe they can't live in that condition?
Yeah. No, I mean, absolutely. The way we would envision setting up this program would be, not like here, get it to us by Friday or deals off. It's, there would be, some amount of time once construction starts for people to come in and say, hey, this isn't working.
Thank you. And then for staff, regarding the mitigation and monitoring plan, what are our mechanisms for enforcement? How do we go about enforcing all of these measures? We have staff that goes in and, inspects ever so often, or someone on site, or how does that work?
So some of the mitigation measures will have to be done prior to the building permit issuance in terms of, instructions and stuff that has to be in place. So the type of, instruments, construction equipments that people will be using on site. Some of the mitigations are more during, would be inspected more during the construction phase when staff does usual inspections. And at the end of the day, the applicant has to certify that, they have met all the conditions as well, that were put on them before we actually provide them with occupancy, final occupancy of any of the buildings. So it will be during different phases of the construction, some prior, some during construction, and some just before giving them final occupancy.
So, things like the daily tasks, such as, I think it was like certain vehicles of, I forget what if it was certain types of vehicles that minimize, air quality disturbance, the spraying down at the end, like things like that. Do we monitor that like regularly or on a daily basis?
We do not monitor that on a daily basis at all our construction sites. It is a condition of approval, so the applicant is required to make sure that they're following that. But it is inspected occasionally, whenever different department staff members from the city staff are visiting the site during different phases in order to inspect the project and the development moving forward.
Okay. I'll add, council member, that every mitigation measure has a different monitoring requirement. So they'll have construction monitors on site to monitor construction. And then that's again reviewed by staff as our building inspectors go out or our planning staff goes out. And of course, we always have our staff go out if there are complaints. And then another example is if it's trees, you might have an arborist who has to be there, or an archaeologist who has to be there when digging. So it all depends on the mitigation. We have different, sets of people who monitor that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Batchek.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions here. Since this is the first time we're seeing a proposed statement of overriding considerations that has to do with health risk, I want to make sure I really understand this. And I appreciate all of the responses in the council Q&A. I appreciate my colleagues asking some questions that I didn't think of. I learned a lot from the Q&A, but I was wondering, given the statement that was made when the analysis was done, it considers you're outside 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if someone is inside, most of the day, maybe they're working, they go outside maybe an hour after construction stops, they're out on the weekends. Is there a way to quantify the drop in the risk versus what was measured in the EIR?
Thank you, Council Member. We can probably try to assess that, those levels. We do not have that information at this point of time. Will require us to do some additional work, reassess some of the stuff in order to produce that result and present it to Council. But it will be significantly less than someone standing outside at the edge of the construction site 24/7 for sure.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, does it get to the point where it's no longer a significant, unavoidable impact? And I don't know if you can say that tonight.
Council member, I can try to answer that. I had that very question. One of the issues is when we do our EIRs, we are required to adhere to BACMed rules. And we are required to be very conservative and measure the maximum impact. So there really isn't a nuanced study that looks at, well, what happens if you do this or what happens if you do that? And I've never seen this for any development because we are required very strictly to adhere to the most strictest of rules. We can certainly ask for a qualitative sort of assessment of what happens, but to see what, if someone's indoors, does it reduce the risk? And what we've heard is, yes, it does significantly. And then the air filters reduce it by 75% beyond that. So, but we don't have a number, if that's what you're asking. And we also know that it significantly reduces an hour after construction is done because they're required to water down the site. But again, we don't have a number, if that's what you're asking. We can only get some qualitative comments, which we did get when we talked to our consultants.
Yeah, I'm trying to assess how would somebody who lives at the project site or somebody who lives near the project site alter what they do day in and day out to minimize the health risks. And I'm not sure I have some information on that, but I'm not sure I have like the definitive word on that, which makes me a little bit uncomfortable. Let's see, another question. And let's see, Councilmember Abekoga was talking about this a little bit. The conditions that say you can't start work until 7 a.m. and must be finished by 6 p.m. I've lived next to a construction site, as probably everybody has at one point. And I would say that routinely, there was a lot of noise prior to start time because there are a lot of trucks that are staging, a lot of people, coming to work and emptying their tools and maybe doing something that they consider to be quiet work. And I'm wondering, how do we have that so that doesn't happen, so that it is quiet until 7 a.m. and it's quiet after 6 p.m.? Just saying, we check once in a while if we're out there, if somebody complains. I don't really want to have the burden on the residents to enforce this. So can something be done about that?
Well, the easy way to do it is to change construction hours, but then that typically lengthens the number of months it takes to do construction, because there's a certain amount of construction that has to happen. And what we've typically found is, our building staff who does the most inspections typically goes out and tells the foreman or the construction manager or the contractor that, we have certain expectations. For example, they can do ABC, but they can't do DEF during this before construction time. And you're right, folks do show up for construction. They might park in the parking areas of the parking lots. But I think we can certainly make it clear to them, start with Joe. But one of the things we do is with projects like this is we will have a meeting with the contractor team to walk them through the conditions of approval, so they're very aware of it. And we can certainly tell them that the expectation is that they won't start with any sort of pre-construction activity other than just showing up.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tomei.
Great, thanks. So thanks, colleagues. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I do have a couple that are left over. And I just wanted to ask a few. So this one is for the applicant. There's been some discussion, I think, about the park site. I was wondering if you could help answer the question that some of residents have asked about moving the park site, perhaps putting it along the end of Cypress Point Drive near 85. Can you maybe walk us through the rationale for where it is now and kind of, I think anytime you try to move something else has to be moved. So maybe you can expand upon that for the public.
Sure, and this has been, staff may want to chime in as well, because this has been a back and forth between us and staff in the community over the course of this project. The initial I think a gatekeeper proposal had the park at the corner of Cypress Point and Moffett, which is very, very visible. Folks will know that there's a public park there, but folks felt it just felt too close to a busy street for a park, especially with a lot of kid activity. And so it was moved into the center of the site where it's shown today, which felt like the right mix of public facing and available to the wider community, but still a little bit more sheltered and a little bit more enclosed. It's also a nice, large contiguous area that works well as a park. We've taken a close look. We've heard the comments about moving the park to where Building C is and up along the freeway. We've taken a close look at that. In order to provide a similarly sized amount and sort of scale of residential development, we would have to remove much more in the center of the property where the park is today. There's a large grove of mature redwood trees that has been preserved alongside the back, the north end of the park, in the proposed design. In order to fit, even close to the number of homes that are proposed, all of that would be lost. And then the quality of the park along Highway 85, there actually is no similar grove of large native trees over there. There's a large number of invasive species there on that berm, but there's it's not going to create nearly the quality of the retained trees that will be surrounding the park in the proposed location.
Great, thank you. I don't know if staff had anything else they wanted to add, but that answer is fine with me.
I will just echo what Joe talked about, the initial location of the park. It was at the Moffett and Cypress at the initial gatekeeper, and it was moved to the center based on City Council's earlier direction at the study session to the present location where it is right now.
Okay. And then I'm just going to keep asking questions to the applicant, and then I'll go to staff questions. So to clarify, it sounds like you would be willing to work with the existing residents on being able to acquire the filters before that. The renovations related to the windows would be something that would happen, but it won't necessarily happen prior to the construction. Is that correct? Just to clarify.
That's right. Well, a full window replacement, can't happen prior to construction. But if anyone has concerns, if there are, windows that have any, if there's anything broken, if there's anything wrong, if air is leaking, absolutely, that's something that can be repaired on the existing windows. And like I said, we have, there's a full-time maintenance team on site. That's something that we can address, right away. So we can definitely address that. And then, like you said, the air filters, we would make sure that, that meeting that's 6 months ahead of construction, we'd start talking about it then and make sure folks had that rent credit in time to, to have that air filter, in their home turned on the first day of construction.
Okay. And then a question about the rent reduction. So, I know that it might depend, the reduction amount would be dependent on maybe where people live within the property. So maybe, I know that it's, early days yet, but could you maybe share with us what you're thinking about in terms of the reduction or how that program might be constructed? I know that it's kind of in flux, I guess, would be the best way.
Well, I think it's going to have to be, there's not a one size fits all thing that would be, logical or really fair on the property. There are, some things like, okay, hey, the pool is going to be closed because we're building the new pool. That would impact everyone on the property equally. But, through the different phases of construction, there are going to be some apartments that are right next to construction for 6 months, for a year, and then they're very far away from construction later on. And so, we charge rent by month. This would be a month by month formula. Folks that are in close proximity to construction in a given month would have a certain reduction, and folks that are far away would have a different reduction.
Okay. And then last question for you, the applicant. So there's been a little bit of discussion, I think, about, I know that there were some questions earlier this evening about the parking and perhaps reducing the parking, and in lieu of that, being able to preserve more trees, or perhaps a discussion about a mobility wallet or a mobility pass. Do you think that you could maybe answer, where you are with that as well?
So I'm not sure exactly what the question is. We've looked at throughout this project, we've been looking at ways to preserve more trees, and have found a lot, have carved out, obviously early on, carved a big chunk of Building B away to save the redwoods along Moffett. And so we've been looking for those opportunities throughout. The Tree 179, looked into that to try to see how it would be possible, and it's in this central part of a large 3-story below grade garage, and so it would require a major redesign and a loss of a huge number of parking spaces. And staff can comment on the process and what that would mean. But so yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that there was some question about, could that change be made for preserving 179 and losing those 80 to 100 spots, and instead residents would be interested in, a transit pass of some kind. I think that was the question that was asked to me, and so I wanted to use this opportunity to ask it of you in this open and public meeting so that folks can hear.
Yeah, so our TDM program already includes, and it's in the conditions that we need to provide a transit pass upon the first move-ins for residents. So, so that's already part of the project. I don't want to sit up here and say like, absolutely, we want more parking. That's not, I'm a developer. We want things to be efficient. We want things to be used. But going well below the model parking standard, and this is why I'm sort of looking at staff. I don't think that's our decision to make, and I don't know what the process is in the city of Mountain View to allow for someone to go that far below the model parking standard.
Council member, I was waiting for you to ask staff questions before we could answer this one, but I'm happy to jump in. I think in our staff presentation, we did not recommend a reduction of that size, because with projects, we always try to balance all the various issues. We do know that the potential parking problem or on-site or on-street parking use has been brought up by Cypress Point neighbors. And we feel like the model parking ordinance does a good job of balancing the parking need for high density development. It's already a reduction from our regular parking standards. And we know we've used it and it works, but going far below is something that we haven't seen before and is unprecedented, and we would not recommend it.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on to staff questions. So in the council questions that were distributed, there was a question of if the air quality, the effect is the same all year long. And the response was no. The PM 2.5 emissions vary by the phase of construction and weather conditions, and that the concentrations drop significantly. It says within an hour of end of construction activity for the day. So I was wondering if maybe, I don't know if there's any more that staff can elaborate on in terms of the varying emissions that would happen with the construction, because I think there's been a lot of question about that. And so just wanted to highlight that and see if staff had any more they wanted to expand on.
I think you have already summarized some of the key aspects around the PM 2.5 concentrations caused due to construction activities. As staff also reiterated earlier, the concentration levels vary when the activity is actually going on, what kind of activity is going on. The amount of concentrations, PM 2.5 concentrations due to exhaust emissions are very different than soil movement, and the soil movement does add significant amount of fugitive dust into the air. So those kind of construction activities are also, significant, which adds to the concentrations in the air. And apart from that, the construction hour is also important, as you mentioned, and as staff reported, within 1 hour, the concentrations can be significantly lower.
Okay, and last question. So there's been a little bit of discussion prior to my being able to talk about this project about the Moffett Precise Plan, and I believe council voted on this. Could staff update us on where we are with the Moffett Precise Plan? And I think that's coming back, I think late this year, early next year. If we could just answer that, that would be great.
Councilmember Kamei, the Moffett Precise Plan is on the Strategic Roadmap Action Plan, and it's slated to begin in 2023.
Great, thank you. Do we have an estimate of which quarter that'll be at or not yet?
I am not certain about that. Ms. Shrivastava, do you have those details at this point?
Not at the top of my head. I'm so sorry, but we did push that back because we had to expedite another study. So I think probably second quarter if I had to guess.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of the questions asked. I think most of the key areas have already been investigated, but I did have a couple of additional questions before we move to public comment. And some of these are just for make sure I'm fully understanding some of the more technical elements that are covered in the EIR. So when we talk about sensitive receptors, what we're really alluding to are the households on the project site. Is that right? So the folks who are living right on the 14.5-acre site, those are the sensitive receptors?
So sensitive receptors can be on-site, can be off-site as well. What BACMed requires us to study as part of CEQA is the sensitive receptors on-site, which will be closest because they have the maximum exposure to the impacts of the project.
Okay, and then in the EIR for sensitive receptors off-site, was the significant mitigable impact still identified, or did it only exist for the residents at 555 West Middlefield?
So as per the BACMed requirements, we have to study the sensitive receptors and the exposure to them on site. We, as a voluntary effort, we did study of the exposures off site, but it should be noted that the moment you're off the property line, the level of significance of the concentration actually drops significantly.
There's probably no way to know this without investigation, but if we were to, for instance, completely level the site and redevelop it entirely, do you feel that we would still have the significant mitigable impact, the air quality impact?
It is difficult to say without doing any further assessment.
Fair enough. I think I was similar to what Councilmember Matichek was asking, hoping we can get a response, but that's okay. So one of the responses to the question submitted in advance of the meeting was pretty striking to me, and that had to do with the comparison between the wildfire particulate matter and the particulate matter that would be generated from the construction. Can staff speak a little bit more about that and sort of give us a sense comparatively what the health impact is of the construction impact relative to wildfire particulate matter?
Sure, I can try to address that. So it's very difficult to compare wildfires with the concentrations that are generated through the construction activity. It will be actually comparing apples to oranges. We tried to provide an example of some of the concentration levels that were observed during the 2018 wildfire, which ranged, the PM2.5 concentration ranged about 133, I think. It is significantly higher than, something that has been observed on, say, this particular project, although the concentrations at this particular project will also vary during the, depending upon the phase of the construction and the time of the year and the day. And it is also impacted by the weather conditions. So it is really difficult to compare the two, but at a very high level, one can say that the levels of concentration during wildfire are significantly higher than the what is observed at this site from this assessment.
Okay, I think it's helpful just giving us a sense of, because it's not in intuitive looking at these numbers what the impact might be, but I think everybody's familiar with the wildfire impacts, and so having that as a baseline might be useful in our evaluation. When I met with several of the residents in the area, several had pointed out that there are driveways that connect Cypress Point to Central Ave, and there were concerns about construction traffic using those driveways. Are there, can staff give us a sense, or the applicant, of the construction circulation that would occur, and how we can work perhaps with the HOAs in the area to prevent, the use of those? I think those are private driveways, not public right-of-way.
So truck hauling routes are part of the construction management plan. That is a standard condition of approval of the project. And for development projects, that is something that staff reviews in detail and assesses all these details during the building permit phase. So that will be reviewed, and much details will be produced at that point of time.
Yeah, Joe, did you want to speak to that as well?
Sure. Yeah, I can. I mean, I think that's the most impactful construction traffic is going to be the larger equipment, larger trucks. And as Diana said, that's all governed and reviewed by the building department before permits are issued. For day to day, it comes down to effective management of the site. It's a lot like the answer to the construction timing. How do we make sure people don't start? We just need to have our staff there making sure that rules are followed, and we're going to make sure that that folks know that they can't be using the private streets to access the site, and provide enforcement on site and provide penalties to folks that aren't following the rules.
Thank you. We spoke earlier about tree 179 and the Redwood Grove, and why the applicant feels those can't be retained, but we haven't spent as much time on the landscaping buffer between Block C and Highway 85. Can staff or the applicant comment on why so much of that buffer would have to be eliminated? What physical constraints exist that preclude the preservation of trees in that area? And then also provide some information about the ecological value currently of that landscaping buffer, and then what would be what the result of the landscaping plan would be.
So maybe, Joe, I can start by providing some details, and you can add on to that. The current landscaping condition and the existing species on site, the buffer between Block C and the Highway 85 are very invasive tree species. A lot of them are not in good condition. Some of them are, but they are very invasive. And in order for the applicant to have the project as proposed to construct the underground parking garage, the applicant will have to remove some of those existing trees. The applicant is going to, as part of the landscape plans, they're going to try to transplant, or they're proposing to transplant a lot of the existing trees which are being removed from other parts of the site in this buffer area. Once the site is leveled and they can replant those trees, applicant will be trying to replant those trees. It is also, from a biodiversity perspective, I think the existing Brazilian peppers, which are invasive species and doesn't add much, doesn't have that amount of, biodiversity values. The applicant is proposing to replace them with native plants and species, along with the existing on-site trees that are going to be transplanted. And the idea is to, plant trees and landscaping palette, which is going to be more suitable for the local area and has a better chance to survive and grow and provide a better canopy at these locations. Joa, do you want to add further to that?
No, I think that's right. There are a number of engineering reasons why that berm can't be retained. just simple grading and the need to dig the garage, and then emergency vehicle access for part of that area for the new building. But as Diana said, we've tried to prioritize, and I think we have prioritized and successfully come up with a new planting plan and a transplanting plan for that area that will provide a mature canopy right away when it's planted, and then with a lot of fast-growing native trees that will fill in significantly and improve the ecological, the environment out there, the habitat.
Okay, so just parroting back what I've heard, the primary constraint in retaining the landscaping and trees in the area, again, is the underground parking structure. That's the most significant, obstruction if the goal is tree preservation.
Yeah, I mean, yes, and emergency vehicle access. We would need to have, we can't have that way up on a hill, I don't think either.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. So we have some additional questions. After the public comment, I'll also ask if there are any additional questions from the council in case members of the public have ideas that we want to further evaluate. So I'm okay for now. Councilmember Abitoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one other question come up. Based on the written questions and answers, I had asked the question about whether we could estimate how many current tenants would have qualified for TREO if they were to be relocated. And the answer was we didn't know, but then I saw the answer on the question about AMI of the current tenants. And I was just hoping you could remind me, because it looks like from the AMIs, I'd say like 77% are making 60% to over 120% AMI. But what was our AMI limit for TREO? Was it 120%?
Councilmember, give me a few minutes. I'll just take a look and confirm.
Great, thank you.
We do have our CSFRA staff member, Anki Wen Durson here, if she would like to address that question. Probably not, sorry.
We could go on to the next person.
I'll get the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So my question hopefully is super simple. This is a question for the applicant. Speaking of the buffer area between 85 and the newly proposed apartments, there is the emergency access lane. And I just wanted to ask and confirm with you, it was originally proposed as what looked to me like a pretty large swath of concrete, which is a big change to what's now a very natural area. And I just wanted to confirm, when I spoke to you one-on-one, you said you could change it to some other kind of surfacing, permeable surfacing. I think you named grasscrete. I know also reinforced gravel is another thing that I've seen used in sort of more park-like areas. I just wanted to confirm that you're still offering to do that as opposed to cover that whole area with concrete.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And RT, I think you have an answer.
Yeah, I'm reading from the administrative guidelines. The household income is 120% plus $5,000 or less of the area median income.
Thank you very much. So we will now turn to public comment. Actually pull up the agenda flow. Any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? Speakers are taken in the order hands are raised in Zoom, so please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Because there are a significant number of speakers, we will allocate 90 seconds per speaker. And the first speaker is Rick Gonzalez.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Rick LaSalvis with SV at Home. We're the voice of affordable housing in Silicon Valley. I'm calling to express our support for the project today at 555 West Middlefield. This is a good project. Not only will it add 323 homes to an existing 402 unit apartment facility without displacing the residents, it will bring an additional 48 new deed restricted homes to the city, which is certainly going to help a large number of families continue to call Mountain View their home. Over the past 6 years, the developer has worked with staff and the community to incorporate feedback into the project design, which was noted tonight in significant comments throughout the discussion we just had. The developer is committing to the safety of its community and its workforce, taking special care to mitigate potential impacts to existing residents and the environment. This is a worthy project that will bring much needed housing to the city at various levels. For the work completed and the work plan, I urge council to adopt the recommended resolutions to advance the proposal forward. Thank you for your leadership and time this evening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Humberto Nava.
Good afternoon, Council Member and Mayor. My name is Humberto Nava, and I'm a member of Local 9144 in Santa Clara County resident. I think the city of Mountain View should require jobs like Avalon Bay communities to commit to hire contractors that provide a wage that allows the worker to live and work within their communities and provide healthcare for the workforce. They're trying here to change the zoning for a greater density, for greater profits for the developer, meantime trying to get profits on the back of the working families and expecting the city of Mountain View and the county to foot the bill for the healthcare for these hardworking families. The need of healthcare is not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Working families should not be left out of healthcare. Construction industry has a lot of risk, not only in accidents on the job, but exposure to different hazardous materials. So yes, the chances of construction workers needing healthcare are pretty great. Last month, I had the unfortunate event that I had to take care of my kid to the hospital. A surgery and 1 day hospital stay landed me a $46,000 bill. Thanks to my employment as a unit carpenter, I did not have to worry about where I was going to get that kind of money. I could take care of what was important, making sure that my son has the care he needed. We urge you to have the back of working families of the community, ensure the developer provide employment opportunities for residents that provide a living wage, and those dollars are spent here in the community by the residents supporting our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Daniel Shane. Daniel, are you seeing
Sorry.
buttons there? No problem.
Okay. There's absolutely a controllable way, a way to control dust emissions from an air particulate 2.5 PM and 10 ppm, particulates with soil sealants, with water hoses, with fog nozzles, covering the dump trucks with tarps. And you put air monitors on the fence line and they go off. There's an alert that goes off when you have reached a certain standard so that people can stop what they're doing and then go back and mitigate and repair what they were doing and then move on. Now, what we're missing totally here is a very large source of air quality impacts by the clear cutting of the tree canopy by Highway 85. And there's many heritage trees there. There may be invasive species in there, but they're only there because the Avalon Bay has provided zero maintenance over there, no maintenance, no watering, and basically have allowed these invasive species to come in. With a little love and care and maintenance, this area could be made very healthy. Remember, it's not just invasive species over there. They are taking down multitude of heritage trees. So don't buy that. That is not true. So we think that you can have both address the housing shortages and preserve.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Unfortunately, your time is up, so we'll move to the next speaker, James Kuzmal.
Good evening, Council. I'm James Kuzmal. I'm a pretty much lifelong resident of the Willowgate area, just a block or so away from the project. And I just wanted to express my strong support for it. It's an outstanding project overall. I look forward to being able to welcome new residents here as soon as possible. My only slight question is that it was somewhat unclear to me from an earlier slide what parking unbundling would or wouldn't be present in this project, since it said unbundling, but still said one space would be included in any lease. And I know for myself, as someone who doesn't own a car and hopes not to in the future, I would love to have more apartments available where I did not have to pay for a parking spot as part of my lease if I did not want to. But even if that is, even if I still would have to, this is an outstanding project, and I look forward to it moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England speaking for Green Spaces MV and Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. We support this project in the interest of realizing the additional housing it will provide and noting that reduced vehicle miles traveled should result as well. We're also happy with the open design for public connectivity throughout, and we hope that this precedent will lead to further pedestrian and bike access throughout the area, including where access is improved to the Stevens Creek Trail in both northbound and southbound directions. We've been very happy with the accommodation we've seen from the development team, and we've had a number of meetings with them over time to discuss various concerns we have. Among our remaining concerns, we note that it's essential to save as many trees as possible throughout the development process, and that the new park falls short of Quimby Act guidelines, realizing we're thinking about the single project, not citywide compliance. Also, we would like to see parking policies that include moving to 100% unbundled parking, as James mentioned, plus anything that could encourage residents to use other modes for travel instead of their vehicles, and for all residents, not just the new. Assurance that labor will be done by appropriate union members as much as possible, with attention to benefits, local hire policies, and apprenticeship programs, and that reasonable asks from current residents and those nearby are taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelly Fallon.
Hi, my name is Kelly Fallon, and I'm the Senior Policy Manager at the Bay Area Council, which is a regional public policy organization representing over 350 members of the Bay Area business community. And we strongly support the proposed development at 555 West Middlefield Road. The project will build much needed housing, including affordable housing only a half mile from major regional public transit lines and directly adjacent to local public transit, as well as shopping and restaurants in downtown Mountain View. This project will densify an existing underutilized infill site to bring housing and new amenities to the city of Mountain View, while also retaining existing residents. We are impressed with Avalon's commitment to preserving the existing housing stock while also preserving and transplanting as many trees as possible. This is on top of all the efforts discussed tonight to mitigate the impact of new construction. The site is an excellent candidate for denser development directly adjacent to transit to grow the supply of housing and reduce dependence on cars. It's a clear example of sustainable and inclusive growth for future generations, and I encourage you to support it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a resident in the San Antonio neighborhood. To answer an earlier question, Moffett Boulevard will be coming up in Q1 2023. That's in the packet in 7.1. But back to 555. Let us remind ourselves, what's currently on the site as proposed are parking lots and a tennis court. And this project will provide homes for 300 new families of Mountain View. Those 300 people, if this project was not built, will go elsewhere. As the mayor implied, they will go to other places that might be sprawling, because we know there's a lot of people who are deciding to move to, wider landscapes, usually in the wildlife urban space, and then therefore be closer to forests that might catch on fire, because the more people in the wilderness is more likely things to catch fire. And that's where we get the wildfires we see in 2018 and maybe more in this year, given how the drought's going. This project has gone through many hoops. It's gone basically through an entire housing element cycle, and it's still not even built. And it's even included on the next housing element. So we'd have to find another 300 units to place to match our arena numbers for next time. But fundamentally, this is a project that has enough homes, provides a new public park that's really rare, provides money for connections to trails and sidewalks that we really cannot give up on. Like this, the housing crisis is still happening. There's new headlines of lowest inventory on record, and we really need to fix that sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Denley Rafferty.
Okay. Mayor Ramirez, council members, I'm Denley Rafferty, and I live across the street from the proposed plans, and I am opposed to them. The plans as they stand now would stir up all kinds of particulate matter that the trees now can control, but so many of them are going to be removed. And I think that they're treating this very lightly, but it will be a serious problem for those who have breathing problems, asthma, etc. There's no consideration for more schools, no consideration for the fire, no consideration for police. Now you're giving these people HEPA filters. Are they going to give us across the street HEPA filters? No, I don't think so. And what about losing all the tennis courts? They use those constantly. More traffic and more noise. So I am opposed to this.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sasha Brozek.
Hi, I own a home about 2 miles away, and I think this project is great. I wish it had been promptly approved back in 2015, and I wish projects like it had been approved 5, 10, and 15 years ago. And I wish that more projects like it will be approved going forward. This is exactly the kind of place that I wish I would have been able to move into 10 years ago. I'm older and more established today, but others have that need now and will continue to have that need in the future. And we owe it to that future to start building housing for them as soon as we possibly can. Projects don't really get any better than this. If it takes this long, almost a decade, to approve a no-brainer, how can Mountain View possibly expect to meet its housing needs? So please swiftly approve this project and approve all the ones that come behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Levin.
Thank you. I'm the board president of the Cypress Point Woods Homeowners Association. We're a multifamily complex of 88 voting households in this community and neighborhood. The HOA adopted a statement urging your disapproval of this project as presented and in support of the no Block C mitigation, which I emailed to council. Speaking personally, I believe that in addition to the no Block C mitigation, the developer should make 3 modifications. 1, move the park space to the Block C location and save the tree canopy. 2, add density to the new recreation building, Block A, which is currently only 1 story. The developer is proposing building 4 stories across the street from me. This could spread out the density. And 3, shorten the 6-year construction timeline. It's unreasonable for our neighbor to inflict so many years of construction on this narrow street. And as someone who lives directly across the street from Block C, I've watched what the developer has done. First, the developer proposed a project which is horrible, then changed the project to one that is merely terrible while patting itself on the back. But the developer's not made any changes to the density and footprints of its original project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kenneth Doe.
Good evening. My name is Kenneth Doe from Carpenters Union Local 9144,
I would like the board to approve Avalon's plan for greater density because it makes the property more accessible and benefits the people that want to live and work in Mountain View. However, before granting this approval, there needs to be a requirement for Avalon. The city of Mountain View should not require Avalon to hire only local contractors who provide healthcare coverage for all their workers. By requiring Avalon contractors to provide healthcare access on this project, the city helps improve community health by reducing the use of city and county public safety net program. Union employers provide healthcare to their employees at no cost to us. The South Bay needs more trained construction workers to meet the demands for the new housing tech industry expansion and major public infrastructure projects that are already in the pipeline. Avalon should not be permitted to save costs by cutting corners on labor needed to properly build these residents. Requiring union workers ensure Avalon pays fair wages, use experienced, well-trained workers leads to higher quality workmanship, meeting building standard, completing the project more quickly. For all these reasons, the Carpenters Union urges the City of Mountain View adopt these labor standards as requirement for the Avalon Bay Middlefield project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ilya Gurin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Ilya Gurin. I'm an 11-year Mountain View resident and a lead volunteer with Mountain View YIMBY. I urge the council to uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to approve this project. The project will provide 323 units, including 48 affordable, where there are now only parking lots. The project is located in a transit-friendly location adjacent to neighborhood retail. The applicant has made many changes in response to community input, including adopting a landscaping palette with native species appropriate to our local climate. Mountain View has a well-known severe shortage of homes compared to the number of jobs that we have. People desperately need the homes that the applicant is proposing to build so that they can stop commuting from places like Tracy and Gilroy. When we account for the change in commuting patterns, this contrary to prior comments, this project will reduce traffic and reduce air pollution. This project has been in planning for almost 7 years, including 15 meetings, as previously noted. It's time to bring the planning process to a close by approving the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kelsey Baines.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am with YIMBY Action. We advocate for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. I'm also a Mountain View resident, and I live down the street from a construction site. But it is a big displacement project that is under construction near me. And every time I walk by it, I feel sad. Because I think about the people who used to live there and I wonder what happened to them. Were they able to find another place to live, or did they have to leave the area? Are they living in a vehicle, or are they living on the street? We know the harms that these displacement projects have caused in our community. So I'm really excited that this proposal has a lot of new housing, hundreds of new homes without any displacement, and it's doing it in a way that preserves scarce rent-controlled housing. I also think it's an excellent location. It's walkable to downtown. People have already told you all the virtues of this project, and I think it was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission for a reason. I do appreciate how attentive this council has been in focusing on the health and safety of existing residents, and I hope that the groundwork you've laid will allow this this type of development to be a model for future projects of a similar nature. So thank you for supporting this project.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is S, the letter S.
I just want to remind everybody about the reserves. It was, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to remind everybody about the reserves in San Jose. It was the largest eviction in California history. And it was one of the largest losses of affordable housing. So this is where a lot of my questions come from, and I didn't see it, so I'm asking. Are people who move from one building to another getting paid for their moving costs? Will their rent stay the same when they move over there? Are they getting a buyout amount? So if they move to another building, are they going to be, or if they move out of the building, are they getting compensated? The question about disabled people, are they going to be automatically allowed to move? Are they included in the 48 people? How many people get to stay? I just have all these questions that I didn't see. So if somebody could answer, that would be awesome. But again, the reserves is something that everybody should look at, and it's a case history and what not to do. And just giving somebody $10,000, that's only 3 months rent. So just a reminder.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Corey Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Corey Smith on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We're a regional nonprofit that advocates for more homes for residents at all income levels, and in strong support here this evening. And to be honest with you, it's not the first project that I've worked with Joe and Avalon Bay on. And you really do have something special and really a fantastic opportunity. And, you know, when projects come to us and seek endorsement, we do have a high threshold for what is high quality housing. And like many other advocates, and associate myself with Rick from SV at Home, the first speaker, this is a really, really good opportunity, and wholeheartedly encourage you to approve the project. I sent in a letter previously. I'm not going to actually comment on things that I had said in there, but accompanying it was a petition that we co-hosted with Mountain View YIMBY, and sent those in. The majority of residents that indicated where they lived indicated they were Mountain View residents. And I want to use my last 28 seconds to read some of their comments. Makito said that they're excited to have more affordable housing in Mountain View that's so close to public transit. Simmons says having subsidized affordable housing for members of our community who have been pushed out is essential to a thriving society. Please bring more homes here. Rachel's a Mountain View resident who lives a few blocks away, strongly supports. Paul supports the proposal. Bruce, who actually spoke earlier, housing is well designed, sorely needed in Mountain View. Please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Geeta Dev.
Good evening, council members. My name is Geeta Dev, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sustainable Land Use Committee of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. Let me first say that the Sierra Club is very strongly in favor of infill housing, particularly transit-oriented development housing. And we like working with developers to get the best result, and we have a lot of success in doing that. I will say that this developer has not reached out to us. We did send in a 10-page letter of comments in order to raise some of the concerns, by no means all our concerns. We have a very sophisticated approach in approaching how developments can be done to be good for residents, the environment, and livability. We note that in 2021, livability was one of the top priorities of the council. And we would like to bring up that this project could actually be a lot more improved, could save a lot more trees. We do not believe that Joe Kirshner's approach to the buffer against 85 is going to work at all. We do believe that Block C is not well designed. It's a very, very inefficient garage and is very bad for the tree buffers and the trees. So we do think that the parking could be changed. We think
you, Ms. Dev. I'm sorry, I have to be fair to everybody, and you were over time. The next speaker is Salim Damerji.
Hi, I'm Salim. I work and live in Mountain View. I support this project. I've been to a lot of these meetings. I think the developer has been really accommodating. There's a different request at every meeting, and somehow they keep managing to accommodate those requests. I started following housing and local government 2 years ago when I graduated from college. And it felt like basically every few months, another friend of mine would leave the area. And actually just found out another friend of mine's moving to Dallas, found that out a week ago. So it's disappointing to see a project like this, which would add 300 homes, displace nobody, just replace a parking lot, get so much opposition. And that's the reason there's a housing crisis. I wasn't even in college when this project was first proposed. I'm now 2 years out of college. And it's because of what we've seen with this project that it's so expensive to build housing. They're moving goalposts from meeting to meeting. There are people with homes here pulling up the ladder for young people trying to get an anchor in the city. I really hope you approve this project. 300 plus homes, affordable housing. It's walking distance of so much that's great in the city. Please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Watson.
Good morning, Mayor and Good evening, Mayor. Goodness. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm David. I've been a resident of Mountain View all my life. Growing up in this town, my friends in school who didn't go into the tech industry were all pushed out of Mountain View because there's just not enough homes. I now have 2 daughters, and I want them to have the option to keep living in this city no matter what careers they go into. Projects like this one are how we make that possible. When I've spoken in person to each of you, I've always been impressed by how much you value making space for new neighbors while avoiding displacing those who are already here. Today is your opportunity to live up to that promise. New development just doesn't get any better than this. I'm sad that Salim sort of stole my thunder about friends leaving, but yeah, that is the common experience. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Celia Paymer.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Celia Paymer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Today I would like to speak for both Green Spaces Mountain View and then for myself as a 15-year Mountain View citizen. As a Green Spaces representative, I would like to state my appreciation for the revised planting palette that emphasizes native plants and biodiversity. We would once again like to emphasize our goal of maintaining the canopy between the site and 85, as the trees do help filter pollutants. We know that you're going to do the transplanted trees, but we know that they don't all take. So hopefully there can be a mitigation plan for any trees that don't survive the first couple years, that they could be replaced with large scale trees. We also asked the city to consider eliminating parking along Cypress Drive and extending the median as an opportunity to allow this project to increase canopy along the road as well. In terms of park space, we feel this project met the requirements for when they began the proposal. Recognizing this, we support the project, but it has made us very aware that the city's proposals for park space and in-lieu fee ratios are not meeting the Quimby Act requirements. We hope city staff and city council see this as an eye-opener of how we need to update our park space and fee ratios for future projects to make sure we are catching up with, or at least meeting, our Quimby Act requirements. As a Mountain View resident, I support the project as I see any parking lots converted to housing as saving open space in our region. Higher density is good for green spaces all around. And finally, my cynical side has to wonder how many of these safety considerations are really NIMBYism in disguise. As a teacher working along much construction, we were not given new windows, filters, or anything.
I'm sorry, your time is up, and I have to be fair to everybody. The next speaker is Daniel Holsey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm here to support the project. I'm a Mountain View resident. I live in San Antonio area. It kind of, feels a little bit weird to have everyone talk about the noise and construction and everything when, we have to put up with it over here. So why should it be any different anywhere else in the city? So this is a great project. It builds 300 units, no displacement, builds them on a parking lot. I hate parking lots, so I'm really glad that that's how it's being built. Yeah, there's trees here, but they're parking lot trees. I don't think that's really a legitimate environmental consideration. You know, it's in a really good spot. It's by a lot of jobs. It's by downtown, adds a park, adds a bike lane. It goes through, it adds all these things, all these different boxes that this development checks. You know, if we can't build this, what can we build? One wonders. So I think it's good. And I think people should recognize, you know, that this is a net good project, take the win, move on to the next thing, and build some housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dee.
Hi there. Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's a long night. I am a resident of the property that we're discussing tonight. And frankly, I'm surprised to hear that Avalon Bay feels like they've been responsive to residents' concerns. From my perspective, that has not been the case at all. And I have 3 examples of that. One is that there have been significant issues with our windows. The windows are quite cheap here. Just on a day-to-day basis, a single gust of wind will allow bugs and dust to come into my apartment. Just with the slightest gust of wind, I'm constantly killing flies in my own home when all the windows are shut. So an air filter is simply not enough once construction begins. I believe that unequivocally, you shouldn't have to have a documented medical condition to not want to breathe in contaminants for multiple years. And I'll also say that maintenance staff has not repaired windows when asked in my apartment and in multiple other units of my neighbors. They've stated they cannot because it's been too expensive and they wouldn't be allowed by Avalon Bay. So I just want to make that clear. I also think that removing precious heritage trees is just unconscionable. I don't understand why having more parking spaces is a justifiable reason at all to destroy these precious trees and contribute further to global climate change, the effects of which are just growing more and more irreversible. I don't think we need to play any role in that if possible. So preserving the canopy where Block C would be, I think, is a really ideal solution rather than building more there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evan Adams.
Hello, Council. Thank you tonight for listening to all of our comments. I urge you to support and move forward these homes. It took me 20 years of hard work to get back to the Bay Area. That shouldn't be needed if we had enough housing. You know, here I see in the middle of a national housing shortage, more homes in the most important place, perhaps in the entire country, to create homes. This project has lower cost homes that are critical to house the people that work in our essential support jobs. They keep our society moving. You have to house them. You start by creating homes for contractors and essential people in our community, and that will allow us to create more homes in the future. More homes en masse. I'm sitting here tonight in my leaky 1960s era home with leaking ducts. When I turn on the heat, it smells like dirt. New homes provide better air quality for the people that actually live in the building. Think of the people you'll serve in these homes. Construction is a transient state, but these homes for other people, these homes can be their homes forever. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Terry Rail.
My name is Terry Rail, and I've lived at Cypress Point Lakes, an HOA with 302 condo units in Mountain View since 1986, right across the street from where this is going to be built. I've heard a lot of empathy from the council for the renters of this property. However, not as much for the homeowners in the neighborhood who are going to have to deal with the noise, air pollution, and disruption during a 7-year building cycle. I think that any money that the city gets from the developer should be used for development options for Cypress Point Woods, Cypress Point Lakes, and Willow Parks, whatever we determine. Many of the owners along Cypress Point Drive, which are 46 property owners, are probably going to have to spend quite a bit of money to mitigate the air quality issues of this project, including installing double-paned windows, putting in adequate air purifiers, and increased PG&E bills. we do not have air conditioners, and it is very difficult and expensive to install them in our 1970s built buildings. Also, I was sad to hear about unbundled parking. This is new information for me. People may not opt to get parking because they would prefer to get reduced rent. And so they're either going to park on the street or they're going to see that we have parking in our complex and they're just going to start parking in our parking lot. So
thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry that you've exhausted your time. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Annette Lynn.
Hi, my name is Annette Lynn. I am also a resident of Cypress Point Lakes. I've lived at 505 Cypress Point Drive for about 10 years now. I'm a transplant from Southern California, and I moved to the Bay Area for work after finishing school. I chose Mountain View to live in because of its accessibility to parks, for its diversity, and the comparative density of residential and commercial areas, among other reasons. And to me, a project like this means that more of my friends and peers, young professionals, can afford to be my neighbors. There's more livable space, there's more walkable space, there's more diversity for Mountain View, and there's more park space for us to enjoy. Right now, when I take walks, I find myself pretty much either walking south to Casho Street, east to Stevens Creek Trail, or west to the 100 Moffett development in Jackson Park. I don't walk north because there's nothing there. So I'm really looking forward to something like this project being built, and I really support that being there, and the fact that there won't be displaced residents, I think, is like nothing short of a miracle. I'd like to thank City Council and City staff for working so hard to look out for our interests. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christopher Perry.
Hello. I sent a written list of issues and concerns to the City Council yesterday. So I do please ask that everyone please look at the email that I sent, especially around my concerns about Block C and drilling down 3 stories and adding risk of potential water contamination. So please do look at that. However, I just got the City Council answers, and I have an issue with reply 7. Many units, mine included, are not well sealed, being constructed in the 70s, as many units are on Cypress Point. We do not have AC, and thus we cannot close all our doors and windows during the summer months during construction. So unfortunately, during summer, all our windows and sometimes doors are open. That means all the contaminations for those buildings near that construction site are going to be having higher exposures to the PC 2.5, as well as other contaminants that could be found. And then if we do end up closing all those and then having to buy AC units, our power bills are going to go through the roof. Now, I understand Mountain View has exceeded its goal to plan new units, and thus the added health risk, as well as the potential negative effects of the high density of Block C, is going to cause other effects. For example, in Cypress, we will very seriously look at putting traffic and mitigation fences in place to deal with the increased load on our property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elsa Lau.
Hi, as a clinical psychologist living at 555 West Middlefield, I've witnessed firsthand the ecopsychological benefits of our community trees. There's an extensive body of research that shows that small local tree ecosystems buffer against depression, anxiety, stress of living in densely populated urban areas, and even enhances immune functioning and COVID lockdown adjustment. So destruction of these trees fuels the climate and mental health crisis. Each tree counts. And if this proposal is accepted, please consider these mitigations. Firstly, save beloved heritage redwood tree 179 and others in Block A by reducing proposed parking, which is feasible due to the unbundling, and offering mobility passes. Many of us work from home and bike or rideshare, and many of my neighbors and myself don't own a car. And secondly, save the tree canopy buffering Highway 85 pollution, or replace with 50+ gallon trees that can mature quickly. The EIR states a risk of significant and unavoidable health impacts. Hold Avalon accountable to upgrading existing units to double pane and notifying residents so they can make informed choices. Lastly, if we must have a park, include mature trees, add redwoods as they are climate crisis warriors, sequestering carbon in greater magnitudes than any other species, yet 96% have already been logged. So please, please, I ask of you, create a community that fights the climate crisis and mental health crisis as well. Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker is Doug Cheshire.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Ramirez, fellow council members and staff. My name is Doug Cheshire. I'm a field representative for Carpenter's Local 405 here in Santa Clara County. And on behalf of over 7,700 members, I ask that you stand with us in opposition of the 555 West Middlefield development. This project as currently proposed fails to address that what should be considered in responsible development. There's a lot being asked for by Avalon Bay communities. Projects of this scale that pass through this council should have community benefits that bring opportunity to the community as a whole, not just the developer. Benefits that include apprenticeship standards that create career path opportunities for women, minorities, and at-risk youth to enter the construction industry, while making sure the men and women who are building it are provided the health care that currently only 1/3 of the construction workers in California are receiving. Giving the local workforce the ability to work at home with a local hire requirement, which helps reduce the project's overall carbon footprint, while keeping earnings in the local economy. These are just three things: apprenticeship, healthcare, and local hire, that would benefit and provide opportunity to the residents of Mountain View. Again, I ask that you deny this resolutions before you tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hala.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Hala Al-Shawani. I'm a longtime resident of Mountain View, and I own a condo where my 85-year-old mother lives across the street. Oh, thank you for putting the photo. I would like really the council to hear us very loud and clear. Us who have residential units on Cypress Point Drive or who live there are not opposed to high density. We welcome high density, well-planned high density units that are balanced with the environment and the health of the residents on that street. We will be less than 40 feet across from the project site, and we will be impacted greatly by all the particulates, all the noise, all the construction hazards that we might be exposed to during the 6-year period. We urge the council to push to keep the buffer as it is by 85 to give us more protection and to mitigate the issues of the health impacts during construction and to look about displacement. I might have to displace my 85-year-old mother, and I will not be able to afford really taking her somewhere else where it's going to be near downtown and all the conveniences that we have. So there will be large displacements of a lot of the seniors that live on Cypress Point Drive. So I urge you not to approve this project as it is and ask for these mitigations and changes before you go ahead and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Riza Singh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Riza Singh. I'm a longtime employee at NASA and member of MVMB. I'm calling in to urge you to approve this project. This project brings much needed housing, 15% of which will be affordable. More importantly, I urge you to remember the lives of the trees burned in last year's Dixie Fire, which was the largest single source wildfire in California's history. Please also remember the lives of the trees lost during the 2020 August SCU Lightning Complex fire, which sent our AQI soaring to nearly 300 and gave the Bay Area the honor of having the worst air quality in the world. Last but not least, I would be remiss if I did not ask you to remember the lives of all the trees being cut down to make room for housing in Morgan Hill and Gilroy. All trees matter, not just those within the vicinity of this project in Mountain View. Every year we break a new record with wildfires. How many trees have to go up in flames before we realize that housing policy is climate policy? We need housing in urban infill areas near jobs, schools, and healthcare. Please approve this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Keller.
Hello, Council. This is Christine from 555 West Middlefield. I currently live in the very middle of the project site, right next to Block A, where Phase 1 demolition is proposed to start next year. I overlook where the first of the worst of the air quality we would see. We have unsealed windows here, unsealed sliders that are many, many decades old, I believe since the 60s. We have stuck toilet paper in the edges of our windows to deal with the forest fire air. We are very much against this proposal as it stands. We want to see changes to help protect us as residents and the many elderly senior residents on our street. We want to see our redwoods preserved. Number 179 is the biggest redwood I've seen in Mountain View. It's estimated to be 300 years old, and we want to preserve it as well as the canopy along Highway 85 that currently protects us. We are in favor of less parking for trees. I have a car, I'm willing to get rid of it. My partner doesn't have a car. We are willing to meet the environmental needs that are existing now. We're worried about our health. We need to have our windows open 24/7, and that kind of air pollution would really cause us a lot of significant harm. We're for mobility wallets. We're for mature trees in parks. Please, please save our trees and protect our health. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vince Rocha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vince Rocha. I'm the Vice President of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We represent over 350 companies in the region, from our largest employers to startups. And the needs for housing people of all incomes is a top issue of concern for both businesses and residents. As you know, the Leadership Group has long worked to improve the quality of life in Silicon Valley, supporting funding measures for transit like VTA and Caltrain, supporting affordable transit-oriented housing that we're seeing being proposed here at 55 West Middlefield goes alongside that transit very well. And it hits those marks of being a high-quality proposal that will address our housing shortage and smart growth. With that, we're proud to support this development and encourage your support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Amy.
Hello. So I'm actually Nicholas Feinberg here on Amy's account. I've been a resident of Mountain View for 10 years now. Initially, I was a renter for 9 of those years, and I'm now a homeowner here in Mountain View for the first time. And I want to express my support for this project. As other people have more eloquently said before me, this is how we are in a housing crisis, and the lack of housing is causing immense impacts, both in terms of the affordability of the area for us and for our children and for our friends, and also in terms of climate impact, in terms of people commuting enormous distances and from climate-threatened areas in the wilderness-urban interface. And I recognize the concern of others about the removal of heritage trees from this site, but it seems clear to me that in the balance that the current plan being proposed makes a good effort to minimize the damage done to that, and that the overall balance of concerns means that this is a clear win both for the area and for the climate as a whole. So I do encourage the council to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
Greetings, councilors. Tim McKenzie, resident of Mountain View for about 7 years. I'm involved with various local groups, but just speaking for myself tonight. It's great to see a project with no displacement and addition of affordable housing. The one thing that really sort of disappointed me a little bit was seeing that density had changed as part of the process and that there were 6 fewer units. I'd love to see more neighbors coming in. Looks like a great project. When I first moved to Mountain View, it seemed like every time I would hear about something, it would be tearing down rent-controlled housing to build luxury apartments. So being able to maintain affordable housing and add in some affordable housing is great. Looking forward to seeing this project go up and having an anchor to extending downtown from Castro to Moffett. So maybe I won't have to go to the other side of the tracks to go check out downtown. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. When I first read that the project would require a statement of overriding consideration due to health concerns, I was alarmed that this might be done without a careful consideration of mitigations. So with the steering committee of Livable Mountain View, I wrote a letter to the EPC asking for more details about what the risks were and what could be done about them. I'm glad to see that there has been a constructive dialogue with the residents and the council to identify specific mitigations, in particular, resident relocation opportunities, air filters, and window replacements for existing units. I thank the council members also for asking about extending protections to seniors and children. I do wish that something specific could be done for the residents across the street in the Cypress Point condos and townhomes who will also be affected. But above all, I urge the council to make these mitigations specific conditions of project approval. Thank you for considering my views. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Peters.
Hi, my name is Steve Peters, and I live across the street from this project at Cypress Point Woods at the end of the street. While our HOA has submitted a statement in opposition to the 555 Middlefield project, I disagree with that statement and spoke against it at HOA meetings where it was discussed. There are some valid concerns about the project, such as the impact of overflow parking onto the street and the duration of the construction, but I think the addition of new infill housing is worth it. I moved to Mountain View in 2012 when our oldest child was only a few months old. She's now a 4th grader at Therkoff Elementary School. We love Mountain View and are active volunteers at school and church. We've made many friends here from our neighbors and my children's classmates. Sadly, many of these neighbors and classmates have left Mountain View due to unaffordability. I'm hoping that providing additional infill housing without displacing existing residents will help people stay. I really like the neighborhood and street where we live, and I'm looking forward to meeting new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gareth Shannon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is actually Brittany. I'm using Gareth's account. So I'm a current resident. I've lived here at Eves by Avalon since 2016, so about 6 years now. I love living here and it's become our home. I have actually brought a few residents to this apartment community. I object to the proposal at 555 West Middlefield Road. I used to live in the N building, and if you're not familiar, that's the closest building to Highway 85. The noise from the freeway was so unpleasant, it became unlivable, and we had to move to another building in the same apartment complex. You might be wondering, why would you move in if it's so noisy? But sometimes you don't get to view the apartment before you move in. This proposal talks about Block C, which is going to build even more housing even closer to Highway 85. I can tell you with certainty that no one would be able to live that close to that freeway. If they did, they wouldn't be staying long. And if you don't believe me, you can take a drive over to that parking lot to see how loud it is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kayla Hardy.
Was it okay?
Hello, my name is Kayla Hardy. I am a resident of 555 West Middlefield Road. I have lived here for 2 years. My first thought is I would love to save tree number 179. It is the biggest tree on the property, and while we can't save all the trees, I think we should save the biggest tree on the property. I am in support of having less parking, and I am in favor of having the mobility wallet. My partner and I currently do not have a car and have not had a problem using biking, walking, and public transit. There is currently a parking lot at our apartment that is blocked off and is not even being used. There are so many parking spaces that are not currently being used. The second part is, well, we say that there is going to be no displacement for this project. There definitely will be. And I just want to have more protection against the pollution and the noise. Someone mentioned it before, but yeah, we have the sliding doors that are leaky. I've asked maintenance to seal it better, and they said that it wasn't something they could do. So I think having double pane windows would really help with the noise and pollution. I'd also speak to the noise at Highway 85, and I think it won't be that enjoyable for people to live that close to the highway, especially with the reduction of the tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Rowley.
Hello, council members. I am a current resident of the project community, and I wanted to first give my general support for this project, but also voice my strong opposition to any plan that involves the destruction of so many heritage trees. Removing the redwood tree number 179 is particularly egregious to me, and no amount of newly planted cherry or paperbark trees will be able to make up for the loss of that centuries-old giant and the many other towering redwoods that would be lost with this plan. I will leave it at that, but thank you all for the very educational Q&A session and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Peter Katz.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez, and good evening, City Council members. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber supports this project as we feel it represents responsible, intelligent, community-focused development. The developers have made the important changes that have been requested and those required for compliance. They have gone to great lengths to reduce the disruption that any construction project causes. The shortage of housing continues to be a critical issue for our region, directly affecting our local businesses, large and small, as well as our city's vitality. We cannot be inactive, and the need is acute. Fortunately, Mountain View has been forward-looking in its approach and approved responsible projects that match our city's need and character, including their design, location, health considerations, and community amenities. Building these sorely needed complexes is a long and complicated process already. City staff has done a remarkable job of balancing significant numbers of variables to ensure the project is as beneficial as possible, minimizes disruption as much as possible, and holds the health and safety of our residents at the forefront. It is understood that we continue to demand new plan changes and revisions. We are in danger of rendering them economically impossible for completion, leaving us back at square one. So it is our hope that the City Council will adopt the resolutions as outlined in the City Council report and enable the project to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sayo Nomura.
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sayo Nomura, and I am a resident in Cypress Point Drive. I have lived here for over 20 years, and I love that nice and established open community here. But we will have to suffer not being able to open windows for a long time. We have elderlies, kids, dogs, and cats. I would like to request to reduce the units to make construction term shorter and then move the park to Block C to save tree canopies. Please save trees. And we love Mountain View. And I really, really hope that Mountain View City Council members protect the residents living here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maria Zhang.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. And thank you, council members, for listening to our concerns. I'm currently a resident at 555 Middlefield Road, and I'm calling to share my concerns, and I'm asking you to not approve this project. The issues I'm worried about are health concerns for current residents and quality of life. There's issues with the particulate matter, and our current doors and windows, as some residents mentioned, are really flimsy. Right now, there is construction going on to renovate our hallways. And even with that, just that renovation, there's paint dust and wall particulate from sanding the walls that seeped in under our doors. And it's also stinging our eyes to experience the painting and the renovations that are going on in the hallway. And I'm also worried about having to stay indoors and live with air filters, just maintaining air filters, when a lot of us really enjoy walking amongst the redwood trees and being able to hang out on our balconies or open the doors in the summer. So thank you for listening to us, and I'm asking you to please vote no on the proposal.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Diane. Diane, are you able to unmute yourself?
My name is Diane Gazzano, and I have lived in Mountain View since the 1960s and on Cypress Point Drive since 1976. Cypress Point Drive is a very, very long dead-end street which runs into Highway 85. What makes our street livable is the trees. We are not against more housing on our street, but we are against the proposal of Avalon. So many good ideas have been poured forth from our community detailing how more housing and heritage trees can coexist. It's unconscionable to me that one of the oldest redwood trees, maybe 300 years old, is going to be destroyed. And the tree canopy along 85, because they're doing their work protecting us from noise and pollution, and also providing beauty. The environmental, our health, both physical and mental, and the livability of our street is at stake tonight with your vote. Move Mountain View forward, not backwards. Please do not tell our young residents at Avalon to stay inside all day long with a mask on from 7 to 7 for 7 years during constructions. Please do not create a city where the trees have to be removed from the logo. Please vote for mitigations or vote no for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Roberto Aguilera.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Roberto Aguilera from Santa Clara. I'm a drywall latter from Local 9144. Being from the Bay Area, I would like all projects, big or small, to be union. Like this big investment project in Mountain View. Local union members can work here and provide for their families. Apprentices can start a new career and new working environment where they can have a good paying salary. Developers are not investing in skilled labor that union members have. We can take on any task, finish on time, and everything can be done the right way. Another important thing that developers are not providing is healthcare and good paying salaries for our community to keep affording living in the Bay Area. Working with union can have all the benefits toward insurance and future retirement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is James Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is James Rodriguez, and I'm a journeyman carpenter with Local 405, living and working here in Santa Clara County. I'm here tonight asking the council to deny the 505 Middlefield project. I started my carpenter career over 10 years ago as an apprentice and learned
James, you've muted yourself. I'm asking you to unmute. James, do you see a button that says unmute?
Livable wages, healthcare, and apprenticeship training opportunities to its workers. Without these standards, it becomes almost impossible for workers to continue to live in the communities they themselves are building. It's for these reasons I ask that you deny this project today unless the developer were to agree to these standards. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is April Webster.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is April Webster. I've lived at 505 Cypress Point Drive, just across the street from 55 Middlefield for 11 years. I would like to provide my strong support for the Middlefield project and would like to urge Council to continue working towards developing more affordable and denser housing in Mountain View with the goal of countering gentrification and increasing diversity and equity in our community. Many of the people who live in the service industry in our communities, the ones who keep our grocery stores and restaurants open, our gas stations running, our hospitals clean, the ones delivering our groceries and Amazon packages during the pandemic so we don't have to put ourselves at risk. These members of our community keep our economy running and they can't afford to live in Mountain View. I think it's critical that we provide more housing, affordable housing, so we don't end up displacing these important essential members of our community. I think continuing along the path we're on is untenable and unsustainable, and everyone's quality of life will suffer. I also want to say that I truly appreciate the lengths Avalon has gone to in order to support multimodal transportation, creating green spaces, and addressing resident requests and concerns. And I just want to say thank you, and I cede my time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kay Howie.
Hello, am I here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. So I've lived here for 6 years in Mountain View at 555 West Middlefield. I'm also confused as to why this project would make life better for anyone in the surrounding. The fact that they actually did hallway renovations, like they totally ripped apart our hallway in December, in a time that no one would want that. You have multiple people that are coming into your apartment, but they decided to let us know we can't actually be in our apartment or have to vacate it at certain times. Eves and Avalon Bay have never actually supported us in cutting down all of these trees when we have a huge amount of space behind us that's not being used. Seems unrealistic because we have so much space that actually can be utilized for more than what it's being utilized for now, because nothing's being utilized in the back parking lot. So I don't know.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Chris Palomo.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Chris Palomo. I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight on the Avalon Bay housing project. I'm asking the council to decline this project at 555 Middlefield. In the past, the developer has failed to require their contractors to pay the Carpenter Area Center wages and benefits. I'm 27 years old and I've been a union carpenter for 10 years. In those 10 years, I've been able to make a livable wage for the Bay Area, have benefits, and on-the-job training. Without the area center wages and benefits, I would not be able to live here in the Bay Area and support my family. I'm asking the council and staff and the residents not to forget about the men and women in the construction that are building these projects. We all have a place to work and a place to live. We should expect better in our great city and show workers that they are a priority and that Mountain View has a higher standard by saying no to the Avalon Bay project and the 555 Middlefield project. Again, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. The next is Ying Lee.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. Speaking on behalf of the tree nonprofit Canopy, we appreciate the attention to preserving as many healthy, mature, and heritage trees as possible. Trees are the nearby nature in all our neighborhoods that provide numerous benefits. So please make sure that we can help keep as many healthy trees in continuous canopy, especially along Highway 85, streets, and future parks. So I want to highlight the recommendations from Canopy and H.T. Harvey about planting native and site-appropriate trees and plants, especially to enhance the habitat for residents and wildlife. To ensure the longevity and health of replacement planting and transplants, suggest to follow the city's tree technical manual. Next, very importantly, new and existing trees will need care throughout the construction period. Please consider requiring the developer to allocate a budget to hiring an experienced tree professionals to care for and monitor trees at the project site. Another consideration is requiring a tree bond to ensure that all protected transplanted new trees are healthy in a 5-10 year period after project completion. With the mechanism in place, if identified trees are not present and healthy after the development, the funds from the bond would be forfeited. On a personal note, I think community trees and development projects are super crucial. I can't imagine neighborhoods without them. Strategic placing and placement can provide shade, savings, and habitat for wildlife. So hopefully we can prioritize urban forestry for all future development.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is caller area code 510 ending 203.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Michael Ochoa, and I'm a carpenter from Local 405. I work in the Santa Clara County area. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak on this project, and I urge the council to deny this project. Joe and Avalon Bay have not reached out to the NorCal carpenters to have a discussion about having union carpentry on this project. Without having that, many residents from Mountain View will not have the opportunity, especially younger ones, to start a career in the carpentry business. Carpentry. I urge you guys to deny this project. There's a lot of great things with housing, but there's not a lot of great things for the carpenters who are going to be building this housing. There'll be no benefits for them. It's just not a good project for you guys. I hope you guys take this into consideration and deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. Thank you for the time and thank you for the late evening. My name is Alex. I am a current resident at 555 West Middlefield. I am in opposition of this project. I have just the main reason is around the health and safety of it. We do have the environmental impact report, and I think the environmental and the health considerations were kind of brushed under the rug. We see that there's PM 2.5 levels that are high and significant and unavoidable for the current 400 residents, including myself and my family. And I have some concerns around the safety and the health impacts of that. I also see that there's cumulative cancer risk from the particulates that we would be exposed to during the 7-year construction of this project. So I think, given that we currently have single pane windows, like some of the other residents have been mentioning, and that there's really no mitigation for that, I think that's going to be a significant impact to our health and to anyone who's living there right now. So I urge the council to reject the project, and thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker also is Alex.
Thank you very much. Would have guessed. So my name is Alex Gutierrez. I'm a local resident who jogs by the proposed development at 555 West Middlefield just about every other day. I strongly urge the council to approve this project as soon as possible. It's sad that it takes 7 years to get direly needed housing approved here. And I further strongly urge council and staff to develop achievable objective standards that can allow similar developments, preferably even denser ones, to move forward significantly more quickly in the future. For those worried about trees being cut down to build parking, I encourage you to direct your objections at Mountain View's current parking minima, not at this particular development, which is doing its best under the current rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leona Chu. Leona, are you able to unmute yourself? Not,
Hi.
we can proceed. Oh, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I was away for a moment or two. I just want to say I am very much for saving the trees. We are very fortunate to have the tree buffer, to have the heritage trees. They absorb carbon dioxide. They release oxygen. And I very much feel it's going to be very dangerous for us to have a lot of people living in Block C, where most of the apartments will be built, where they will be close to Highway 85 without a tree buffer. That highway generates a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. It also generates air and tire dust toxins. The trees in the tree buffer trap those toxins and provide healthier air. So save the trees, as many as you can, and protect the residents' health. We're going to have a long construction period. We're going to have a significant level of 2.5 particulates. Please protect people against those unhealthy effects for a long time. Yes, do relocation, and recognize too that you will have displacement of current residents at Avalon and.
Thank you very much for your comments, Leona. The next speaker is caller area code 669, ending 450.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Fermin Salcido, resident of Santa Clara County, and I'm speaking on behalf of Carpenters Union Local 405. Our union represents thousands of carpenters who live and work in San Mateo County. For big projects to run smoothly like this one, developers should be required to invest in skilled and trained construction workforce by committing to high labor standards and apprenticeship opportunities. The South Bay needs more trained construction workers to meet the demand for new housing, tech industry expansion, and major public infrastructure projects that are in the pipeline. State projects over the next decade are going to have to replace tens of thousands of skilled workers that are retiring and leaving the region. Providing opportunities for young people in our community to get on-the-job training is how we build the workforce. Currently, more than half of construction trades households in San Mateo County qualify for affordable housing. Apprenticeship training is a proven way to boost U.S. construction workers' lifetime earnings, and this would also enable more of the workforce to remain in the region. Thank you so much for your time, and have a wonderful night. God bless.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Simon Lee.
Hi. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Sameen Lee. I'm a resident at 94043, and I just want to voice that ask that the council members prioritize building affordable housing in a swift manner, ensuring that it's built in an equitable and fair manner with fair, sustainable wages. I know that I am a recent resident of the area, and as I'm thinking about where I want to live in the future, given the current situation, I know that myself and many of my coworkers are considering where to live, and frankly, Mountain View just doesn't look like it's a sustainable place to live for us. And I can't really live here in this area with my conscience, knowing that people may not be able to afford affordable housing, and it's not built in a way that is fair. And I ask that people have empathy for people. I appreciate the concern for trees. However, I want people to also remember the lives of people here and those who may want to start families in the area. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Samin. The next speaker is Philip Bomer.
Hello, I'm Philip Schwammer, and I speak for just myself. I live in the Cypress Point Woods community, which is right at the end of Cypress Point Drive, which houses a wonderful canopy of trees. And I just think trees are fantastic. You know, I like living near trees, and I like living less when there are fewer trees. So I think that canopy really is doing an excellent job, makes our city beautiful. And I think increasing or preserving our forestation is going to be appreciated by future us and those of us who have children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Eric Chan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Eric Chan, and I'm a resident of 555 West Millfield Road. I support the construction of new units generally, but there are a few things I think should be reconsidered before going forward with the proposal. The park. My concern is how accessible it would be. For one, there is parking allocated for residents of 555 West Middlefield Road, but what about visitors to the park? Where will they go? Two, what is the likelihood that people using the park will be visiting from outside the property or area? If the park is meant for the city, I have a strong feeling that very few will go out of their way to visit and use this park, besides the residents living on Cypress Point Drive. Perhaps we can rethink why we need such a big park in this area, and if we can place it somewhere else where it's more accessible for everyone. And trees, more specifically tree 179. What can I say? It's majestic, it's beautiful, and it's likely that it's well above 100+ years old. I see it every time I walk by it on the way to the hot tub and back. It has to be one, if not the biggest tree on the property. It takes up to 3 to 4 people to fully surround it with their arms stretched out, and you can really appreciate how big the tree is. I really hope you will consider saving it. If it does get saved, there will be a great story to tell. And if it doesn't, well, there would be another story to tell as well. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jane Winery.
Good evening, Mayor. Am I muted? Can you
Not
hear me?
anymore.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Well, good evening, Mayor Ramirez, and then Mountain View City Council members. I live at Cypress Point Woods, and I have lived here for many, many years. I just do not want the existing proposal. I feel that the building of so many units will cause too much pollution, which can cause respiratory issues to residents already living in the area. Too many heritage trees would be cut down, and the impact of traffic to Cypress Point Drive, which is a cul-de-sac, would just be a huge concern. So my vote is to not have the proposal go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Karen Fontana.
Yes, hello. My name is Karen Fontana. I live at 505 Cypress Point Drive, just across the street from 555 Middlefield, for 18 years as a homeowner. I would like to express my strong support of the 555 West Middlefield project and would like to urge City Council to continue working towards developing more affordable and this type of housing in Mountain View. Thank you, City Council. I cede my time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lily Kung.
Hi. So my name is Lily. I'm a resident at 555 Middlefield. And so I am speaking out against the current proposal now. I would advocate for working on the current buildings in general, just seeing simply even the hallway renovation, where there were days they told us that we couldn't be there or we couldn't access our door. Nothing happened the entire day. And then days when they didn't notify us, they blocked us from the hallway from even walking through. We had to basically hop the patio to get into our apartment. And so like even small projects like that, they can't even handle well. And there's no communication. They don't really seem to care about us when we raise concerns. And they basically tell us we're lucky they didn't raise the rent on us. And so I think more thought needs to go into this proposal before it should be approved.
Thank you very much for your time. The next speaker is Twyla Loft.
I'm opposed to this. We live at Cypress Point Woods and have for many years. And the tree canopy, if that's destroyed, the noise is already bad here. It would be just unbearable if that were to be compromised to any extent. Also, we have a 2-lane road that isn't even wide enough to have a stripe down the center of it. And people drive down the middle of the road to avoid people opening their car doors. They aren't even paying attention. And especially the 555 people pull out of the driveways without looking. It's a dangerous road already, and to be putting all the extra burden of extra people and cars on it, even though you're saying people aren't going to drive their cars, they do anyway. So I'm opposed to this for those reasons. Thank you for your time.
Very much. The next speaker is Shaili Bargav.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you for taking my call today. So I would like to speak up against the project as it stands right now. I'm also a resident at 505 Cypress Point Drive, which is just across the street from the proposed project. I have been in Mountain View since 1998. I am what I consider in the young professional category. And, totally support having additional housing in Mountain View. But the analogy here is everybody wants, renewable energy, but nobody wants a nuclear plant in their backyard. Same situation here. We don't want the trees to be removed. We don't want the impact on the neighboring apartment complexes where residents have been living for over 30 years in those establishments without having some sort of consideration for them as construction is taking place. The trees as they stand really help appreciate the value of the condos on Cypress Point, and not to mention is just a very pleasant thing that I can share with my kids, and being able to go on the trails and appreciate just the serenity that comes with it. So the fact that we're removing a lot of those trees, and even if they're being going to be replanted, it will be a really long time before they actually take root. And if a certain...
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm sorry you've run past your time. The next speaker is Bill Walsh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Bill Walsh, and I live at 339 Cypress Point Drive. I'm very concerned with this current proposal. It will have a very negative effect on our neighborhood. And Avalon, the developer, has made no significant effort to mitigate the core problems. The EPA report, the Sierra Club, and local residents all have suggested alternate proposals. The alternate proposal most often mention is the elimination of Block C. Eliminating Block C would mitigate many of the core problems. Block C is located close to 85. Among other things, eliminating Block C would save over 135 trees and the natural barrier to the highway. With the number of housing units under construction or being planned in the city of Mountain View, eliminating Block C would have little or no effect on the overall number of units. Please vote no on this proposal. Ask for a better proposal. And from what I've heard tonight, I think you need to wait for some additional answers to some of your concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Eli Robles.
Hello and good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Eli Robles. I'm a local 9144 member and a lifelong resident of Santa Clara County. And although this project hit mark on many and takes into account many aspects such as trees, parking, impact on residents and neighbors, as a union member, I would like the applicant to commit to using union labor that promotes members that work in their own communities by providing a living wage with health benefits and apprenticeship standards that allows them to live, work, and thrive in the same areas that they build. I urge the council not to approve this project until they commit to working families of this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dooley's.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is the Dooley's. We're 22-year residents of Mountain View. Last 7-8 years of right here across the street from Block C of the current development. We met with Joe Kirchhoffer on December 4th, and we rehashed the mitigation efforts that were made by Avalon Bay. Joe was nice enough to meet with us, and agreeing with David's point earlier, there's one thing that was sort of forgotten about this was the mitigation efforts for the sound barrier. Cypress Point Woods, which is at the very end of the street, right across the street from the proposed Block C portion of the project. Avalon Bay really never addressed the sound barrier between Highway 85, our 555 Middlefield, which greatly affects that complex as well as ours. So the history of it real quick is that Cypress Point Woods built the wall in the 70s with the budget that they had. And although it was sufficient at the time, it no longer addresses it. Please vote no.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Edie Keating.
Hello. Mountain View has many jobs. Since there is no plan to change that, the best response is to add housing. When you add housing, on average, you will be reducing the number and length of commutes and environmental benefit. Land and the cost of land is a huge barrier. Infill housing is an opportunity, and I hope you say yes. I live quite close to Highway 85, and when I stand outside of where I live, and when I chose where I live, I don't hear too much highway noise. When I walk to the back of my building, I hear a lot of Highway 85 noise. And I probably would not have chosen one of those units. But I've talked to my neighbors and they love the units they're in. The noise doesn't bother them and they prefer them, and we're happy to have the unit they're in because of their view of the tree buffer heading towards the highway. My point is not to say don't approve the project. I hope you do approve this project. My point is to say people will work it out. Buildings themselves are sound buffers to other buildings, and people will choose to live here or not choose to live here. the developer thinks that they have a viable development that people will want to live in, I think this should go forward. We do need housing.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ashley Davey.
Hello, I'm Ashley, a resident of 555. I would like to state I'm against the proposal. I'm sure we all understand the need for development, but at what cost? There has been absolutely no transparency. And honestly, I agree with the previous person that there has been a struggle with the current remodeling, and I don't think they're capable of moving forward with this construction. I moved to this beautiful community from North Idaho, and obviously it's a vastly different environment. The trees, particularly the 12 redwoods and the huge 179, remind me of the pine trees back home. This is an amazing experience waking up in the morning and seeing a hummingbird outside my patio and being able to stroll through the community. This construction will totally demolish that, and I will no longer have those opportunities in the morning, and it'll just make me be miserable. So it's really good for the mental health of not just myself, but many other community members. And many of the residents would also choose to keep the trees over adding more parking spaces. So I really think that you guys need to modify this before even agreeing to move forward with this proposal. Thank you so much. Vote no.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown. Alex, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Shisher.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shishir. I'm a resident of 555 West Middlefield, and I am against the project. My reasons are mainly due to the massive amount of trees that are going to be cut down. I have read that there are 57 heritage trees and they are trying to move 39 of them. Even moving them or replacing them would take around 20 to 30 years for the trees to fully grow, and there wouldn't be any redwoods in Avalon. So I really appreciate these trees, and I would like to preserve the natural habitat. So I'm against the project, and I would propose that they rethink and reconsider going forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shashir. The next speaker is Dean Pierre Simons.
Hello. I would just like to echo what everybody has said about the trees. I think especially there are some that are particularly really big and old, and I think those are really worth trying to, save as much as possible. And I think, if I'm not wrong, it's 179, which is like one of the biggest ones in the block. And it would be really nice if somehow this project could still manage to keep some of these out there. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any final speakers, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will close public comment and return to the council. Is the council comfortable with a 7-minute break? We'll reconvene at 10:10. Is everyone okay with that? Quick temperature check. Looks like yes. Okay, so we'll take a quick recess and return for deliberation at 10:10. Thank you. Okay, it is 10:10, so I will bring the meeting back to order. So we'll now turn to the council for any additional questions and for deliberation and a motion. Thank you very much to the members of the public who spoke. I just have a couple of additional questions, but I can wait if other folks would like to ask any questions that have that may have arisen after hearing the public comment. Any member of the council like to ask any follow-up questions? Seeing none, so I'll just ask a quick few, and then we'll go into deliberation. So I thought there was a good question about what happens if a transplanted tree fails. Is there a mechanism to require a replacement? Is that already in the condition of approval?
Yeah, so there are existing condition with the bond requirement, which takes care of maintenance of the existing trees during construction, which can be then used for replacement as well in future.
Okay, and then there was a question about water contamination resulting from the construction of the underground parking. I can't recall offhand if that was evaluated in the EIR, but did staff or the applicant have any response to the concerns expressed about that potential impact?
Yeah, aspects related to that has been studied as part of the EIR, but was not found to be a significant impact.
Okay. And then the final question, just for the council's benefit, there was a modification, I think, to was it recommendation 3 that it included an acknowledgement of the voluntary offers made by the applicant. Is there, I guess procedurally, if there are other ideas that come up during the deliberation, we will also need to append those formally. Is that right? Or is it sufficient to just include generic language about acknowledging and accepting any voluntary offers made by the applicant?
Mayor, if I may answer that question, some of these can be conditions of approval. Others, we would have to be voluntarily offered by the applicant. We're happy to, as they come up, let you know. I think as long as we get the gist of the discussion and staff understands it, we can format either the acknowledgements in the conditions of approval or put them in the conditions of approval.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. I will probably lean on staff for that assistance. Okay, Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to get really clear from the applicant's perspective. There was a lot of discussion coming from the public about whether or not they could get out, getting out for medical reasons. So under what conditions can someone break their lease and get out?
So I'll take that, but staff can chime in. So we've offered to waive any cancellation fees for anyone who either signs a new lease or renews a lease prior to the start of construction. If construction starts and they want to break that lease, we'd cancel any or waive any cancellation fees. The criteria about the medical condition was what we'd proposed for our offer to relocate residents to a different Avalon Bay property in the area.
Okay, but if someone just simply wants to get out, they'll be able to do that without penalty.
Correct.
Okay, and then I was just wanted to know, during the process of putting together the project, was there a thought about increasing the density or the height of Block B?
I can take that. So we had never proposed that. When we had looked at, in response to the community questions about let's move the park over near Highway 85, we had looked at what that would take to fit, the same number of homes in that Block B and that park, or Block A and park area. And it was a much taller building. It was a, at least 5, probably mostly 6-story building that would have had to go there.
Okay. And in the changing iterations of the project, how many more trees have been saved along the buffer with 85, and what size box will replacement trees be?
So I'm going to ask Charlie Koch if he's on to come on. He can cite the tree numbers. I don't know if he can do that.
I was advised that it might take some time to bring somebody into the panel. So Diana, I said that you unmuted yourself too, if you wanted to.
Okay, well, there he is.
Hi. So in recent revisions to that part of the design, we were able to save another 4 trees on the southern end of it. We were able to find ways to transplant an additional 4 trees that would have been just removed. And then at the north end of that area, our current plan includes a design to save 1 heritage coast live oak. There was an alternative that would have saved a few more trees surrounding it, but those trees were primarily invasive Brazilian pepper trees that were crowding out the heritage native tree. So those were the recent revisions made to that area to save more trees.
And just a note on that last piece, this is the top right corner, so the northeast corner of the property. We took those two designs to some community members, Green Spaces MV, took that back to their group and looked at it, and they agreed with our sort of initial thought and the feedback from our arborist and our landscape architect that, we could keep all these trees, but it would be a better design and a better, create a better habitat for the native tree and the surrounding area to just focus on keeping the 1 native coast live oak and then surround it with new native plantings rather than try to keep exactly what's there today.
Okay.
And I would just add to that answer regarding the size of the trees. Some of these trees are going to be, that are proposed to be in there, are going to be 36-inch box, whereas our typical requirement is only a 24-inch box tree.
Okay. And one more question, relative to the requests that were made by a number of members of the building trades. What I've taken from staff conversations over the past few days is that tonight we would not be able to include those types of requirements because we don't have an ordinance in place. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe that's on the work plan, and there's also an issue of whether it applies to private development versus development involving public money or public land.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I was going to go into comments if you're ready for that.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Thanks. This has come to the council before, this project, and I have certainly shared my concerns when we've discussed this before. One of my biggest concerns is that this is not a change area. When we did the general plan, when that was adopted, it was adopted after a great deal of public input. And we determined where the change in the city was going to happen and where it was not going to happen. And this is an area where change was not going to happen. So I really don't think it was appropriate to let this project through the gatekeeper process because of that. I feel like the general plan is sort of a contract with our residents, and to change that just doesn't sit well with me. I also have expressed my concern about the number of trees that have been proposed to be removed. And I will acknowledge that the number is lower than it was originally. And I appreciate the efforts to save more of the trees. It still is a lot of trees. And we already have quite a few projects in areas of the city where a lot of tree removal will happen. And we just can't continue to remove trees and not have an impact, negative impact on the environment, as well as the quality of life for our residents. And to remove tree 179 would just really be heartbreaking for me. We've seen pictures of it. We see how stately it is. And, you know, at some point, we just have to say no to all of the requests to remove trees. Councilmember Kamei brought up the fact that we have talked about doing a precise plan for this area. And it would be better if we looked at development proposals after we have a plan for this area. But we don't have that yet. But I guess what's really concerning for me is the new information that has come out based upon the EIR. We haven't discussed that before. I watched the EPC meeting where they discussed this project, and when they were talking about the EIR, it certainly caught my attention, and I've spent quite a bit of time with that EIR. And I do have concerns about the potential health impacts on people who live at 555 West Middlefield, as well as the people who live nearby, such as right across the street. It will have a major impact on the construction period, will have a major impact on the way that everyone lives for a very long period of time. And while it might have an impact, you know, in bursts, you might say, and then you might have a period where it doesn't, it's still a very long period of time for people to alter their lives to accommodate this construction. I think, you know, during sometimes it will be people will have their windows closed from 6 o'clock in the morning to 7 p.m. at night. And for some, that's a real problem if they don't have air conditioner or they don't want to run it that long. And for some people, they might have the air filters, but there are no mitigations being proposed for the folks who live across the street in terms of air filters for them. And, you know, during the summer months, I'm not sure you really want to stay in your home with all of the windows closed basically all day. That is a major change to your quality of life. And we've certainly heard from many residents who live at the project, but also across the street, as well as, you know, we've received emails from others throughout the city. And there's a lot of opposition to this project from residents within the city. You know, yes, we've heard from some who support it, and we always hear from the advocacy groups that want more housing, that they support it. But it's really important to me to listen to the residents, especially the ones that will be impacted for such a long period of time. I also want to make a couple comments about some of the items that folks have brought up. A few have been critical of the length of the time that this application has been in process. And applications do go much faster when you're not asking for a change to the rules. And when you're asking for a change to the zoning, it does take much longer. So if you look at other parts of town where The city changed the rules when we updated the general plan and did precise plans. Things do go much faster. It's when you are asking for an exception that it takes much longer. And I've heard quite a few people say that there is not going to be displacement and how great that will be. I actually think there's going to be quite a bit of displacement. I think a lot of people, whether they know it or not, they might think they're going to be able to live there the entire time, but they might change their mind partway through. And some will not want to live there right from the start. And, you know, these are rent-controlled units where a lot of our lower income residents are. And that's really concerning to me because I do believe, while this is a different form of displacement, I think we will have a lot of displacement at this site. So, as I said earlier, you know, I'm very concerned about the potential health impacts. And I don't think I can support a statement of overriding considerations when it comes to health. We don't really know the magnitude of the impact, and that's concerning to me. And so I feel like without knowing that and knowing what we know tonight, it seems like there is the potential for health impacts, and there certainly is the potential for a negative impact on the quality of life for those who live there and those who live around there. And also, this is not an area where we said we were going to have change. So I really struggle to support this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, I just wanted to say, Councilmember Abekoga had her hand up before me and it dropped out. Did you want to speak or are you fine going after me? You fine? Okay. So I wanted to say that, well, first I want to thank staff for putting the time in on such a complicated and multi-layered project that, you know, certainly will never make everyone happy. I'm sure everyone hasn't been happy as you've spoken to them through this process. And then I wanted to say one of the residents brought up that it would have been better if we had achievable objective standards from the beginning. And I certainly think that's one of the things that stands out to me, that I think if we had some of the standards that council and residents are now talking about regarding tree canopy, and had established that very firmly from the beginning, we wouldn't be encountering a lot of the problems that we're talking about tonight. I think that we could certainly, we could develop this project. You know, I think in many ways it's a very good project and a good place. And certainly I support building on surface parking lots. So that's all good. I think that we could do exactly this and save particularly the grove of large redwoods that many of the residents have spoken about, the tree number 179 and so forth, if we'd had those objective standards from the beginning. And I want to make sure that we don't go into future projects without having those kinds of standards regarding trees and some other things as well. As for this project, I had hoped that if we went to unbundled parking, that we could, as far as I know, when one establishes unbundled parking, one also reduces the parking a certain amount. That's the entire reason for it, that you find that some people will opt not to have parking places. So I'd hoped that if we established unbundled parking, that we could then cut the parking 5-10% and replan it, and that we would be able to save some of the trees that people most want to save. I'm still open to that. Staff has certainly said that would not be easy, so I don't know what appetite there is for that among council. I'm still willing to look into that in some way. condition the project to have some kind of rethinking and replanning of the parking. And then lastly, I'll say that Canopy, the nonprofit Canopy, had also said that we should budget for an experienced tree expert to make sure that the trees survive, the trees that are being transplanted survive. I think the developer has already agreed to that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, has agreed to that. But I would also like that person to look and see if there are any other trees that could be saved, particularly along the buffer or around the area that will start out as a staging area and later become a park. I've heard people say they want mature trees in the park, and that if there are any, that there's some that are tagged for loss that maybe could be saved. And also I've heard discussion along the buffer between the apartments and 85. Some people saying increase the size of the trees that are planted to 50 or 90 gallons. I also have heard from other people that that is not always appropriate and the best choice. So I'm hoping that can be reviewed by the experienced tree expert that Canopy has suggested be hired. But I would like to hear from council people if there is any appetite for rethinking the parking and saving some of the additional trees that residents have wanted saved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff for all of your hard work, and also appreciate the developer for working on the project and making revisions. I want to acknowledge that quite a bit of improvement has been made since the last time we saw this project. So, I thank you for that. I will start off. Well, I guess I'll just start off in response to the Vice Mayor's comments. I am open to looking at the parking issue and seeing if there's something we can do to save more trees. So I, initially wasn't thinking that way because I thought the neighborhood would not want us to do that. But listening to the neighbors and also just seeing that the projects in that area, starting with, even Madera and I think 100 Moffett, that we're seeing that there are less cars in the parking garages. I think there is a possibility of reducing or unbundling and reducing parking spaces, given what we're, actually seeing in real life with these new projects that have gone up in the area near the transit center. So this is, a difficult one for me. I agree with Councilmember Medichek, and I've said this time and time again. There's a reason, and I've been on for a while now, and having gone through the general plan and the precise plans and that whole process, I really believe that it's important to plan and have community involvement in that, and then to stick to that plan. So, I've said it, I'm not a big fan of gatekeeper projects. And, I actually have been thinking about this, and I think maybe it's actually a size issue. So perhaps smaller parcels could be, come through gatekeeper. And I know we even, waive the gatekeeper process for projects below 2 acres. But I think when we get to parcels that are, I'll just say like 5 acres or more, and the unit counts we're looking at become in the hundreds of units, it really starts to bring up impacts. And that's why we need to have precise plans or precise plans. Master plans could work. Vice Mayor talked about standards. The precise plans are where the standards live. And we don't have that here. And that's the real problem. So, we didn't have any expectations as to what could be built here. It's kind of like we leave it up to the developer to figure that out, and then we go with it or not. And usually we have ended up going with it. But I think as I've, been on the council for a while, and, I will say that this council is not a NIMBY council. I want to remind folks that we have 7,500 units in the pipeline, plus the 15,000 we've zoned for. And I'm so happy that we had that grand jury report to kind of validate what we've been doing. So, in light of that, we will continue, I think, to see more housing projects, and we'll continue to approve them. But I think it's important now to be even more mindful of neighborhood fit, making sure these projects fit well. And we can be a little bit pickier is what I think. We need to have high quality projects. So, I guess I'm not feeling this urgent. I mean, I understand, yes, we have a housing crisis, but it's not all on us, and we're doing a lot. We're frankly doing the most in this county. So I think, it's important for us to look at the other elements of housing, neighborhoods, impacts, quality of life we talk about. And I also feel it's really important that, and having lived here and having lived through a lot of construction myself, I've come to appreciate, there has to be a benefit for everyone, including existing residents. And so I weigh the costs and benefits of this project. And that's where I struggle and I know that I have a unique position because I am on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. And so this is really hard for me to consider a statement of overriding considerations based on air quality. This is my 5th year on BachMed, and we have been talking about PM 2.5 ever since I joined the board. And frankly, and I've learned a lot about this. I always thought we had clean air in the South Bay, and I think we do relative to other parts of the Bay Area, but I've also learned that given, where we are, the weather patterns, we actually have a, high concentration of pollution here. I think what's really on my mind is that we have an advisory council at the Air District of experts, public health, physicians, scientists. And in 2020, at the end of 2020, they came out with a report on particulate matter. And the conclusions they came up with were that PM is the biggest driver of health impacts in the Bay Area. That the current PM standards that the BachMed puts out, what's in the EIR, are actually not health protective, and that more stringent standards are urgently needed to save lives in the US and the Bay Area. And they say, there's no known threshold for harmful PM 2.5 health effects, but because of that, they suggest we reduce PM to provide more public health benefits. And so, we've been cracking down, frankly, focusing mostly on the refineries on the East Bay. But frankly, it's everywhere. And so as a member of this board, it's like, I just can't in good conscience vote to support a statement of overriding considerations. And I've told our staff that this is going to be an issue, a problem moving forward if, as I think it was in the question, the answers from staff, this is going to be an impact, a known impact as we move forward with more development. And so we're going to have to figure that out. But, health to me, you all I know you know is top priority. Being a breast cancer survivor, I just cannot put people, I just can't consciously put people at risk. I've shared my experience of living through 4 years of construction on my corner here right across the street from me. And it was frankly miserable. And it was the dust and, the construction and the noise. Actually, the noise was unbearable. And, they say we start at 7 a.m., but they were starting at 6:30. And it's just a lot, frankly, for the tenants or the residents to have to be on top of that day after day. So 7 years to me, and I mean, I've seen 5 to 7, so I don't know exactly how long this will take, but usually it even takes longer than estimate. I just think it's way too long. So in light of all that, I think that we could see a project on this site, probably lower density, just or less units, just to shorten the construction time, deal with all of the other issues that have been brought up, whether it's preserving more trees, unbundling parking, and I'll say, I guess it's the way it goes, I know, but when I met with the developer 6 years ago, having seen these types of developments, my suggestion was put the density on the Middlefield side and make it, less dense and lower on the side that matches up with existing residents. And that didn't happen. And I mean, there's actually a lot of things that have been changed, but a lot of things that just didn't happen that I think would have made this a better project. And in hindsight, frankly, I know it's challenging to do infill, but perhaps it would have been better to just completely redevelop. I appreciate folks don't want to displace folks, but I agree with, I think it was Councilmember Matichak's comments. I mean, having lived through construction for that long, I just don't know how many of these residents are going to want to stay for very long. And if they want to leave, at least if it was with relocation packages, they would have had something. But this, they're not going to get relocation or TREO. So it might have been better that way if they just relocated. And I look at the AMIs and, frankly, 20% are under 60%. So the low income categories that we target. And then the other set, almost 80% are above that. So these are not there aren't a whole lot of low income folks. And I look at that and I think about the equity issue there. Had they all been able to relocate with a relocation package, then the lower income folks maybe could, find somewhere else to go. But with this situation, they may have to stay on the site in these pretty unbearable construction conditions because they can't afford to relocate. And I just think, I look at it from that lens, that perspective and the equity lens there. So, I've supported a lot of infill projects. I was thinking Paulson Place, and the other one on Shore Breeze, I think it is. They've done a good job of doing infill, using unutilized space to build more units, and they've done it successfully. I think it can happen, but this one is just, I weigh the costs and the benefits, and I think the costs are outweighing the benefits. And for me, number one, I will not be able to vote for the statement of overriding considerations because of the air quality issues. Someone said, I saw an email saying, well, I've lived through my neighbor's remodeling. It's a big difference from one single family home or, one home versus like a multifamily development. And I know for firsthand. So I just don't think this is going to be beneficial to the existing residents. And, 323 units, sure, that's a lot, but, we approved 750, I remember 750 units, I think it was 2 Mays ago, within 3 weeks. and we have another project later on today. So, it's not like we're short on housing projects, and we've approved quite a few, and, I'll continue to approve many more or vote for many more as I've done in my past. But I just think we need to be more mindful of making sure it fits and it's beneficial for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Hi. Well, as most of you know, I'm an environmental engineer by training and career. I've specialized in water resources, but I've been working on CEQA documents for my whole career. And obviously, having one come forward that says there's a statement of overriding considerations that's needed really gets my attention. I don't think there's really much more. I can't think of a single thing that would maybe get my attention more. But that said, I dug in and I looked into what's behind that statement of overriding considerations. And it's true that PM, the particulate matter 2.5 is the one criteria that doesn't get completely mitigated, that there's still some significant pollution from. Now, one of the reasons why this is the case is because of the background number. The background number is supposed to be just sort of what's out there, all the time. The background number varies from about 0.7 to 0.8 in our area. And the requirement is 0.8. So that means if there's any additional pollution by the project, it's going to have a statement of overriding considerations. We're going forward. This is going to be what happens on a regular basis. And I think there are a couple things that made me feel a little better about it. As Councilmember Abekoga mentioned, we do have some air pollution problems in the South Bay, and typically they get worse as you go further south. The station that they use for these background numbers is about 10 miles south of here at Jackson Street in San Jose. So it's a reasonable expectation that in truth, what we have here is slightly better, but we don't really have that information. They have these monitoring stations around the Bay Area, not that many of them, that go all the time. And so to have a really good data set, you have to use their monitoring stations. And there just isn't one that's closer than that to us. So that's one way that these numbers are very conservative. I think another way that these that I find these numbers are conservative is when you look at the activities that are going to take place that are going to cause this pollution. The activities are going to be earth moving and also the use of a lot of equipment, a lot of the construction equipment. At least that's my understanding. I hope the staff will jump in if I get this wrong. And we know that the earth moving is going to be a big deal during short bursts. That was a good description, Councilmember Matichak, of how it is. It's bursts. It's not a continuous thing. It will go on. There may be a couple of weeks at a time where there are these activities, but they will not go on for years at a time. So I think that when we think about when these exceedances are going to happen based on this project, they're going to be intermittent, and it does dissipate quite quickly. That's what we've gotten back from the air quality experts, is that after about an hour of the activity ceasing, that means the day's over, the day's construction is over, those levels drop considerably. That's good. That's a great thing. So it means that even on a bad day, you should be able to open your windows and you're next to where they're doing this activity. You should be able to open your windows by 7 o'clock, and you should be able to keep them open until 7 in the morning if that's what you want to do. The other thing I think is important is the utilization of these air filters. Maybe we should all be buying them because the background levels here are not good. And they can reduce the particulate matter in our homes dramatically. And that's a good thing. And it's something that we can take care of. And I think that that's what's really important when we consider, going forward with this kind of thing, is what can we take care of? What can we, put in place so that the situation works properly? And there are measures, a lot of watering down dusty construction sites and air filters, and using newer engines that have much cleaner exhaust. These are things that are part and parcel of how construction is going to go forward in the near future. And that's great. That's good. That protects people, and that's what we should be doing. But I think so. That's how I feel about the statement of overriding considerations. I've given it a lot of thought, and I am willing to support it because I see this as always a balancing act. CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, is designed to be a disclosure document. What it does is it tells us with the project what are the possible environmental impacts, and with that knowledge, we should be able to either design them out or figure out how to mitigate them. And we should go forward, knowing what we're getting into. And that's what it's designed to do. But one of the things that it doesn't do, and the National Environmental, NEPA, the National Environmental Quality Act does, is talks about, what the projects do that are good. So I think that whenever you make an environmental decision, it's really, really important to think about the balance. What's the good stuff and what's the bad stuff? Well, we've heard, loud and clear that the bad stuff is the PM 2.5, the particulate matter, and that the good stuff and the other bad stuff is the removal of trees, although everyone seems to recognize that reducing the number of trees and increasing the number that are transplanted is, really important. Also, making the change so that they're natives, I think that's really important. We know as the climate changes, those trees that we plant that are natives now are going to be happy about 10, 20 years from now, whereas some of these redwoods, which are not native here, are going to be less and less happy. But I do want to talk about what are some of the positive things about this. And we heard many people testify about them, but I think it's really important to bring it back. One of them is a lot of units. Over 300 units. That's a lot of units. It's a lot of families that have a place to stay that wouldn't otherwise or would have to commute a long way. We have 400 rent control units protected. I know when I was on the council before, I listened to months and months and months of people testify about the heartbreak of being displaced. And this project doesn't displace anyone unless they decide themselves they want to move. It's only voluntary displacement. That's just really different from knocking their house down or throwing them out because the rents go up precipitously. The rents are going to stay at a level that is affordable. That's just really vitally important. The other thing I think that's just fabulous about this is this has inclusionary affordable housing on it, 48 units. That's, there are a lot of, there are affordable housing standalone units we built before, that projects that weren't that big by themselves. So I think that's really important. It adds a park. Everybody in Mountain View loves parks. We know how important they are to the social focuses of the community. And Then another thing I think that is really, really important on the long-term environmental balance sheet is how do we change our per capita greenhouse gas emissions and energy use and water use over time? And this project moves us in the right direction. We reduce the per capita greenhouse gas emissions because this is a very well transit-oriented development. It's very walkable, it's very bikeable, it's near public transit. It's just less than a half a mile to the Caltrain station. And we know that the connection between that station and this area is going to get a lot better in the next 10 years because we're going to have that underpass under Central Expressway. So people will be able to walk and bike under that. That's going to make it just so much more comfortable for the people who live in this location to get to the transit area and get to downtown. This is going to get to be, I mean, this is a desirable place to live now. It's going to be much more desirable after that happens. And then the other thing is that water use. We are worried about water use moving forward. And people who live in modern buildings, and particularly people who live in multifamily buildings, use less than half the water that people who live in single family homes use. And that's really important for going forward. So for all of these reasons, it's always a balancing act. But I think the balance is to go forward with it. So I'll be, interested to hear the rest of the council's feelings.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Kamei.
Great. Thanks so much, Mayor. I get to be, a new voice to this project for the whole duration. I've lived across the street and I haven't been able to participate in this conversation at all. So I'm actually coming to this project, though I've been following it, a new voice to it. So for me, even though it's in its final stages, I suppose, it's my first opportunity to voice my thoughts. And so hopefully my colleagues will humor me in allowing me, somebody who is, just adjacent to the property, to share some of my thoughts. I do want to thank staff and the applicant and the residents for sticking in with us. I know we're getting close to 11 p.m. and we have many more items to go tonight. So I just want to thank all of them. And so I thought what might be helpful is just kind of the viewpoint that I'm trying to bring to this project, which is, one of our council goals is being a community for all and providing a high quality of life for all residents. So I'm thinking about the residents who live there now currently, as well as the future residents. So I thought what might be helpful is talking about the things that I feel positively about the project first. So I do think that as an infill development project, the phasing makes sense to me. I'm excited about the bike pedestrian infrastructure and along Moffett and the multimodal character that I know the developer is working on with the city. We talk about how walkable or bikeable this is to transit, but part of it is creating the accessibility for users. And as somebody who has almost been hit multiple times at Cypress Point and Moffett, I really feel like the infrastructure here with a dedicated bike lane and the carve out for the VTA bus lane and the removal of parking there will be really helpful in making it a more walkable and bikeable experience, or pleasant experience for those who are trying to walk and bike. I do support the creation of a new city park. It's something that we've been talking about a lot on my time on council. So, supportive of that. I do appreciate the transit demand kind of provisions that the applicant's putting forward, and the conversation about how to make sure people can go without a vehicle. And the items listed in terms of relocation assistance, as well as, being able to waive a fee if people move out, revised communication plan so that everybody knows what's going on. And I think for this project, we also did 1,000-foot radius, or 1,000-foot notification radius, so that everybody in the surrounding area could also know about what's going on with the project. And I hope that we can continue that. And I do support the unbundling of parking, and that the new development will have LEED Gold standards. But when we talk about gatekeepers also are expected to go above and beyond. So while I, applaud the developer for all these efforts, to me as a gatekeeper project, should be expected. And it should be something that we work in tandem with residents about. Some of the challenges that I'm seeing for myself is, it's been discussed, the length of the construction is lengthy. And I think my hope would have been being able to have renovated the existing units in anticipation of the construction, rather than having to do that at a later point. I think that some of the issues that are being brought up by the residents in terms of the single pane windows and the filtration could have been addressed prior to this going forward. And it sounds like it may be happening in tandem, or maybe even after construction. And so I would have hoped that would have been something that was addressed. The loss of our canopy, our trees, is something that we've been talking about, particularly in the pandemic. People have been reaching out to council, forming new community groups based solely on the fact that they want more open space, they want more park space, they want green spaces. Green spaces, Mountain View was created in the pandemic. And so while some people will say they're just trees, to me, it's a quality of life issue. And it is about even though we live in a city, making sure that we kind of create these oases of respite for people, especially as we're having to all work from home, right? As the pandemic continues on. So, many people have already talked about the health concerns and being wary of approving the statement of overriding consideration. I too share those concerns, and I think while we've had much discussion about it, it still leaves me a bit uneasy for our existing residents. But I think I would be interested in a path forward if there could be some changes. And I think Vice Mayor Hicks brought up one, which is a reduction of the parking to save more of the trees. I would be interested in that. I do appreciate that, we're parked to our model parking standard, but I think part of the pandemic too has been people not using their vehicles as much, people walking and biking more. So I don't feel as tied to a model parking standard, and in lieu of that, being able to preserve some trees and open space in that community, I think would be a trade-off that it sounds like residents would be interested in. And so I'd love to kind of maybe pull back the thread on that conversation if possible. And while some people may feel that this has been a long conversation, I appreciate that both staff and the applicant are trying to get it right for the community. And I think that is really what's important. And, as someone who hasn't been able to talk about this for the 7 years and is coming into this new, I want to get it right for our community too. Like I said, those who live there now and those who will live there in the future. And while there might be natural attrition as people, come and go, these are rent control units. So my thought is, if you're able to stay in your rent controlled unit, you would want to do that for as long as possible, given the high cost of living in the area. And while there are going to be 48 new affordable housing units, I want to be able to preserve all of those who are living in the rent-controlled units, as well as creating new affordable housing opportunities, because to me, it's kind of about the whole menu of housing options, because it is difficult to live anywhere in the Bay Area. So those are some of my thoughts. I'd be interested to see if there's any points where we could have further discussion for, maybe some ways to improve it. And that's just me because, like I said, I haven't had the opportunity to talk about it. So I think the project feels close, but there are a few more tweaks that I would like to see. And one of them was brought up by the Vice Mayor. And I think that there could be a few others. So interested to hear what colleagues have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, obviously this is a very frustrating and difficult decision because the applicant has done a number of things that are what we say that we want. We know that for the environment and for the community, we need infill development. We need more affordable housing units to be here to meet our workforce needs. In terms of the 7 years process of construction, I think that anytime you're trying to stage construction around housing that people are staying in, it is by nature going to take a lot longer. If everyone had to leave the site, I think that they could bang it out fairly fast. But when you talk about the complexities of having various trades there to do various stages of construction and trying to restrict activities to certain areas for certain periods of time, it's just going to take a really long time. And I wish that we had a magic wand where we could say that this won't impact people, but I think it is going to be very, very difficult for people to live on that site throughout this process. I think that the renovation of the hallways doesn't bode well for an enormous construction project, but I recognize it's completely different people and completely different objectives doing it. I think, unfortunately, and this is the sad case for something like 2/3 of our population in Mountain View, is that when you own the property, you have the opportunity to call more shots than if you're a renter. And I would not want to see the massive displacement that this would cause. And so I'm weighing that against what I think will be significant impacts for people. A 6:30 p.m. stop time means that your kids can't be outside for a lot of the time, because for small children, that's pretty much the wind down time, and it gets dark out throughout a lot of the year at 6 o'clock. So those are some of the things that I'm weighing, but I'm looking at also if we don't want to have housing and development and commercial spill out into the Greenbelt areas, if we don't want it in Coyote Valley, we don't want to build out the whole Central Valley, if we don't want it in the coastal zone, then where are we going to put it? And it is already difficult for our residents, our community members, to have the workforce that they need to support them. Workers who do elder care, child care, veterinary, groceries, every single thing. It has already become very difficult. So we are a council that has approved a lot of housing. I don't think we have a NIMBY bone in any of our bodies here. But this is an option that is open to us that, while difficult and uncomfortable, and I think it's going to have residents coming back to us throughout those 7 years. It's something that is there to increase the supply of housing in an area where we need workers, where we have transportation, where there's infrastructure, where it's walkable, where it's near a train. So that's the balance that I'm looking at.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to take a quick turn and then we'll go back for a second round of questions and comments. I did want to start with a couple of questions, though, for staff and perhaps the applicant, since several members of the council brought it up. What discretion does the council have to modify parking standards, especially in this context? We're not talking about developing a new precise plan or modifying an existing zoning district. This is with project approval. Can staff provide some insight into to what extent we can address some of the parking concerns that have been discussed?
Mayor, I'll take a shot at responding. The council does have the ability to reduce parking standards. In fact, the model parking standard itself is a reduction of our parking standards. What we think, and this is something that I might need to just talk to staff very quickly and maybe respond a few minutes later, is, in our response, we had said that we would probably need to take another look at our transportation analysis and just make sure that, all aspects of this parking reduction are covered. And so that's the only outstanding item.
And I guess one of the things I would be a little concerned about is just arbitrarily selecting a different parking ratio. So if the council did want to proceed with this concept, can staff provide some guidance on how we might decide what the parking provided should be?
I think since the question was asked this morning, we have not been able to have the time to do the analysis to say it should be this or that. I think if it basically stems from saving a tree, then we would normally back into this is how many spaces would be lost. And so I'm struggling with trying to answer that question because I don't think we today have the answer for you if you had to ask us how many spaces can staff support. How many, yeah. But we, we haven't, and again, you might want to also check with the applicant because the number was provided by them. Staff didn't have the ability to go and calculate the spaces lost. So in balance, I would say if the council wanted to go in that direction, we would need a little time.
Okay, I did have related questions for the applicant. So another way we could certainly consider a reduced parking ratio, but there are other tools available to developers that could physically reduce the footprint of a structure. So stackers and things of that nature. Have you considered those types of approaches? Is there a constraint that we should be aware of?
This is a question for applicant, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So one of the one of the background things that and I seeing a lot of the familiar names, especially from the Cypress Point community in the the public comment, we've had a lot of conversations, especially with that group, about parking, about where on the site parking is. There's a reason. If you look at the 3 garages on site, one is 1 level below grade, one's 2, and one's 3, and that was a result of a compromise, back in probably 2017, 2018, to say, okay, we'll move some of the parking, we'll move more of the parking onto the Middlefield side, to limit the number of cars that enter and exit from Cypress Point. And so that's why the garage that's underneath tree 179 is 3 stories below grade. That, of course, makes it have more cars. So we've gone back and forth on this a number of times, just in the past few days. And one other thing to consider, we've done, as Diana mentioned in her initial comments, we've done 15 public meetings. We've met with lots of residents over time, lots of neighbors over time. There are always a lot of new residents at the property. Our average tenure at this property is, a large majority of folks, I think it's 75% of the residents have lived there for less than 3 years. So there's a lot of people that moved in after all of this stuff was solved. And we haven't, to be honest, we haven't had a chance to go meet with everyone who was on this call today. I'd love to do that because I think we have answers. We have things that can address a lot of the concerns that have been raised. That said, sorry for, it's 11:15. I can try to get to the point. We've been doing some sketches, working with our design team in the last 2 days over the weekend, to try to see what this was mean, in response to actually some questions that have come from some of the council members in our meetings last week. We think, a safe number would be 80 to 100. Excuse me, if we wanted to remove spaces from the building A garage, it would be, 80 to 100 spaces lost. It may be that it could be lower, 70 or 60. And then there's also a potential opportunity to move some parking from one side of the property to the other. But again, I don't know what the, we do think that would work. We do think a reduced ratio would be workable for the operation of the property. But the city's process for reviewing that, I don't know if there's a way to approve something that says, a reduction in parking of up to X spaces, to be confirmed by the city. But it's a process question. I think we would be able to do it physically. It would obviously be a slightly different balance, but that's, as folks have said, we're here to try to make sure we get that balance right. And if we can make a change, we're happy to do it.
Okay, that's helpful. And the last question, and I guess this also speaks to process more than anything else. Intuitively, I would feel like a reduction in parking would also mean a reduction in impacts related to transportation, because you're constraining the number of vehicles that can get to the site. So when we're talking about needing to revisit the traffic analysis, and potentially some of the assumptions in the EIR, what level of effort would that require?
I think I'd like to confer with our consultant if he's still there, and then just let you know. But in our responses to council comments, we had sort of put in a few categories. One of the examples is circulation. Sorry, just to take a look and see, would people be going around looking for spaces? Would that cause circulation issues? Would it cause safety issues? To what extent can the reduction in parking be supported to the point where it may not cause some circulation impacts around the area? So that was essentially what we wanted to look at. And you are right, lower parking is one of our TDM strategies, but there is a balance. And so that's what we would have liked to take a look at.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I don't know if there is the time or capacity to be able to answer some of these questions in this meeting, but to the extent staff is able to address the concerns from the council, that would be very helpful. So just some quick, I guess, initial thoughts and comments about the project itself. I think, as many members of the council have said, that the right framing is balance and trade-offs. merits of the project weighed against the impacts and the costs. And I can't help but compare it with some other challenging projects that we've evaluated over the past couple of years. I think about, for instance, 1555 West Middlefield nearby, which was alluded to by a member of the public, and 570 South Ringstorf. Both sizable projects. 1555 was 5.5 acres, and 570 South Ringstorf was 4 acres, completely leveled. With 1555, 55 heritage trees were removed, and with 570 South Ringstorf, 30 heritage trees. There's the same impact to residences around with construction and air quality. Those were evaluated using, I guess, older BACMed thresholds. It would be interesting to do an updated analysis with the new thresholds and see if we would have ended up with statements of overriding considerations in those contexts. But the chief concern is those projects involved the displacement of all of the residents there. And I wonder if what Avalon had proposed instead of this project was something similar to that. Just a complete leveling of the 402 apartments on a 14.5 acre site. It would have included the removal of heritage trees all the same, and the construction of probably 350 row houses with, like 1555 or 570, no parkland dedication, with no affordable housing. I think we set a dangerous precedent in approving projects like that and then denying a project where I feel the applicant has made as close to a good faith effort as you can make to redevelop the site without displacing any existing residents or demolishing any existing buildings, and including a lot of the amenities and the community benefits that the council has been requesting for many years. We talk a lot, I think, about the frustration with parkland dedication and lieu fees because we lose purchasing power over time. It's very hard to acquire large sites, and the cost of land is insane. So even if you have a sizable pot of money, land acquisition is a good chunk of cost, and then there's the construction of the park on top of that. In this case, we're getting a 1.3 acre park, which we rarely have the opportunity to get. And 15% inclusionary is also uncommon in the projects that we've seen over the past several years. So it's difficult for me to say. It feels like in approving projects like 1555 and 570 South Ringstorf, 2310 Rock Street, 1950 Montecito, the council has expressed comfort with that kind of project. Here, we're trying something new and different, and I think it's important to mitigate all of the impacts to the greatest extent possible, because I also am concerned about the quality of life impacts to the residents there. I live in the San Antonio shopping center area, lots of construction, and it is an impact. It's challenging, especially for those who are working at home. You know, I don't mean to minimize that concern, but I would rather try and find a way to make the project work too, and have this set a precedent that I think is worth emulating, rather than deny the project and send a powerful message to the development community that we would rather scrape existing properties and deal with a different set of impacts there. So those are my preliminary thoughts. And we'll return now for a second round of comments, and a motion is in order. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question to staff. What are our options this evening in light of the time? And also, you know, I've heard enough concerns, interest, and changes that, like, even if we dealt with the parking issue, you know, it doesn't seem like we can do this on the fly here in our virtual dais tonight. So can we continue this? Do we have to deny it? I remember something about denying without prejudice. I remember doing that at some point on a project. So can staff give us what our options are this evening?
RT, would you like me to take that one? Jenny?
I think Jenny.
Well, I think in concert, we could probably come up with it. I mean, you do have the option to continue it. It's not subject to the Permit Streamlining Act because it's seeking a general plan amendment and the rezoning. So one option is to continue it, unless RT and Diana, you disagree with me.
No, one option is to continue it. The other option is to approve it, and the third with conditions, and the third option is to, of course, deny it. If the council did want to continue it, we would appreciate some direction, because it seems like there might be some additional analysis necessary based on what the council wants to do. We do want to be prepared. So that these are the three options council can pick.
And we might refine our response based on what the direction is, because it could impact the CEQA analysis. It may not be possible, even if you could give us clear direction to do it tonight, because of the need to go back and double check the CEQA analysis and perhaps do some more CEQA analysis.
So then, in light of that, then I guess my interest would be to continue it with direction to staff to work on further items around the parking issue, the possibility of saving more heritage trees. I would like to condition it that the existing units be renovated first before new construction begins. And then, and frankly, I'm open to the option of reducing the unit count, which would satisfy, I believe, the issue of parking. You have less units, you have less parking spaces you need to build, and potentially being able to save the trees. So yeah, I would make the motion to continue the item with those conditions.
Anything else, Councilmember?
No, that would be, and well, actually, I did want to request. Well, now I don't know how to do this, but I would. Well, I guess if we're going to continue it, then we will vote on the EIR at that point. Is that right?
Is that a question for staff?
Yes, I'm sorry, staff. Is that correct?
Yes, you would vote. You would continue it and vote on the EIR next time. Our consultant did confirm that likely the CEQA wouldn't change, but we would have to update our transportation analysis. As you know, that's separate from CEQA now. And he thought they'd be fairly minor changes just to review circulation impacts, just preliminarily.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Okay. I almost lowered my hand because I'm going to say something very similar to what Councilmember Abakoga said. So I don't know whether we're moving towards approving it with conditions or continuing it with conditions. Either one would be fine with me. I seem to hear that thinking the parking was possible. And also the one piece that I didn't hear was that the mayor asked about stacking as a possible additional way of rethinking the parking. And I didn't hear, maybe we don't need to hear that, but if you do have an answer of whether you've considered that, or it seems like that is commonly used to use space more efficiently.
Sure. We could explore it. We haven't, in the time we haven't figured out how to lay that out. I don't think there's a way to reduce that footprint and use stackers and magically get the same number. There's still going to be an overall reduction. But yes, we'd be happy to explore it.
Okay. So, and then the additional thing, I talked to an arborist today who said that the roots on redwoods are fairly shallow, so it's a balancing act, but you could possibly put not the first floor under the redwood, but some like third floor. So it seems like I'm not going to work that out for you tonight, but it seems like there are a number of options between stackers and rearranging parking that is a possibility. And then I also, several council people had mentioned, I'm a little puzzled why the renovation of the units is going to be done at the end, whether it couldn't be rescheduled to the beginning, because that seems to address a lot of the air quality concerns. So I've heard several other people say that, and I would say that as well. But I would like to approve this with some of these changes. I would like to approve it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I just wanted to revisit the idea of whether or not we could approve the EIR tonight. It seems to me that what we're talking about is reducing the, we're reducing the scope of the project, we're reducing the envelope of the project. And so the EIR would still hold the same. I mean, and that in particular is if the transportation analysis is separate. So could you talk a little bit about that, RT? Aren't we reducing the footprint by doing this?
Yes, I did talk, and again, preliminarily, our consultant felt that we would not need to revise the CEQA document, because again, parking is not directly a CEQA issue. We do need to, however, update our transportation analysis, which we do in order to assess circulation impact, or rather the effects of circulation. And you're right, if there's less digging, then it would have reduced impacts. So we're not as worried about the CEQA document.
Is there any advantage to us approving it tonight from your point of view, so you have that done? You could, or you could wait until we had the analysis finished. You could do it either way based on what I'm hearing from the consultant. Well, I think there might be some merit in going ahead and approving it tonight, because I think that would send a signal that we are serious about moving forward with this project with changes. And I think that would be a good signal. So I'm interested in that possibility. And I'm trying to scroll down to find the, where that would be to make a motion.
Mayor, I made a motion. I don't know if it was clear, but that was a motion. So I was hoping to hear if anyone would second it before we go on to further discussion.
My apologies. So I'm learning how tough it is to coordinate the meeting and monitor the discussion. So I understand the city's consultant, John Schwartz, is able to answer some questions. Councilmember Abikoga, just for my benefit, can you repeat the motion one more time? And I saw a second from Councilmember Matichak.
Yes, so my motion was to continue the item and bring it back, or direct staff to explore the potential reduction in the parking requirements, saving more heritage trees, and I would require that the renovations, the air filters and the windows would be done earlier before new construction begins. Trees, parking, and renovations. So yeah, those 3 items.
Sorry, you also said, I can interrupt for a second here, that you were open to potentially a reduction in unit count.
Yes. So yes, thank you. And that could resolve our parking and heritage tree issues.
Okay. I want to ask staff a clarifying question, but first let's go to Mr. Schwarz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. My name is John Schwarz, contract planner to the city, assisting RT and Diana with the EIR process for the project. Just wanted to chime in a little bit and tack on. RT and I did talk, like she mentioned, a little bit offline. And I think there would be some advantage to the city in certifying the EIR tonight, if you are comfortable with that. That would make the document complete and easier to build on and revise if there were tweaks to the project and the layout for the garage. So I would agree with Councilmember Showalter about that suggestion. I think that would be helpful for us on the EIR team if that was, finalized, certified, and approved, and then we could make any tweaks to that as needed. I don't expect a lot of changes to the CEQA document just off the cuff tonight. We need to think through this, so I don't want to speak out of turn. We do need to think through the parking, circulation, spillover stuff. And certainly just whether this changes any of the excavation numbers and the trips and hauling associated with that. Again, I don't expect it to be material. It's probably going to go down like has been discussed, but just wanted to add, we just need a little time to think through that, but I would recommend you certify the EIR if you're comfortable with that tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And then just a procedural question for staff on the motion. I'll be deferential to staff on the interpretation. If we're continuing the item, that's usually just bring back. There was some additional direction appended to that regarding a requirement that the renovations be done earlier in the phasing and that staff explore a unit count reduction. So procedurally, how would staff interpret the motion if it is approved?
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to confer with Janie for a couple of minutes to go through the items. But if the council wished, they would certify the EIR for sure, and preliminarily, and then continue the item for the other motions with majority direction for council on the follow-up. But let me just confer with Janie and make sure that the language you use is appropriate.
Okay. So in the meantime, we'll continue the council deliberation. Councilmember Showalter.
I would like to move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View certifying the 555 West Middlefield Road project final environmental impact report, adopting a CEQA finding related to environmental impacts, mitigation measures, and alternatives, and adopting a statement of overriding considerations, mitigation measures, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Second.
Oh, I believe.
Is that an alternate motion?
I was interpreting it as a substitute motion with Councilmember Lieber as the seconder, and it was simply the approval of staff recommendation number 1, the authorization of the EIR.
No, I mean, I think it's appropriate to do it this way, Councilmember Abacoga, because we're going to get direction back from the city attorney and the director about the continuance in a few minutes. So just as a time, time saver, I think we might as well go ahead and do this.
Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Showalter, before I go to Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, so I actually had a question for Councilmember Abacoga. I second it, but I want to make sure we're using the same terminology. Or I believe the applicant, when they say renovate, talks about the interiors of the units, and they're doing those as people move out, versus what I think you mean is replacing the windows and allowing residents to get the air filters. Is that correct?
Yes, those were the two items that I was mainly concerned about. Anything to enhance the protection against the PM 2.5.
Okay, so I agree with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So that remains the underlying motion. We do have a substitute motion that we'll consider first. Councilmember Lieber.
I was seeing Councilmember Showalter's motion as kind of a add-on subsequent motion, but I am all in favor of continuing the item, but I would like to have staff come back to us with the options around what work is done before. I don't want to turn 7 years into 8 years of dust and disruption. So I'd like to understand what that means. And I'm not willing to just tonight on the fly reduce the number of units. I mean, this has been going on for way too long to just make a quick turnabout. I am all in favor of having staff come back with options around reduced parking in other locations to save more heritage trees. But I'm not willing to, at this time, in an uninformed way, commit to reducing the overall number of units or not getting information from the residents. I think that the double pane windows are very important. The air filter is of overriding importance. Some of the things that were mentioned by the applicant, like painting the existing buildings to look like the new buildings and replacing balconies, replacing the wrought iron with wood that would more closely match the new buildings. I think that might just be resident torture at this point if we are moving ahead with a major construction project there. Especially given that there's the option of doing work to units that no one is living in before someone new moves into them. So I just want to reduce the overall load on the residents. But again, I am very comfortable with continuing the item. Looking at the parking again, seeing what options exist for the trees.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kameh.
Great, thank you. So that was kind of my question, Mayor and staff, is the difference between continuing the item, and I think the Vice Mayor brought this up, or approving it with the conditions. I'm most interested in the potential potential reduction and the ability to save some more heritage trees. I think when it comes to the air filters, the applicant's already committed to that. With the renovations, and the reduction in units, I don't want to do anything that would put the project in jeopardy of going forward. The unit count hasn't been what's of concern to me. So I just, I also, I don't know if the applicant's ready to talk about that, but, I would say I do want the project to move forward with these, changes that we're looking into. And I just don't know if the best path forward is to continue the item or to approve it with the conditions to make these certain tweaks. And so I'm not sure if Ms. Srivastava and Interim City Attorney Quinn can answer that tonight or not. But that's what I'm most interested in. And it sounds like there was a motion or a substitute motion to certify the EIR tonight. So I just wanted to ask. Thanks.
So if I may respond, and Janie can pitch in as needed. So for the EIR, you did hear from our consultant that the council may move forward. If there are any adjustments, we will bring that back when we bring the project back to you. And we don't think there's going to be anything significant given the majority direction. The second item is about continuing. So the balance of the motions would not be taken, and you would continue the item with specific direction for staff and majority direction. What we're hearing most of the council members say is they're open to the parking reduction and or relocation to save trees, which we can look at based on what the applicant has said. I did not see a majority say that the window units had to be replaced prior to construction beginning. This is not a condition of approval we can require. And so the applicant would have to respond to that if the majority of the council wanted us to bring back that kind of a solution. I didn't hear any other specific requirements.
Well, and I just wanted to add, I think in terms of another thing that RT and I would like to raise is it is almost midnight, and we might not be doing our best thinking at this time, and have the chance, some flexibility to have the chance to speak with the applicant. And there may be some ways to address the concerns that have been raised that we aren't thinking of at this time. And so I think that it would be advisable to give us some flexibility direction, but some flexibility to bring back options and other ways to accommodate the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Kamei? Thank you. A couple of, I guess, quick thoughts. So I'm personally very reluctant to modify a parking ratio on the fly without having had any substantive community engagement. I think we risk putting ourselves in trouble if we're doing sort of a one-off parking adjustment for one project, without I think fully appreciating where the community may be if we do end up with parking spillover, which I think had been a concern that was articulated previously. It doesn't feel, this is something I think Councilmember Clark would say, doesn't feel like good public policy. I would rather have tried to see if there was support for the staff recommendation before we tried pulling apart and doing different things as I think creative we want to be to try and find a solution that works for everybody. If there is not support for the staff recommendation, I would support Councilmember Showalter's motion, which at least allows the authorization of the EIR and an opportunity for staff and the consultant to return with some ideas or options for what a parking reduction might look like. But it's a precedent that we're setting, and we should walk in eyes wide open about what this would mean if we do it for this project and no other. And especially if it does get built, and we do hear concerns from the community about the parking impacts. I think it will be because we really haven't done our due diligence on a broader PDM or parking strategy. So just I guess a quick thought about the current motion. My preference actually would be to vote both of them down, but I'm not certain there's council support for the staff recommendation at this time. We'll see what happens. So just to be very clear on the motion, we'll go back for another round of questions and comments. The current motion, the substitute motion that we'll entertain first, is certification of the EIR, and then basically a continuation of the balance. Staff would evaluate some options, work with the applicant, come back with what a reduced parking project alternative might look like with the modified traffic study. Is that a fair understanding of the motion? Staff, is that also your understanding?
Madam City Clerk, is that my attention was taken away because I understood the substitute motion to be just the approval of the CEQA document. So thought the city clerk could tell us.
The motion that Councilmember Showalter and Lieber is just for the first recommendation, which is the approval of the EIR.
Okay, and then if we did that, what action would need to be taken next? What would staff do? We've certified the EIR, but we haven't approved a project. We haven't amended the general plan or zoning. Would another motion be required to provide additional direction to council, to staff?
Correct, because the substitute motion replaced the motion from Councilmember Abekoga.
All right. Okay.
Another motion could be made to duplicate that because the substitute motion. Nope, I'm looking at. Yeah, it became the substitute. It is the motion. It took the place of.
I agree. I guess just maybe I've muddied the waters in trying to clarify. So here's my understanding, Councilmember Showalter, Councilmember Lieber, of your motion and second. We're certifying the EIR. Then we would come back and see if there's additional direction, which would have to be provided in a new motion by the council to staff to evaluate a reduced parking alternative and basically return with some options. That's what would happen if the substitute motion is approved, because certification of the EIR is insufficient for anything else to occur. We would need to provide some additional direction. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. So if Councilmember Showalter is amenable to continuing the item with the majority direction that's been given to staff, would that be adequate? With her as an addendum to the motion that she's already made. She's moved to adopt the resolution certifying the EIR, and can she add that the balance of the item be continued with the majority direction that's been given to staff?
Councilmember Showalter, were you interested in adding any additional direction to your motion? You don't have to. You have to have another motion following yours.
I'm a little confused. I suppose I could also, what would happen if I withdrew the motion, Janny?
We would vote on the underlying motion, which was Councilmember Abekoga's motion, seconded by Councilmember Matichak.
All right, well then let's go ahead and I guess that after this discussion, I've heard my desire would be to just see if we could pass the staff recommendation, but that apparently isn't possible because it would go to, if I withdraw the motion, it will go to Councilmember Abekoga's motion. So I think we should just go forward and approve the, I would like to approve the EIR. I think that would give a good basis to staff, and perhaps we can approve the rest. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So have you modified your motion? Or it remains just recommendation one of the staff recommendation?
Can I modify it to be the whole thing?
You'd have to read the in the agenda flow. You'll have to read all of the. Okay, all right. I'm going to modify it to include 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a general plan amendment to add a new high-low density residential land use designation and making related text amendments and an amendment to the general plan land use map for the property located at 555 West Middlefield Road from medium density residential to high-low density residential to be read in title only, further reading waived. 3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit and development review permit to allow a 323 unit addition to the existing 402 unit residential development
with 3 new subterranean garages, new amenity building leasing office, and new 1.34 acre public park, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 57 heritage trees at 555 West Middlefield Road to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a vesting tentative map to create 3 lots with up to 11 condominium, with 111 condominium units at 555 West Middlefield Road to be read in title only, further reading waived.
So Councilmember Showalter, I think staff will ask about this too. You didn't include the modification in recommendation 3, which is the addition of the sentence with a modification to add a condition acknowledging 4 additional voluntary offers proposed by the applicant related to the construction of the project.
Sorry, I would like to add that.
Okay, so then that's a complete revision to your motion. The substitute motion now is the staff recommendation. Councilmember Lieber, you are the seconder of the motion. Are you comfortable with that change?
I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
Okay, and you also have your hand up. Did you wish to speak?
No, I think Councilmember Showalter took us in a new direction, so I'll just stay with that for right now.
Okay, Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. Just a point of information or a question. Where did my original motion go?
It's still the underlying motion. So if the substitute fails, we will then vote on your motion.
And the substitute motion now is staff recommendation. Okay, so I will not be supporting this. I actually would like to bifurcate the EIR and the and then to continue the item, because I think it doesn't sound like we can tonight decide on parking and trees and whatnot. I think that needs to be continued and be brought back. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I will not be supporting it because I preferred the road we were going down before. So I hope that road comes back.
Okay. Councilmember Lieber.
Okay, I'll allow Councilmember Kamei to take precedence here since I've already spoken, and I'll speak after she does.
Okay, sounds good. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Councilmember Lieber. I was just going to say, you know, I was interested in approving the EIR tonight. I was interested in moving the project forward tonight, but just did want the opportunity to look into the parking reduction and the ability to save more trees. And so it sounds like if we go forward with the staff recommendation, that won't happen. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion, but I do support moving forward with the EIR and the project in general. Just wanted to have the opportunity to have staff look at the parking reduction and potential additional tree preservation. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to try a substitute to the substitute motion.
No, can't do that. So by convention, we've allowed one substitute. So if this motion fails, or if the maker wants to revise it again, you know, we'll have to go eventually. If this motion doesn't succeed, we'll have to go to the underlying motion. And if that doesn't succeed, we can consider a new motion. But just for the sake of simplicity, you know, tertiary substitute is very difficult to manage. So I would like to dispense with this motion first.
A parliamentary inquiry, if I may. Is that a written role of the body?
So I don't know the answer to that question, but I think just as a matter of practicality, if we allow substitutes to the substitute, you could do so ad infinitum, and it would make for a very long and convoluted meeting. So I think just for the sake of simplicity, we have by convention allowed one substitute. At least that's been my observation. The substitute could pass or fail. We would consider the underlying, and both motions could fail. and that would allow for an opportunity for a new motion.
And since I still have the floor, may I ask Councilmember Showalter if she would consider reducing her motion to the adoption of the resolution of the EIR and continuing the item with the direction that's been provided to staff?
I'm not happy with the idea of reducing the amount of numbers, the number of units. I think that idea that's been directed to staff is not acceptable to me. The rest would be acceptable, but I don't like the idea of reducing the number of units. I think that's, I'm not ready to do that.
Well, through the chair, if I may, if the motion is to adopt the resolution on the EIR and then to go simply with continuing the item to look at the parking and the other issues that were provided to staff, and a majority of the members here did say that they didn't want to reduce the overall number of units. So if we continued the item in that way, then it wouldn't involve a reduction in the number of units. Would those be acceptable amendments?
We're at grave risk of enormous confusion. So we have.
Let's go ahead and call for the question.
I'll first turn to the city manager, and then we can proceed with the vote if there isn't any additional comment. City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I want to let you all know what I'm hearing for a path forward that seems to have majority support. So just to be clear, two motions were made. The substitute motion on the floor was to approve the EIR, and then that was amended to approve staff's recommendation. What I'm hearing from you all, though, is that it appears the majority is comfortable approving the EIR tonight and then asking staff to come back, do more analysis on the parking reduction, which would save some trees, and come back with what the transportation analysis would look like. Also come back with making sure that the window units and air filters were replaced prior to construction beginning. And I did not hear majority support for reduction of units. So that is not what I'm hearing. So you could amend the motion that's on the floor now, as Councilmember Lieber, I think, was getting at, approve the EIR tonight and have staff come back with those three primary areas. Reduce parking, save the trees. 2, come back with the transportation analysis. 3, don't start the construction until the window units and air filters are replaced.
I'm going to turn first to Ms. Shrivastava and then give an opportunity for the applicant to weigh in, and then we'll resume the council deliberation. You took your hand down.
I did because, sorry, Mayor, I did want you to check with the applicant on anything that we could not condition, and that would be the windows.
Right, so I'll jump in if that's all right. I did want to chime in on the windows. I hear the concern. I'd ask for some flexibility in the council's direction to staff, because it's not logistically possible to replace all of the windows in 15 buildings in the time between now and, when this permit would expire. It's 1 to 2 months per building, 15 buildings. It's a long process. It's quite an arduous process. The comments about adding another year, making this, instead of 7 years, making it 8, it'd probably make it 9. And I hear loud and clear that there's an intent to ensure that this is taken care of in some way, but I'd ask that we provide some flexibility so that we can work with staff to come up with a proposal that that we can actually implement.
Thank you. So there's a lot of debate, and I think at a certain point, we will probably want to proceed with the vote. And just as a reminder, the current motion is the staff recommendation. If that's the substitute. And then if that fails, the underlying motion is the continuation of the item with some additional direction to staff. Councilmember Matichak.
I don't feel like we've really given the majority direction yet, because from my perspective, that would be voting on the motion that Councilmember Abekoga made. So I haven't weighed in on some of the things y'all are talking about. I was just planning on voting.
So I agree with you. The intent is not to transition to something of a study session like format where we informally tabulate the number of votes for particular ideas. Because this is agendized for action, we'll have to have a formal motion that will include all of the direction we want to provide to staff. So I think we're on the same page there. Councilmember Abekoga.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify the items that I included in the original motion, the conditions. The one about reducing units was, I guess, if we try everything else and we can't come up with resolutions, then we would look at that. So I wasn't saying directing staff right away to look at reducing units. I was just putting that in as an option. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm not actually sure what motion we're on yet, but I still would like to, I'd like to request that we bifurcate the motion and just do the EIR separately from the continuance. And, frankly, I will not be able to support the EIR. So that's why I wanted to ask for the bifurcation. Thanks.
Thank you. I would consider, just for whatever it's worth procedurally, a bifurcation, a substitute amendment or a tertiary substitute. I think just for the sake of clarity, we should dispense with the current motion and then proceed to the underlying. And if both of those fail, then there will be an opportunity for a different motion entirely. There are no additional hands. Councilmember Showalter, did you want to say something?
So is the mayor requesting that I bifurcate this motion?
No.
Okay.
What I would suggest, I think we are maximally confused at this point. What I would prefer to do is dispense with each motion without any additional amendments. You are welcome to disregard my recommendation. But once we've dispensed with the motions, either they will pass or they won't. And if neither passes, then we can provide a new motion with different direction. But I think that's probably the simplest way to proceed. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I think that part of the confusion, Mayor, if I may, is that there's a difference between a substitute motion and a subsequent motion. And Councilmember Showalter's motion was really a subsequent motion in its initial form before she added the additional items to make it entirely supplanting Councilmember Abekoga. So again, I'd like to urge Councilmember Showalter to amend her motion to be just the adoption of the EIR and continue the balance of the item with the information that's been presented to staff.
Let's let interim city attorney Quinn provide her thoughts.
Well, I was in favor of the path that the mayor's been trying to convey, to vote the motion on the floor. But now the seconder of the motion has asked the maker of the motion if she's willing to amend the motion. So it's either amend the motion or just vote on the motion on the floor to move staff's recommendation.
There's another alternative. This is uncommon, but I feel like this is a rare occasion where it would justify it. I will move to end debate, which will terminate any ability to make additional comments and to modify motions. It does require a 2/3 vote, though. Is there a second to end debate? The member Matichak.
Sorry, didn't Councilmember Showalter call the question a while ago? And which is basically the same thing you're proposing, except it doesn't require a 2/3. Councilmember Showalter called the question, so let's vote on her motion. Isn't that what the rules are?
I have so without delving too deeply into parliamentary procedure, to balance the right of individuals to speak with the right of the group to conduct business efficiently, calling the question is functionally equivalent to moving to end debate, and it requires a 2/3 vote. It still requires a motion maker and a second, and we don't do it very often, but there is no way for an individual member of the council to unilaterally end debate. But there are also no more hands, so we don't even have to do that. So here's the order of operations. The first motion we will entertain is the motion made by Councilmember Showalter, seconded by Councilmember Lieber. That's the staff recommendation. If that fails, then we will proceed. City Attorney, you're shaking your head.
Just vote. Just vote on that. Then we'll talk about what we do next. Let's just vote.
Sounds good. City Clerk, can you proceed with the roll call?
So I'm sorry, is the vote the staff recommendation, or is that the
Yes.
motion? Okay, thank you.
That's what you're voting on right now. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Abstain.
Councilmember Abe Koga?
No.
Councilmember Kamei?
No.
Did you say no? I'm sorry. No.
No.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
No.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion fails. 2-4-1.
Thank you. So now we will vote on the underlying motion, which was the motion made by Councilmember Abe Koga, seconded by Councilmember Matichak. And I think there was a clarification made. Councilmember Abe Koga, can you restate your motion?
Yes. So my motion is to continue the item and direct staff to look at the parking ratio issue, the possibility of being more heritage trees. I guess I did have a question for staff. I don't understand why we can't condition the windows, since this is a gatekeeper project and we require community benefits. So but that is part of the motion. That if staff can answer me, then I could look at changing that if needed. And then the fourth item was to explore a reduction of unit count should there not be a possibility of reducing parking ratios and saving heritage trees. And I'm sorry, yeah, Steph, could you respond to my question about the windows?
Yes. Janie, maybe you can take it. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to point out that number one, we need some time to look at it about whether we can impose it as a condition, because we have some concerns about that. Number two, if it is going to be a condition, then it needs to be a feasible condition. And based on the comments of the developer, it's not clear that it would be feasible. So we can take a look at it, but I'm not confident to provide you an answer now whether or not we can actually condition the project.
And that was my intent of the motion, was to explore these items: parking, heritage trees, the window replacements and the air filters, the installation of air filters, and if needed, reducing unit count.
So then for staff's clarification purposes, given the late hour, that the motion would be, if possible, to impose it as a condition or provide alternatives to the council. Okay.
Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, since the motion has not been seconded yet, I'd like to.
Councilmember Matichak is the seconder.
Oh, okay. Would it be in order for me to propose amendments then?
This is way deeper into parliamentary procedure than I was prepared for this meeting. I'll defer to the city attorney. Having dispensed with the substitute motion, is there an allowance for motions to amend? Or do we just, I thought we just voted on the underlying motion.
Well, the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion would have to be willing to accept the amendment.
Okay. Well, I'd like to propose to the maker and the seconder that they delete the clause about reducing the number of units, because I think that that's not a path that a majority of the council members want to go down at this time.
So in listening to the discussion, my perspective was that there's a majority that values the trees and even reducing parking. And so I guess I just would like to see it come back with all of the options available rather than deciding now what we don't want to do, because I think it's a values question. Do you want to save more trees, or do you want another unit of, another apartment unit? And I think we have to weigh, I think we should weigh all the options before we make those decisions. So I'd like to keep it the way it is. I'm not saying we need to do that. I'm just saying, let's look at the options.
You still have your hand up, Councilmember Lieber?
No, I just raised it again. Sorry, Mayor. I guess, given that a majority has said that they would not want that to be a part of the motion, or they would not approve of that, I would have to myself not vote aye on the motion, regrettably. And I think that it's not a necessary part of the motion, and it's not in concurrence with where a majority of council is with this.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments, thoughts? If not, we're voting on the motion to continue with the additional direction provided by Councilmember Abekoga. And then just a question for staff. Again, procedurally, what you would do is return, there's no date certain, so it would be sometime, I guess, after analysis is done, and you would come back to the council with the staff recommendations you had presented for this item, plus some options, I'm guessing, that would be vetted with the applicant. Is that a fair understanding?
Yes, and it's likely we'd have to go to the EPC as well. So.
Okay, Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So appreciate the conversation about the units. So I don't feel comfortable voting yes on the motion when we include the units. I feel like while I am interested in the, potential parking reduction and saving the trees. I feel like then if we're talking about a potential reduction in units, then I feel like then we're asking for a complete project redesign. And I'm hoping, I guess my hope had been that we could do a slight tweak to the parking garage as a way to save some more heritage trees and to not have as much parking. Perhaps that was my being naive, but that had been my hope, and that the rest of the project composition wouldn't have to change substantially. And so my concern is that if we include the potential reduction of units, then it would have to be, once again, having the applicant do a redesign and have to go to DRC plus EPC plus council. So that doesn't make me feel comfortable. So I think if the motion just included the reduction in parking and looking at protecting more heritage trees, I would be in support. But the calling out of the units, even if it is a potential looking at, just makes me a bit uncomfortable. So I won't be able to support that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I assume the motion was staff would come back with options. And one option would be no reduction in units, but you could reduce the parking by a certain number of spaces and save specific trees. And then another option might be, you reduce it by 5 units, and it makes a huge difference because the tree roots in this area take up 5 of the parking spaces. I didn't view it as it's a given that we would reduce the number of units. And I did assume that staff would come back with different options. So as we could look at what are the trade-offs and what are we optimizing to. And so I felt comfortable having that as one of the options, but there would be other options where there would be no reduction in units. And I see Councilmember Abekoga shaking her head. That's the motion. I felt like I seconded it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yeah, I basically agree with what Councilmember Kamei said.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote on this, and then if it fails, then I'm going to make a motion, or I will propose a motion that is modeled after what staff had recommended earlier, which would be authorization of the EIR, and then the direction to conduct a study to see what reduced parking ratio would be acceptable that would yield the outcome that we're seeking, which is to preserve some of the heritage trees proposed to be removed. Okay.
I have a draft language on the slide. Sorry, just trying to make sure we get the right direction on the motion. So I would like to present that.
Sure.
Before we vote on it, just to make sure that's what Councilmember Abekoga intended.
Councilmember Abekoga, is this a reasonable summary of your motion?
It is. I did want to, I guess, go back to Councilmember Matichak's clarification. So, I think there are potentially a few options that we can look at. And so it wouldn't be just one, but bringing back a couple, and we can just weigh the benefits of each option, pick the best one.
Thank you for the clarification. And then Diana, is that, can you incorporate that in your language? Is that clarification understood?
I think what I tried to do with this is to make sure we capture all the aspects of it. It is understood. I don't know, Gianni, if you have any further changes to what I'm showing on the screen right here. My idea was, to capture all the directions and aspects of the direction, and staff understands that, the primary things that we are looking at is, reducing parking to save specific heritage trees. Staff can explore various options, including, reduction in unit count, if that can help towards reducing parking, if we can come up with any other arrangements. The change in, the project configuration in order to incorporate the reduction in parking will require us to revise our MTA study. So staff will have to revise it and bring it back for council consideration, and also explore if it is feasible to impose renovation with replacement of windows be conducted prior to construction, and make it a condition of approval, because we don't know if that's going to be feasible and if it can be imposed. So that's another thing that staff will have to explore and come back.
That's fine. I think you do capture the intent. Thank you.
Okay. I am not seeing any hands. Will the city clerk commence the roll call for the vote?
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
No.
Councilmember Lieber?
No.
Councilmember Showalter?
No.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
No.
Mayor Ramirez?
No.
Motion fails 2-5.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Okay, let's try this again. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View certifying the 555 West Middlefield Road project final environmental impact report, adopting CEQA findings related to environmental impacts, mitigation measures and alternatives, and adopting a statement of overriding considerations, mitigation measures, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Councilmember Showalter, did you also want to include the direction for staff to evaluate reduced parking and to return with their findings in the modified traffic study?
Sure.
We have a second by Councilmember Lieber. Staff, is this motion sufficient for you to do the additional analysis, or is there additional?
RT, can we ask for one more clarification? If Mayor can just repeat the later portion of the motion you just stated.
Sure. So my understanding was what staff also needed, in addition to certification of the EIR, was direction to evaluate a reduced parking ratio or standard, and also update the traffic analysis associated with that, with the intent to preserve the heritage trees that we could preserve with a reduced parking standard.
Yes, this is enough. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, actually, can I clarify just to, does it include the windows, and does it include the reduction in units?
It does not.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Not, then we'll have the city clerk commence the roll call.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
No.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. I'm going to move to continue the meeting past 10 p.m. We do have some other important business we need to get to. Councilmember Abekoga?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I would support continuing, although I wanted to ask staff if there was anything that was time sensitive. My thought was that we table the budget item. I don't think that is time sensitive. And given the hour right now, then we have 3 other items. I'd like to table the budget item, but do the other 2.
City Manager?
I would just ask that you can move up the, let me give you the exact number, 7.2, the appointment of the new city attorney who has been here the entire time. So I suggest that you change the order of your agenda items to at least hear that item next.
So I'll make the substitute motion that we move up that, I don't have on my agenda, the city attorney item next. And then if we need to do Escuela tonight? If we do, we'll do that. But then to table the budget item to the next council meeting or whenever appropriate.
We still need to continue the meeting past 10 p.m. to take those actions.
And continue the meeting. So my motion would be to continue the meeting to take those 2 items.
City Manager, you still have your hand up?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Second.
Okay, so then we will continue the meeting and postpone the mid-year budget update. City Clerk, can you start the roll call?
Yep. Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll proceed. City Manager, your recommendation was to do the city attorney's appointment first, right? Okay, so then we'll move to item 7.2. And let me scroll down to the right part of the agenda flow. Human Resources Director Sue Rush will present the item. Jennifer Logue will be available for questions. Sue, why don't you go ahead?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City of Mountain View conducted an executive recruitment and selection process for the city attorney position following Christian Chopra's retirement in December of 2021. After finishing the search, Council selected Jennifer Logue to serve as city attorney. Jennifer brings more than 22 years of legal experience in both local government and private sector, including her most recent experience serving in various roles for the City of Oakland City Attorney's Office. Jennifer holds a Juris Doctorate degree from Georgetown University Law Center and a Bachelor of Arts degree from Whittier College. The purpose of this item tonight is for Council to approve the selection of Jennifer for the city attorney position and authorize the mayor or designee to execute an employment agreement with the terms stated in the City Council report, and which the mayor will summarize in compliance with the Brown Act. And as we talked about just a little minute ago, Jennifer is on Zoom in the Zoom audience tonight, and I'm available to answer any council questions.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, thank you very much for remaining with us. Please introduce yourself and share thoughts, and we'll go to the council for questions.
Good evening, or I guess I should say good morning now.
I am really, really excited that this day has finally come. I am, of course, very honored to have been selected to serve as the next city attorney for the city of Mountain View. And, I'm just really looking forward to a long, successful career working with all of you, the people of the city of Mountain View, city officials, department heads and staff, and having a long, successful career with the city of Mountain View. I'm just really happy to be here tonight and can't wait to start working with all of you.
Thank you. Would any member of the council like to ask questions? Councilmember Kamei.
I was just going to make the motion, but I can wait if other.
Well, we'll take public comment really quickly, and then we'll come back for deliberation. So seeing no questions, we'll go to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. I see your hand up, Kurt Anderson. You will be the next item. So first, we're going to formally appoint our new city attorney. Kurt, did you wish to speak? Okay, you've taken your hand down. Seeing no members of the public, I will go ahead and return to the council for a motion. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. Sorry about that. Can I just move the staff recommendation, or do I need to read items 1 and 2?
I don't have the item up. Okay. City staff. It looks like we do need, oh, no, there is no resolution. I think it's just the staff recommendation will be sufficient. Councilmember Abikoga?
Yes, I would like to second the motion and welcome Jennifer on board. I hope you still feel that same excitement at 12:30 or so this morning, but welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you. And I neglected to read the Brown Act required statement, so I will do that now. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, that the City Council orally report a summary of any council action on salaries, salary schedules, or fringe benefits for the city's council appointees. The specific recommendations to be approved by the City Council regarding the appointment of the city attorney are as follows: salary of $293,000 annually, $457 deferred compensation contribution of 2%, participation in the CalPERS retirement system with the same employee cost share and employer contribution as provided to the department heads, participation in health, retirees health, life and disability insurance plans with the same employer contribution as provided to department heads, holidays, sick leave, and management leave as provided to department heads, vacation leave in the amount of 23 days per year, increasing to 24 days after 1 year of service, initial bank of 80-hour vacation and 60 hours of sick leave, cell phone allowance of $50 per month as provided to department heads, eligible to request relocation reimbursement and a home loan through City Council Policy D13, Mountain View Employee Home Buyer and Relocation Assistance Program, subject to City Council approval and availability of funds at the time of the request. In the event of termination of the employment agreement, 6 months of severance is provided to council appointees, and adopt a revised salary plan to reflect the compensation change to the city attorney classification as attached to the council report. My apologies for omitting that earlier. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd just like to thank Ms. Rush and our outside recruiter and her staff for bringing us the best of the best. This is so promising, and we are also happy to have you on board, Ms. Logue. And together with our city manager, I know that we're going to be really the envy of the cities in the Bay Area. So we're very excited.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, as the other member of the recruitment team, I would like to welcome you as well. And, if you just watched our last meeting, you'll have seen one of the more challenging deliberations that we've ever had. But we all sort of came to the conclusion that you were up to the challenge. So, so we're very much looking forward to working with you and learning from you, and you learning from us. And I hope that you too will have a very happy and productive career with the City of Mountain View. That is our hope, and frankly, based on what we've learned about you, really our expectation. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Yes, this is definitely not my first time up with the council at 12:30, so I am up to the challenge and really looking forward to it.
Thank you. And just as a concluding thought, I also want to thank Sue and our recruitment team, the members of the subcommittee who worked on this, and congratulate you and welcome you aboard, Jennifer. We're very excited to work with you. Seeing no other members of the council with their hand up, did you want to say a final remark, Jennifer? I saw you unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, that was an accident. That was an accidental tap. But thank you, and good luck with the rest of your agenda.
Thank you, appreciate it. City Clerk, will you commence the roll call?
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So now we will, yes, welcome aboard. We will now return to 6.2, which is 601 to 649 Escuela Avenue and 1873 Latham Street mixed-use project. Would any council members like to make disclosures? I'll disclose that I haven't met with the applicant directly, but I did participate in the community meeting in which the applicant presented. Councilmember Matichak.
I'll disclose that I went by the property on my own. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I visited the site as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. Just want to disclose I visited the property. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Also visited the property.
Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I also visited the property. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Also have visited the property.
Very good. Thank you. So then we will proceed to the staff presentation. Senior Planner Ellen Yao will present the item, and then we will have a presentation from Kurt Anderson from Anderson Architects.
Good evening. Good morning, actually. All right, I'm gonna share my screen. Are you able to see? Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Ramirez and City Council members. This is a public hearing for a proposed project at 601, 649 Escuela Avenue and 1873 Latham Street. Again, my name is Ellen Yao. I'm the project planner, and I'm joined by Stephanie Williams, planning manager. The proposed project is located on the southeast corner of Escuela Avenue and Latham Street, within the first block just north of El Camino Real. The project site is comprised of 2 parcels highlighted on this map. They equal about 0.45 acres and is currently occupied by 2 single-story retail buildings on the western parcel, and on the eastern parcel is a vacant single-family home. The project site is near Castro Park and Mistral and Castro elementary schools, and it's surrounded generally by multi-tenant commercial buildings and multi-family buildings to the north, to the west, to the south, and then, of course, the single-family residence to the east. As part of the project, the applicant is requesting to incorporate the eastern parcel to the western parcel. That will make it consistent with the P38 El Camino Real precise plan zoning district. from its current zoning of R3-2.5 multifamily residential. And also change the general plan land use from the medium density residential to mixed use corridor. This type of request will require a general plan land use map amendment, a zoning map amendment, and a precise plan amendment. These actions typically would require a special gatekeeper authorization process, but this project qualifies for an exemption for city code. The applicant is proposing to develop a new 3-story mixed-use building with about 2,400 square feet of ground floor retail space shown on the western side of the site plan, and 25 residential apartment units on the 2 floors above that. Parking is accessed off of Latham Street, shown on the top right corner, and it's located, there's at-grade parking for retail and additional underground parking for residents. Open space is provided on the ground floor, on a 2nd floor courtyard, and a rooftop deck, which is oriented towards Escuela Avenue. The style of the building is contemporary and utilizes a variety of complementary materials, as you can see in this picture. The ground floor retail is primarily along Escuela, including a roofed arcade that wraps around to Latham Street. You can see that going from right to left. And it includes a paved patio area at the intersection, which maximizes pedestrian activation. The arcade and the patio area are bordered with landscaping, in-ground and in planters, and it's going to be comprised of a diverse mix of native plantings. Additionally, the building is designed to scale to the surrounding residential uses to the east and directly to the north across Latham Street. There's going to be appropriate height transitions, as you can see on the left-hand side of this image. The project is subject to the city's current below market rate requirements of 15% and includes 4 inclusionary affordable units on site. For low and moderate income households, this project complies with the parking requirements of the precise plan and provides a total of 63 parking spaces. And this is, it's an old commercial site, so there are no heritage tree removals, only 1 existing tree that'll be removed. Although the single family resident has been vacant since January 2021, staff has continued efforts to contact the last known tenant. And as of date, staff has spoken with the family and they will continue additional discussions with the tenants because they are interested in applying for those relocation assistance benefits that the city can provide. I want to highlight that we did receive some concerns about the location of the project driveway that is currently proposed on Latham Street. Shown here are El Camino Real and Escuela Avenue. So we reviewed the proposed plans and the limited transportation study that was completed for this project, and we are supportive of the location on Latham. Escuela Avenue is a high-use pedestrian and bicycle corridor that connects with the transit and retail services all along El Camino Real. So there's a higher potential for conflicts for bikes and pedestrians if the driveway were to be relocated on Escuela. So as you can see on this imaging, we've highlighted Escuela and El Camino Real as those high traffic roads. This is a small project that only proposes 25 units and will add less than 10 AM peak hour trips. And whenever possible, we try to locate those driveways on the more minor street, which is Latham for this project, instead of on the major street, again, demarcated in the yellow. So for this project, there was a virtual neighborhood meeting that was held in August 2020, where attendees expressed support for the project design. The project was also reviewed by the Development Review Committee twice, once in August and once in October, and recommended approval with design conditions. The Environmental Planning Commission also held a hearing January 5th of this year, and the EPC unanimously recommended council approval of the project. So in conclusion, because the EPC recommends that the City Council approve the proposed project, that also includes the general plan land use map, zoning map, and precise plan amendments. Staff is happy to answer any questions, and the applicant also has a brief presentation.
Thank you very much. So we will now proceed to the applicant's presentation. You're muted.
Okay. Mayor, can you hear me now? Mayor's Member of the Commission. Good morning, everybody. I got to tell you, I've sat through a lot of these council meetings, and that last hearing y'all went through was that was quite interesting. So I applaud your stamina. I applaud all the great comments y'all had. It was very, very interesting. This building is much simpler. We're talking 25 units. We're talking no heritage trees. We don't have any relocation we got to worry about. There's nobody on site. It's on the corner. It's pretty straightforward. So can I get it? And before I start, I want to share with the council how great the staff has been through this whole process. Ellen has been great. It's been a real joy to work with plenty of staff in finding this project at this point. It's been a long time, but we went through a lot of design tweaks. I think Ellen's are you my fourth planner or my third? I don't remember, but quite a few staff. But they've been great to work with, and I really appreciate the fact we're finally here. So, Ellen, how do I get my screen up?
I believe there's a share screen option. Are you able to see that?
That green guy? Okay, here we go. Perfect.
Great.
Okay, so you should all be able to see can you see my screen number 1?
No.
Oh, you know why? It's because I got to hit the share button.
There we go.
It's a little late, guys. I'm kind of not quite with 100%. Okay, so here's the cover sheet, as you all can see. And this is the image you just saw when you first started. So I'm gonna scroll through these pretty quick. Like it looks pretty straightforward. You saw the site plan that Ellen had presented. So this is Latham, this is Escuela. The driveway access to at-grade parking for the commercial and the residential below is right here. So we have commercial on the corner with some outdoor space. We've opened all this so this tenant space could actually be designed to accommodate 3 or 4 tenants. This is what the building looks like from a 3D. Again, this is Escuela, Latham here. This is Latham on this side. This is the corner view. You can see how we've opened up this whole corner to the commercial look here, because you've got commercial on this side here and across the street. This is another at ground view there. This is the roof deck from up above. We put the major activity on the Escuela side away from the single family homes here. That was part of the design process. It was a great suggestion by staff. We've made those changes. This is the lower parking. You see that this is the where above you come in here off of Latham, and you come here and go down to this ramp. And interesting, you were talking about stackers. We're using stackers. Now, if you want, I've got a 30-second video I can show you how this works if you're interested. But these things are basically on call. You call your phone, and it delivers your car to the ground to pick up. So there's at grade again. There's our commercial space. We've provided access all along here that we can open this up for some maybe some small restaurant type facilities. That just all depends. So that's the first floor. Here's the second floor. We've got a nice courtyard here on the second, but this is with the sun orientation from the south. So we have a nice space during the day for tenants. It's a quiet area. And then we have 2 floors of units. And then we've got, this is our roof deck. And this shows that we're the barbecue covered area. This is Escuela side here. This is Latham. This is the building is, you can see this is a property line. So the building completely terraces away from, let me get to that section. Here's this is actually, you can see it right here. This is the single family side. Here's the apartments. This is Escuela. Here's Latham. You can see how we designed this building to tear away from the property line per the design requirements. Here's that roof deck we talked about. Here's that second floor courtyard right in here. So, and I've got, these are the elevations. Those are the surrounding commercial across the street, apartments behind it. Let me see if I can get another shot here. You can see it. Here's what I was talking about. So here's that 45-degree angle that's required from a design standpoint. So this is Latham, so you can see how we really stepped this building away from the single family. That where we're very sensitive to the private space on that single family home. Apartments are behind, commercials on this side and also that way. So we worked really close with staff on the design. Here's a cross section of the building, and you can idea here's how the stackers are. You can see they're a combination with a pit. So the good thing about this is we're not asking for any parking reductions. We're not asking for anything. We've designed it to meet all the codes. We're very close with staff. I know it's a very quick, brief presentation, but in respect to how long you've been working tonight, I want to keep it really short and sweet. So I'm available for questions. And if not, then I respectfully request you approve this project so we can finally start moving forward.
Thank you, staff and applicant, for your presentations. Would any member of the council like to ask any questions? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I was wondering, what are the existing tenants there now, the businesses, and what are the existing businesses now?
You know, I sent a list to Ellen, and I can't recall the tenants, but we're about half full. They've had a real tough time through COVID, so the owner of the project has been working very closely with them on it, letting them know what's going on. It's been working with them on whether or not they're going to stay. Obviously, they have first right to come back in the building, but the building is basically half full right now. And I think we have, Ellen, I'll try and find, do you have that list handy, Ellen?
Yeah, so I've unmuted myself. So the existing commercial building has about 9 tenant spaces, and 3 of them are currently vacant. It includes various small stores. So there's tax services, there's a party store, Pink Star Aesthetics and Herbal Life, and then a little gift store called Joyeria.
Okay. Well, I just, I wanted to put in a plug for continuing those businesses. I understand in particular the tax and the little sort of grocery store kind of thing are very, very important parts of the community. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Yeah, well, we're really hoping that they're going to come back. I mean, that's our hope. But, we've got a long process before we're going to start construction. So we'll see how that works out.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sort of looking for the interface between this. So there was the mini mall, and then the single family home that the family has left, and a very wide driveway, and then there's another single family, and then there's an apartment house. So that single family home that's going to stay there on the other side of the wide driveway, I'm struggling with the 2 pieces of the building that look like kind of like white boxes.
Would you like me to pull that elevation up? Would you want to see that from that side?
Yeah.
Let me see if I've got that. That would be this side right here. Let me slide this over so you can see a little better. So this,
and I think at the beginning of your presentation, you had a more realistic shot of it.
Do you want to see from a 3-dimensional? Is that what you're looking
for? Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do that. Let's see. There we go. You're looking at this one right here. Correct.
Yeah. So, what's inside the white boxes? Is that part of the garage?
Yes. This is the ground parking for the commercial. So this is parking. The parking comes all the way over to here. So we have a 7-foot fence, landscape buffer, parking, and then the building set back here because of what's required for planning. And then we have parking here, driveway, and then we have a couple of parking spaces adjacent to the building in this area. We also have, this is where our trash enclosure is and all our electrical service on that side.
And have conversations been held with the people that live in that single family home that's going to stay?
I believe that they were part of the community meeting, but we did not meet with them on a one-to-one.
Okay. Yeah, the concern that I would have is, this is going to be a big difference for them. They used to be next to another single family home, and now there will be garages in the sky. And it's a big difference. Maybe they'll be here in the public comment to speak up for themselves, but yeah, that's a question that I would have. And then also a question for staff. On the family that was living in the house on site, do they have a period of time where they can come forward for relocation?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so right now we're actually in the discussions with them and providing that benefit available to them.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So my questions and concerns are regarding the circulation, particularly the pedestrian circulation around the site. Coincidentally, my kids went to school at the adjacent school, and we've gotten a couple of comments from school board members regarding the number of students that that walk to this school, and I've seen that personally, and the largest number. It was kind of odd for me to read in the staff report that the driveway had to be on Latham because so many students were gonna be coming down Escuela, because as far as I know, no students come from El Camino and walk down Escuela and then over on Latham. I think the school board members are right. The direction the students come from is they are either crossing Latham or coming up Escuela, which is not really a part of this project, and then turning left at Latham. So I'm wondering if there's a way to make it safer for those students circulating around there. It could be, I imagine that we're doing additional sidewalk improvement, because the sidewalks are really pretty substandard here. They're minimum.
That's correct. You can see it right here. We're redoing all the sidewalk here. This would be where we're doing some widening here. And we've got our line of sight that's required by the driveway by Public Works, so it's very safe when you pull out. So there's a lot of visibility there. And Ellen, do you want to talk about this sidewalk right here?
Thank you for your comment, Vice Mayor. So I want to clarify there that the current site right now has a detached sidewalk on both Escuela and Latham, which means the sidewalk, attached sidewalk. So it's directly right next to the street. And I know most of the council has also been to the site, so aware that the situation is a pretty tight walking area. And I know you mentioned specifically about students. So part of the site improvement is to evaluate the student access, but then also just general pedestrian as well. And so Escuela is designed to be a major corridor for pedestrians and connections to El Camino Real. And so, we are doing those street improvements on Escuela and Latham to improve that sidewalk experience. So right now on Escuela, the design is it's going to be a detached sidewalk. So there'll be landscaping from the curb, sidewalk, and then additional landscaping. And on Latham, it's going to be attached sidewalk, and at the corner of the intersection is about 5 feet wide, but it gets wider as you go towards the single family home. That's to allow for enough clearance for the driveway. So even though you're stating that there are students that walk there, the pedestrian experience is improved, and it does ensure that the vehicular access has clear visibility.
So I see a bulb out going from on the sidewalk towards, towards Escuela. I'm wondering if there can be a bulb out. I'm a bulb out in the other direction, crossing Latham as well, so that people can, my concern is that students cross, they probably want to avoid the driveway and cross over to the
they're going to want to come over here.
As soon and as safely as possible. So I'm wondering if there can be if the bulb out can go in that direction. And I also have concerns about just a 5-foot sidewalk, which is minimal, where there are a lot of students, walking. I think that I read that village centers were supposed to have 7-foot sidewalks. So any comments around further improving the safety for the number of students walking around there is is of interest to me.
Ellen and I have actually talked about that particular item, about the width of the sidewalk, and I've let her know that.
And I can talk to that as well.
Okay, Ellen, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Specifically right at that corner, there is a kind of a patio area. So it's actually more than 5 feet. The 5 feet is just for the portion that's along Escuela on that building frontage. That's to ensure that the commercial space does have that direct access to activate that frontage. We also have John Cameron, who's available from Public Works, to provide a little bit more information on the bulb out portion. That was a comment that came up during EPC as well. So I'll pass it along to her.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, Vice Mayor Hicks. So yes, we're aware that there may be a desire to have the bulb out, as you're saying, also extend into the Latham side. And a little more feasibility analysis will have to be done to see if that can happen. So we are planning to finalize the design of the bulb out of this corner during the review of the offsite improvement plans. And it is something Public Works is going to look at more specifically during the actual permitting phase as we look at the design and see how feasible it is to modify that bulb out to also extend out to Latham.
Vice Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. So I guess improvements and then improvements to the adjacent property, do those happen when development happens there, or when there's an overall capital improvement project? How is that? Because I'm concerned about pedestrian safety and comfort in that area.
Okay, yes. So I'll mention that we'll continue the bulb outs and then we can talk about the sidewalks. The bulb outs on the opposite corners of Escuela and Latham, that is, let me get my directions right. I think we're talking southwest and northwest corners, are actually going to be built as part of the Gamma Way project that you previously approved. So we'll be able to get those 3 corners taken care of. The 4th corner will need to wait until something happens with that development on that site. It would not be a feasible site for staff to go in and just do it on our own because of the current driveway and configuration of that building. In terms of extending sidewalk, making improvements beyond this building frontage, those really are the 2 possibilities. Usually our greatest opportunity is when a redevelopment happens, because then we can work with the development to, if we need a little more easement, something like that to happen to provide the sidewalk experience and design that we'd like to see. But there are times where we can go in as a capital project and do some of the work ourselves if the right-of-way exists and it's feasible to do so.
Okay, thank you, because there are a tremendous number of pedestrians also going over to the 7-Eleven and then also going over to the school. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. So if I heard correctly or read correctly, there are 9 existing spaces for businesses, and 3 of them are empty, and you're hoping that 6 come to the new development. But the amount of commercial space goes from 6,075 to 2,400. Is that correct? So is there space for all 6 of them?
Most likely not. I mean, we have this year is it's approximately 2,300 square feet in this area right here. So no, we are not replacing it in kind.
You know, in some areas in the village center, there are requirements for a minimum amount of commercial space. I take it that's not the case here?
I'll respond to that. And I think that was also Vice Mayor Hicks' question. This site is not it's not a neighborhood corner or a village center. It's a low intensity corridor.
Oh, sorry. I was probably doing calculations when she asked that question.
Oh, I actually didn't get a chance to respond to that, so.
Oh, okay. Well, it's kind of concerning to me that there isn't enough space for all the businesses. What are we doing to help them if they want to return?
That's a good question. I don't have that answer. That hasn't been discussed with my client. So she's the one that's been having the dialogue with those tenants. So I don't know what kind of what is their interest. I do know that they've had an incredibly difficult time through COVID. She's had to help them with the rent and in fact collect no rents. And we all know that a new building, the rents can be more expensive. So I don't have that answer.
Okay.
But you can see that this is all the parking for the commercial. So we're parking it per the requirements. We're not asking for a reduction in the parking. So it really minimizes how much land we can, how much floor area commercial we can put on the first floor because of the parking here, parking access to the driveway below. So I don't have a whole lot of land to work with. By the time I put the elevators in the lobbies and the support area with the trash and everything else. So
you mentioned the stackers, and there's multiple types of stackers. I am interested in seeing what kind these are.
These are Klaus. So I don't know if you're familiar with Klaus. But if
I'm familiar with like puzzle lifts. Okay.
Okay, so you can see this on my screen. So this is the system. And if you want to, it's about 30 seconds. I can run it if you like.
Well, I'm interested in seeing it, yes.
All right. So it's very clever. It's all done with your phone. So it's all automatic. You leave your apartment, you call your car up, and then it comes around and delivers your car out to you where you pick it up on the area of the first floor. So it's Klaus has been building these things. They've got them in 50 countries. They're all around the world. They're a very, very reputable company. And in fact, we're using them on a couple of projects that we're currently working on in San Jose. It's a very, very good system. I've looked at 4 or 5 different these facilities up in Berkeley. They're used a lot up in the Berkeley area. So they're great. They're very, very slick. And it does not take very long to get your car. It's a very quick turnover.
Sorry, does the driver drive into the lift?
No, hold on a sec. Let me get back here.
Does the driver drive the car into the lift?
Yes, the driver drives in. The driver drives in, gets out, and walks out. So the stall's wide enough. And here's the best thing about these things. They're all pre-wired, so each one of these are EV spaces, which is fantastic because that's where we're going with our requirements. So I've got a whole bunch of EV spaces in this project, which is way beyond what's required. So that's the beauty of using the system.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands, so we will move to public comment. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go with 2 minutes due to the late hour. Bruce England, you are first.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, this is Bruce England. And we're in favor of this project. We had conversations with Mr. Anderson, and he came to one of our meetings to talk with us about it. So we appreciate that. I've a question about the stackers, which is in the event of power failures, there's some kind of backup power system that keeps that live so people aren't stranded. But my comments have to do with not the project itself, but the pedestrian bicycle experience up and down Escuela. There's a longstanding project called California Escuela Shoreline that seems to just not be going anywhere. And yet there's an opportunity here to do a lot of public works work along there because of the disruption from this project and the Gamma Way project. And it would be great if that extra bulb out could be put in and sidewalk improvements could be made. One thing that I've noticed, I go through there all the time myself, and there are a lot of young kids, parents with young kids and strollers and kids learning how to ride bikes and things up along there. And the better the sidewalks are for that kind of pedestrian traffic, the better. But it looks like a great project and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim McKenzie.
It's a real barn burner tonight. Yay housing, yay below market rate units. Great to see. Looking forward to seeing it go through.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Gutierrez.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ramirez. I was disturbed earlier today to hear a council member suggest that Mountain View could afford to be choosy about approving affordable housing in light of our even more NIMBY neighbors to the north. I'd encourage our elected officials to rest on their laurels after housing is affordable to our teachers, nurses, grocers, etc., and not before that. This is another project that is a step in that right direction, and I strongly approve of the direction of comments that is towards better pedestrian access, better bike access, and the safety of the kids. Other than that, the project couldn't be any better from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker is Amy.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me? This is Amy.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm calling. I've been listening. I went to the EPC meeting and I've been listening to this, and the project sounds, promising. But I wanted to let you know that I'm very concerned about the bulb out idea. It sounds all pretty, and I know the EPC lady had a lovely chart showing what it looks like. But the problem with that is that anything that narrows the streets at all on Latham or Escuela is going to be a very bad idea, because we already have that Gamma Way project that impacts Escuela and the streets in either direction because of the school, and also people trying to get from the housing in the area over to El Camino or to the freeways. It clogs up a lot of times during the day. So that's just going to make the street impassable and it basically unusable. So if you want to, do something to make the sidewalks lovely, do work with that, that's great. But a bulb out is a really ill-advised idea. And it's just going to make the street and the area way more burdensome for the people that live there. I've noticed multiple times a day, bicycles, cars, they get logged up and stuck on those intersections. And doing a sexy bulb out and reducing the width of the streets, either on Latham or on Escuela, is just a really, really bad idea. And so I'm really, really object to it. And I really hope you'll reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no other public speakers, we will return to the council for deliberation, and a motion is in order. Councilmember Showalter.
We received a letter today from Devin Conley, who's the president of the school district, basically saying that she was really very upset at the prospect of having this driveway come out onto Latham. And, I have to say that her argument seemed reasonable to me, especially the idea that Latham is a bike boulevard. And I know and it's not a very wide street. And I know, when I went there and visited, I could see that Latham is, it isn't very wide. Of course, improving the sidewalks will be a big deal. On the other hand, I know that Escuela essentially takes traffic traffic moves much more quickly on Escuela than it does Latham. Latham, because it's narrow and people go slower on it. So I just wanted to hear a little bit about that, and also when I was thinking about the way traffic patterns went on it with kids, I was thinking that they're either going to the front of the school, in which case they're probably not going by this block on Latham at all, because they'll be coming from other directions, or they're going to the back of the school. And if they're going to the back of the school, I think primarily they would be on the other side of Latham. They wouldn't be on this side of Latham. So I just I would like to hear from Dawn or Ellen or somebody who's more familiar with the traffic patterns there. Because I have to say, this is not someplace I go very, very frequently. Is that the case, that this is sort of a block where in fact there isn't that much elementary school traffic? Foot traffic.
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Showalter. Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So as Senior Planner Yao mentioned in her presentation, staff does feel that the driveway location on Latham is preferred over Escuela for some of the key reasons that you mentioned. First off, to just put it in context, right, the projected total driveway counts during the AM peak hour while school traffic is in session, the total counts for that using that driveway is supposed to be 15 trips. There's already a driveway for this development, for this site on both Latham and Escuela. It has 2 driveways. So it already has trips it's generating. So the actual net new trips is only 8 trips during the AM peak hour that's going in and out of this driveway. The driveway has been carefully designed between the bulb out, red curb to preserve the site triangle, is to ensure that as drivers are going in and out, well, mostly out of the driveways where you have the primary concern, they have very clear visibility all the way to the corner practically of anybody that may be on the sidewalk and can see it. The reason that it really is preferred beyond Latham as more the minor street with the much lower, and I mean much lower traffic volumes, as well as lower speeds, is that it's also a case that although you may have some school traffic pedestrians on Latham, you're right, they're more likely to focus being on the side of the street where the school's at, but if they're having to walk past here, we do know that we also have very high pedestrian demand and bicycle demand on Escuela between Latham and El Camino Real. And that's because of all the services on El Camino Real, the transit. In general, this whole area tends to have less automobile ownership, so they are more transit dependent. And having the driveway off of Escuela with the much higher traffic volumes, the higher traffic speeds, can create more conflicts for the pedestrians and for the cars as they're going in and out of the driveways, and can create just general more conflict in that area.
And also, if they have a conflict, it's more dangerous if they're going at a higher speed.
That's it. That's it exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And I should have read this earlier, but a motion to approve the staff recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions and the ordinance attached to the report. And that's listed in the staff report and also in the agenda flow. Councilmember, I'll go to Councilmember Lieber since you've just spoken.
Yeah, I just have a last question for staff. The people that live in the house that's going to remain next door, would they have been noticed about this?
Yes. They're within the radius noticing. Correct.
And is there, like, do we know if there's a tenant there? Did the owner and the tenant receive it, or somebody received it?
Yeah, we did do noticing based off our requirements. I can take a look to see if it was specifically a tenant or a property owner if you'd like me to do that.
Well, just I want to make sure that someone someone saw something about this because it's a pretty big change, and there would be signage that says that a development is coming.
Correct. Yeah, the signage has been up and this project has been going on for a little bit longer, so it has been visible for quite some time.
Okay.
Councilmember Showalter.
I'll just go ahead with the motion. I move the staff report that we adopt the initial study mitigated neg declaration and mitigation monitoring or reporting program for the Escuela Avenue mixed-use project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. 2, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the general plan land use map from medium density. Am I reading the right one? Yeah, medium density to mixed use corridor for the property located at 1873 Latham Street to be read in title only, further reading waived. 3, introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending the zoning map from the R3 to -2.5 multifamily residential zoning district to P38 El Camino Precise Plan for the property located at 1873 Latham Street to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for March 8th, 2022. And 4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the El Camino Real Precise Plan to incorporate the property at 1873 Latham Street within the plan area to be read in title only, further reading waived. Oh, there's another one. Recommend the City Council adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit and a development review permit to construct a new 3-story mixed-use residential project consisting of 25 apartment units, 2,400 square feet of ground floor commercial, and 1 level of underground parking, and a provisional use permit for rooftop amenities above the 3rd floor located at 601-649 Escuela Avenue and 1873 Latham Street.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I second that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I'll support the motion, but I just wanted to request that we have our economic vitality group reach out to the businesses because I am concerned that there's not enough space for all of them. And if they want to stay in Mountain View, I'd sure like them to be able to do that. And they might need some help from the city.
Council member, that's already in the works. We have, we are planning to reach out to the businesses. Thank you for.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? If not, we do have a motion for the staff recommendation made by Councilmember Showalter. So unfortunately, I see there's a public speaker. Unfortunately, we've already closed the public comment period. I apologize. If there are no further questions, then I'll ask the city clerk to commence the roll call.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Councilmember Kamei?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And we have continued item 7.1 to a.
Thank you, everybody. Good night. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too. All right. So that brings us to item 8, council staff committee reports. Are there any? Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to keep this very brief, but it is time sensitive. And I'd like to ask if we could have a straw poll on referring the issue of natural gas usage to the sustainability subcommittee. We recently heard about actions on the part of Los Altos Hills and other cities to plan for a 2045 stoppage of the service of natural gas, and the sustainability subcommittee will be meeting, and I'd like to refer this to them so that there's the opening to grapple with that.
Okay, that is a non-trivial recommendation. Let's first turn to city staff, if that's okay. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did talk to staff about this and the other items that are on the agenda. And if council is interested in adding this, we would need to move the sustainability committee meeting back a little bit later, so they would have time to do the analysis on this. And then I believe there are a couple other items that they're already working on for that committee as well. So the meeting will likely have to go in April. Not likely, it would need to go in April.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga, you wanted to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I'm on the committee and actually had written to staff. I recently had a presentation by the Clean Energy SVCE staff. We're looking at REACH Codes 2.0. This idea of stopping natural gas was actually one of several items that SVCE staff has presented as options that we can look at exploring. And so I had asked staff if we could have the SVCE staff do a presentation to the committee, go through the various different options, and then figure out what would work best for our community. So that was my preference in addressing this issue under the REACH Codes 2.0 overall bigger item.
So just to clarify, City Manager, was that already programmed into the Sustainability Subcommittee's work plan, or would we also have to refer that item for the committee to have that presentation?
Yes, I think that so we were aware of that, and Silicon Valley Clean Energy had already been doing briefings with staff on this, so this has been on their radar. Those items would need to be referred, and I would prefer to talk to staff first, just with all of the items that they're doing, just in terms of the timing of it all. I would need to touch base with them first.
Okay. Any additional comments on this suggestion? Councilmember Lieber, you have your hand up.
Well, a question for staff: when would the next meeting of the Sustainability Subcommittee be happening?
It wouldn't be any earlier than April, because staff has to have time to research all of this.
So the upcoming meeting after the next one that's upcoming, when would the next one after that be?
I'm not sure yet. I would need to talk to staff about timing for that. I do not know. I need to get back to you on that. I don't think that they would have it a month later. So the meeting that's currently scheduled for March would need to be postponed to April if we're adding 2 more items. And then we'd have to get back to council on when the next meeting after the April meeting would be.
Okay, so we did have a request for, Councilmember Abikoga, I think technically your request was it included that item, but it was some additional items for consideration as well. Did you want to seek the council's support in referring that to the subcommittee as well, or is that?
I mean, I guess if we have to, I get my understanding in past practice is that our committees can usually, and the committee chairs can usually work with staff to decide what gets agendized. And so I don't think this needs to come to at this time. We need a straw vote for it. the request is already in, I would ask the chair, I think it's Vice Mayor Hicks, to talk to staff and figure out when would be the best opportunity to bring the items up to the committee.
Yeah, I can do that if that's the best. If that's the best way forward, I can just talk to staff.
Okay, Councilmember Lieber, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, very comfortable. And I think that the community members who came forward to request it will be comfortable with that as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks. I just want to report that I participated in a meeting of the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission meeting since the last time we met. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't have a formal report other than a kind well-wisher left this for me in my city council mail slot, whatever you want to call it. As you can tell, I have not had a chance to read the entire thing, but I'm making some good progress, and I wish I had been able to finish it before this meeting. I am committing to all of you that I will finish it before the next meeting. Seeing no other hands, we'll move to item 9, closed session report. Interim City Attorney Quinn, do you have a closed session report?
I do not have a closed session report this morning.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to item 10, adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. And our next City Council meeting will be held on February 22nd, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. And this meeting is adjourned at 1:35 a.m. Take care, everybody.